color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. What up, fools? Today is 2/8/2026. It is 11:21 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What up, what up? Trying to get all my chats set up. All right. Tom, you look good in that color. In red, really, you like red. You're a big fan of red. I'll make sure to wear red more often. Thank you. Can you replace this intro lady with Mantis? Mantis would probably add too many cuss words into it, and you can't have cuss words in the first couple minutes of a video or else you get demonetized, so. It's maroon and wear less red. Well, maroon is a type of red, so hate to break it to you, lady, but maroon is on the red spectrum. Hutch wears that color better. Bro, you know what? Even on my Tom Bottery account, I think I'm too famous at this point. You know what? I think I need to slow it down a bit. I'm apparently way too famous because I commented on a video about Arc Raiders, and this is the video. I'll show you the video. Okay. Wait, what? Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Well done. Fucking killed it. Like, got the zip line across. That was amazing. Like, well timed and everything. Oh man, so good. So I go and comment, and I said on this, based as fuck, and he replied to me, "You're so bald." Who the fuck is this guy? This is my Tom Bottery account. This is Tom Bottery. I fucking commented on Tom Bottery. I'm too famous, guys. I'm too famous at this point. I need more alt accounts. I need more sock accounts is what I need. Who heals mid-fight? Everybody should heal mid-fight. Like, that's one of the things that I was talking about that I like about this game, is that in Call of Duty, like, most of the time when you're fighting, like, you start shooting and you shoot until everybody's dead. Like, that's normally how it goes. Like, you just keep fucking shooting. You don't have much time to reload. You don't have much time to, like, put more plates on. You don't, like, you put on plates in between fights most of the time, not like in the middle of a fight. You don't have time. But in this game, everything's much slower, and you do have time to, like, stop, charge your shield, heal, go back, fight again, then go back, hide again, you know, charge your shield, heal, go back, fight again. Like, it's a lot slower. It takes a lot longer. It's but yeah, you should always try to heal in the middle of a fight. Because, like, the other guys, because they were up in, like, in the middle, they ended up dying because there was no point where they were able to, like, stop and heal. And so they were able to kill them really easily. But going into, like, hiding for a second and getting in the cover and being able to heal, pretty big advantage. Was Rob Nora on Tim Pool today? Oh, it was 2 days ago?
That's about it. Yeah.
Lot of eating.
Lot of eating.
Lot of eating. Okay. Yeah, that's 5 minutes fair. Yeah. You know, I bring you on these things because the internet keeps telling me that I'm chubby. And it's like, you know, you want to have that friend. You want to have that friend because then you just like, you like look better in comparison. Okay, whatever. Next panelist. All right.
Sheesh. Nicotine should be out of my body completely in about 5 hours or so. I mean, if you've worked out and like done yoga and stuff, it should be out already. Like the actually like working out and drinking lots of water makes it to where it'll flush out a lot faster. The more you get your blood pumping, the faster it'll get rid of it. So yeah, should already be going. I feel less withdrawals, but still need some. Well, W's in chat for Mantis for getting off the nick. Well done. Well done. All right. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We are still raising money for RAM, so if you want to donate, we're at $68 out of 200. We did one stream and got 68. So if you want to donate to that, use the tips link. You can either use it in the description. You can type !tips in chat and it'll pop up with a link, or you can go to the main page and find it there. But appreciate everybody's donations, appreciate everybody's help. We do have a debate coming up on Monday. It's going to be Wick versus Marte, talking about ice. And then we have a panel a couple of days after that. But all right, let's get into it. What is this? Oh.
Get out the house! No warrant! You didn't even touch him. Why are you touching him? Why are you touching him? Papi, este para acá, este para acá. ¿Por qué le estás tocando?
Where is your warrant? Where is your warrant? Where the is your warrant? Hurry up! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! You broke the window! Get the fuck out! You broke the window! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Where's your warrant? Where is your warrant for the arrested? Where is your warrant? Hurry up!
Oh my goodness. Bro, again, they just rough him up and then leave him? Where, like, how can people keep acting like this is justified? How can people keep defending this, dude? How can they do this? Like, if they had arrested him, then maybe I would be like, okay, like, you know, whatever. But when they don't even arrest them, they just turn around and fight them and wrestle them and then leave over and over and over and over. This is what they keep doing, is they keep just trying to intimidate people. They keep just trying to rough them up and then dip out. There's no justification for that. There's no way you can justify this. This is insane. This is freaking insane. How can anybody pretend that this is okay? I don't understand. Like, the argument over and over is like, well, you can't interfere with police on an official duty, but that, what official duty is this? What official duty is beating them up? Like, if they're not arresting them. And this is the same situation in the Alex Preddy situation where like they just shove a woman to the ground and then they're like, all right, cool, adios. And then they leave. What? They never arrested her. They never did anything. You can't turn around and act like this is official. This is some sort of official duty from the cops when all they do is just beat people up. Like, I don't know what official duty that is, but for some reason my vertical feed, I keep trying to click on my vertical feed and it's taking me to like a normal YouTube video instead of like the vertical feed where I can like swipe up and down. Is anybody else having this problem? Is it just me? I have this problem sometimes. Like it's a lot of times when I try to. Let me see if I just switch to Tom Bottery if I can. Okay, yeah. All right. It works on Tom Bottery. It's when I'm on my own channel. It doesn't work. All right. How can you stand and watch that behavior from the couple? All the stupid screaming, stupid phones, stupid shouting, and think it's okay. You think the behavior is okay. You talk about the age. So, okay. So when you say it's okay, what about them yelling in their own home is not okay? Can you tell me? What is not okay? Like, what does that mean, okay? Are you saying, like, morally wrong? It's immoral to yell in your own home? Or are you saying it's illegal? Like, what are we talking about here when you say okay? Because when I'm saying this, I'm saying it is immoral and illegal, what it is that the agents are doing. I'm saying this is both immoral and illegal, and that you cannot push people, shove people, wrestle them to the ground because they yelled. That is not a justified reaction. So what do you mean when you ask that question, and I'll answer it for you. Yelling was almost normal growing up. Yeah, lots of these fucking snowflakes didn't have father figures to yell at them and engage in a lot of this fatherless behavior. So we liberals have to kind of teach them how to act. Yeah, so the guy does like shove the agent with the door as they're walking out. So yeah, so if he deemed this to be like, you know, assault on an officer or something like that, and he wanted to arrest him for it, he wanted to detain him for it, he wanted to write him a citation for it, something like that, that would be one thing. But if instead he's just like, oh, you touch me, I'll beat you up, and then just like turns around and starts fighting him, that's not okay. You're not a fucking gangster, dude. You're not a fucking gangster. You are a representative of the United States. You cannot just turn around and fight people because you feel intimidated by them. You don't get to act like you're some fucking thug on the streets, okay? This is insane. This is insane behavior. But if we took this you know, this bulletproof vest off this guy and instead put him in baggy jeans hanging below his waist with his underwear hanging out and like an unbuttoned shirt with some chains on him and everything, and then had the same exact thing, everybody what MAGA would immediately be like, oh, there's so what's wrong with this guy? Can't believe he's acting like this. He's a fucking animal, dude, acting like a fucking crazed lunatic over here. But you put a badge on him and all of a sudden it's perfectly okay. No problemo. Who could be upset with this? This is from somebody called Long Island Audit. It says, what you are watching in this video should disturb every American, no matter your politics. So, okay. So this is something that I was wondering earlier. A lot of the people that we see that are First Amendment auditors, if you guys know what that is, it's like people who go to like the post office and record, or they follow around police officers and record. And this is part of our freedom of speech. This is a part of our First Amendment rights. And so for a long time, we've had First Amendment auditors who follow around cops or go to government buildings and record to see if they'll get kicked out, or to try to get arrested, or to try to get cops to start like questioning them and things like that. And what it is that like the whole thing is like, okay, if you arrest me, I get to sue you. Like, this is my right. It's been upheld in the Constitution, in the Supreme Court many times. So I'm gonna have an easy lawsuit if you arrest me. And they're provocateurs. A lot of times they'll kind of, you know, push the officers a little bit and get a little too feisty. But the thing that I've been wondering is, like, almost all First Amendment auditors are like libertarians or right wingers. Like they're Republicans. It's by far the majority of them are going to be right wing, either libertarian or Republican. And I kept wondering, where's all the First Amendment auditors talking about this? Where's all the right wingers who care so much about freedom of speech and what it is that like cops do, and making sure that cops act right and do the right thing? Where are they? Where do they go? I haven't heard any of them talking about this stuff. Where are they? So this guy's name is Long Island Audit. Maybe that's who he is, but I think he might be a First Amendment auditor, a constitutional activist and investigative journalist. Protect your rights with Attorney Shield. Huh, okay. Federal agents forcing entry into a private home without a judicial warrant is a direct assault on the Fourth Amendment. The Constitution is crystal clear. The government cannot enter your home without a warrant signed by a judge based on probable cause unless there are true emergency circumstances. Your home is supposed to be the most protected space in this country. When agents ignore that line, they are not enforcing law, they are breaking it. And just to be clear, the ICE has been like held accountable. They have been held responsible in court numerous times. They have faced consequences in court numerous times where they have told them that you cannot go inside of these houses, you cannot use these warrants. You have to go through the full process before you can enter somebody's home, whether they are a citizen or not. You cannot just go inside their home, and they just keep doing it anyways. They just keep doing it anyways. They're not stopping. So it gets worse when the homeowner closes his own door after they leave. He's assaulted. That's not officer safety. That's retaliation. Use of force is only lawful when there is an immediate objective threat. A man shutting his own door on his own property is not a threat. That's punishment for asserting control over his home. So that's exactly. That's why I said if they turned around and arrested him, that would be one thing. But, and I'm not even saying that he necessarily did something wrong there. I think he probably did, but by pushing the door onto the officer. But even regardless of whether or not he did or not, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't just get to just go beat people up because they did something wrong. Like, that's not how that works. That is how tyranny looks in real time. Not tanks in the streets, agents who think a badge lets them bypass judges, bypass rights, and use force when their authority is questioned. The entire purpose of the Constitution is to put government in chains, not the people. If this is allowed to stand, the Fourth Amendment becomes a suggestion instead of a protection. Today, it's this man's door. Tomorrow, it's anyone's. Rights don't disappear because a federal patch is on someone's sleeve. Every American who cares about liberty, left or right, should condemn this. You can support law enforcement and still demand they follow the Constitution. In fact, that's the only position that's truly pro-American. Alright, so let's see.
Do it.
Delete your footage now.
You heard her. Do it.
Delete your footage.
Yep, okay, yeah, he is. Unhinged court administrator wants to arrest auditor for recording in public. Watch now on YouTube by clicking the link below. So, yeah, alright. So, yeah, so it does sound like he's, like he's a First Amendment on. Yep. Yep, okay. Yep. Yeah. You're. You're. Yep. That's what I thought.
$1 million. Qatar, Saudi Arabia giving $25 million. Qatar, all of these countries. These are people that kill women and treat women horribly, and yet you take their money.
Not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense, and you should know better.
Why don't you give back the money that you've taken from certain countries that treat certain groups of people so horribly?
You should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, 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 don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much.
Why don't you give back the money? I think it would be a great gesture.
I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that.
Only a stupid person would say that, guys. Only a stupid person would say something like that. That's not something a smart person would say.
It should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people.
We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift?
If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
Interesting. Interesting theory he's got there.
They were denied bond, these 5-year-olds, by an immigration judge based on, in part, based on a lack of property and a lack of assets. That was in a separate decision about each of these children. How much property does a 5-year-old need to not be deemed a significant flight risk? Is the judge counting pieces of candy? Stuffed animals? How is the immigration judge determining how much property a 5-year-old needs to own in order?
Aaron M. Sound with the bronze medal. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you, good sir. Let's get some cheers in chat for Aaron.
To not be a flight risk. They're having an extremely difficult time. They wake up crying every night. Their mother they wake up crying, mama, mama. They're worried that they're going to get separated from her just like they've been separated from their older sister. We ask that the population contribute to the family's GoFundMe so that we can establish that they do have property and they do have assets and that they deserve to be out and fight their removal case from outside this internment camp.
5-year-olds are flight risk. 5-year-old twins in Daly Detention Center denied bond due to lack of assets, according to attorney. This is Jesus freaking Congress. Breaking DHS is trafficking twin 5-year-olds and refusing to release them because they lack property and assets. They're trafficking them? Okay. That's how we're gonna put it. They're trafficking them. Alright. Twin 5-year-olds have been detained at the Daly Detention Center for 8 months. Whoa. An immigration judge denied them bond because of lack of property and lack of assets. And no, this wasn't based on their family. The decision was made separately for each child as an individual. So the US government is now arguing that 5-year-olds are too poor to be free, which tends to be the case for most 5-year-olds. Well, yeah, it would depend on whether or not their family is free. It would depend on Yeah, it would depend. I would have to have like more information here to know whether or not this is justified or not. But yeah, it would depend on like if they have actual family who's capable of taking care of them or something. That would obviously be a big part of this. So I would have to look into this a little bit more to know. Let's see. As a result, DHS is continuing to hold these children after already imprisoning them for 8 months in a for-profit concentration camp. That is child trafficking. So now, because the government has decided that kindergartners must meet a wealth requirement to not be trafficked, a GoFundMe has been started for these 5-year-olds. So these 5-year-olds can acquire assets to buy their freedom from U.S. custody. And this is all by design. The Trump administration dismantled long-standing child detention protections, including moving to override the Flores settlement, which limited how long children should be held and required their release to family whenever possible. Those safeguards were replaced with policies that allow children to be detained for months and denied bond, all to make CoreCivic more money. Let's see. Children trapped in Texas immigration facility recount nightmares. Inedible food, no school. Before she arrived at the Dilley Immigration Processing Center last fall, Kelly Vargas said her 6-year-old daughter was thriving. Maria loved school and spent her afternoons drawing and playing with her cat. But Vargas said that within days of the family being detained and sent to prison-like facility in South Texas, where guards patrol the halls and the lights turn off. Is this the same? I don't think they gave us a state, or it just said the Daily Detention Center. Huh. It's the same detention center, but this one says a 6-year-old, and I think the other one said it was 2 5-year-old. After years without accidents, Maria started wetting her pants and her bed. She cried through the night, asking when she and her parents would return to their apartment in New York. She begged to start breastfeeding again. Vargas, who was deported to Colombia with her family in November after having spent nearly 2 months at Dilley, said she never imagined the United States could act so callously. How are they going to do this to a child? Vargas told NBC News, speaking in Spanish. How could this happen here? Accounts for detained families, their lawyers, and court filings described the federal detention center in Dilley as a place where hundreds of children languished as they served containment food, received little education, and struggled to obtain basic medical care. The center was thrust into national spotlight last month after Immigration and Customs Enforcement took Liam Caneo Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, to the facility following his father's arrest in Minneapolis. An encounter captured in a photograph showing the boy in a blue bunny hat as he was taken into federal custody. The image ricocheted across the country, igniting outrage from lawmakers and public. To many Americans, it was a sudden introduction to the harsh realities of ICE's increasing reliance on family detention. But to Vargas, the lawyers who have spent months tracking conditions at Dilley, William's fearful expression, and his father's account of the child falling ill while detained, captured something painfully familiar. William is all the kids there, said Becky Walzon. a senior attorney at the National Center for Youth Law, which monitors conditions at the facility under a long-standing federal court settlement. Just like Liam, we've had families tell us how their children have been horribly sick and throwing up repeatedly, refusing to eat and becoming despondent and listless. Those concerns have taken on new urgency in recent days after health officials confirmed 2 measles cases among people detained at Dili. Oh my goodness. Advocates and medical experts warn that a highly contagious disease spreading inside a crowded facility housing young children, some already medically vulnerable, poses an acute public health risk. Well, the Trump administration is not going to care. They're sending them to another country, so it's not going to affect our country. So what's the big deal? Why does it matter? Lawyers representing the families at Dili say they have struggled to get clear answers from the Department of Homeland Security about the outbreak, including any steps being taken to limit its spread or verify whether children are vaccinated. DHS defended its use of family detention in a statement on NBC News after this article was published. The agency said detainees at Dili are provided comprehensive medical care and other basic necessities, that it was taking action to contain the spread of measles. Medical staff is continuing to monitor the detainees' conditions and will take appropriate and active steps to prevent further infection, the agency said Friday. Ryan Gustin, a spokesperson for Core Civic, which has a contract to run the facility that's expected to bring $180 million annually, referred questions about Dili to DHS and said in a statement that the health and safety of those entrusted to our care is the company's top priority. Since April, when the federal government resumed large-scale family detention as part of the Trump administration's vow to dramatically escalate immigration arrests and deportations, an estimated 1,800 children had passed through Dili as of December, according to figures provided by court-appointed monitors. About 345 children were being held there with their parents that month. Wawazan said, some families remain for a few weeks, others have been detained for more than 6 months. How is that possible? Again, like, if the entire reason for why they're being so aggressive is that they need to do this quickly, they need to get them out, they need to go, they get to go, and then they keep holding people for long periods of time and doing nothing with them. Why? What the fuck? Why? Why does this keep happening? Like, this is, and it truly, like, just so you guys, we already know why. It's because they're incapable of doing their jobs correctly. They're a bunch of children. The Trump administration does not have adults working for them. These are the most incompetent losers that have ever worked in our government. It's embarrassing. Like, we are supposed to be the greatest country with the greatest government and all the money. Why do we have the dumbest people running our country? Why? We've gone over court filings and shown, especially in the Abrego Garcia case, where they arrested him to deport him and then held him forever and didn't do anything with him. And there were literally numerous countries saying, hey, you guys can send him to us. We'll take him. And the Trump administration didn't deport him. And after a while, after not deporting him for a while, eventually they had to just let him out. There were tons of, there were numerous court hearings asking them, why haven't you deported him yet? And each time, I'm not kidding, each time a Trump administration official would show up and say, I don't know. I don't know why he hasn't been deported. We have no idea. Every single time. I'm not kidding. It's ridiculous. Give it up, dude. You still suck. Got me, dude. Damn. So yeah, the Trump administration over and over. We're given numerous opportunities. And just to be clear, the judge that everybody says is like an activist judge, right? They say this is an activist judge, that she was just trying to help Abrego Garcia all the time. This judge was pushing the Trump administration to hurry up and deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia. She kept telling them, guys, come on, like let's get this going. Let's get him deported. Let's go. Like, you can't hold him forever. And they did. They did anyways. They just kept holding him. And every time they would have another court hearing to find out what the fuck is going on, they would show somebody else just says, yeah, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. So, since April, the federal government resumed large-scale detention. While it's unsaid, some families remain for a few weeks. Others have been detained for more than 6 months. Family detention was common during the Obama administration, and it expanded in President Donald Trump's first term before being largely halted under President Joe Biden. Unlike earlier iterations of family detention, many of the children now held at Dilley are U.S. residents, apprehended not at the border, but at their homes, outside schools, in courthouses, and during routine immigration check-ins. Holy shit. The Trump administration has argued the practice allows parents and children to remain together while removal proceedings are pending. But advocates and human rights groups say detaining children is harmful and never warranted, noting that families with pending immigration cases have historically been allowed to remain together outside detention, including through the use of ankle monitors. The overwhelming majority of parents detained with children are sent to Dilley, as sprawling complex set amid scrubland. An hour south of San Antonio, far from the communities where the families had been living. As immigration lawyers began sounding the alarm about conditions at the facility, the Trump administration filed a motion last spring to overturn a decades-old legal settlement requiring basic rights for immigrant children in federal custody, safeguards that advocates say DHS is already violating. The protections, known as the Flores Settlement Agreement, trace back to a 1985 class action lawsuit against the federal government alleging that immigrant children were being held in unsafe conditions. Interviews with immigration lawyers, William's father and Vargas' family, and dozens of sworn declarations from the detained families filed as part of the recent Flores litigation describe a facility that functions far more like a prison than a child care center. Constant surveillance, rigid schedules, overnight bed checks. Parents report that many children stop eating, lose weight, and become withdrawn. Families described sleeping in crowded dorm-style rooms with little privacy and filthy shared bathrooms. Outdoor areas are largely concrete and tightly supervised, parents say, and there are few toys or activities to occupy children indoors. This is so weird, dude. Like, I understand that there is a need to detain children sometimes, especially when their families are being arrested to be deported. I understand that. That makes sense. There has to be some sort of process there for this. And so just getting upset that children are ever being detained in any manner whatsoever is kind of ridiculous. But in this case, we're talking about them being treated as prisoners. We're talking about children being treated as criminals, adult criminals. These are children who are being put in prisons and being treated as prisoners. These are things that cause long-term psychological problems for adults who have to go through this. And now we're just doing it to innocent children? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And on top of that, if they can't even, like, again, do their basic duties by keeping the place clean, making sure that people are vaccinated, making sure that there aren't measles outbreaks. Like, we're talking about basics, bro. The Trump administration said that they're taking us to the gold era. This is more like the fucking Stone Age, dude. We got measles outbreaks. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Families describe sleeping in crowded dorm-style rooms with little privacy, filthy shared bathrooms. Okay. It is a prison where we are keeping children as young as 1 year old, said Elora Mukherjee, professor at Columbia Law School and director of its immigrants' rights clinic, who has represented several detained families. We're keeping children there who are currently breastfeeding. It's unconscionable. Food is a recurring source of distress. Court filings describe meals that are greasy, heavily seasoned, or inappropriate for preschoolers or infants. Several parents said they found worms or mold. Some children survived largely on crackers and juice. One mother said she resorted to sucking pasta sauce off of noodles for her child, hoping he would eat it. My younger son does not eat the food here. He is hungry all the time, another mother wrote in a sworn declaration submitted to federal court. He will only accept breast milk and it is not enough for him. He is growing. He is 2.5 and he needs to eat. Parents of children too young to grasp what is happening said they struggle to keep up a facade of normalcy. Adrian Alexander Caneo, Arias Liam's father, told Noticias Telemundo he passed the time by retelling stories from episodes of Bluey, the popular children's show about a family of blue heeler dogs, and recounting happy memories. He could do little else except hug him and tell him everything would be okay, Caneo said. Education is an afterthought at Dilley. Parents and lawyers say children get no more than an hour of daily instructions, and overcrowding means some are turned away. The work consists largely of worksheets and coloring pages, parents say. Older children say they are bored, falling behind, and missing their teachers and classmates. Inside the classrooms, there are 2 men laughing in English and watching YouTube, a 14-year-old detainee wrote in a sworn declaration. I was in 9th grade before I came here. If I had to go back to my country now, I'd have to repeat the grades because of all the school that I've lost. Medical care is also often cursory, families report, even when children show signs of serious illness or injury. In several cases described in court declarations, children, including some of the development delays or chronic conditions, regressed while they were detained, losing language skills, wetting themselves, or engaging in self-harm. Some parents said their complaints were dismissed until their children's conditions worsened significantly. This is so fucked up, dude. Like, again, this is... I've seen this over and over as well, where people complain about things like this. And MAGA responds and says, oh, Trump administration is just doing what every president does. This is normal. You guys didn't care when the Biden administration did the same exact thing. And then every fucking time they turn around and show that the Biden administration had numerous laws passed, executive orders, and things like that to make sure that families were taken care of, that they were being held in sanitary conditions, and that they were actually getting humane treatment, and that the Trump administration has fought against this and tried to get these standards removed. Like, there's no argument here. You can't try to pretend that this is something that every other president did when the Biden administration didn't. Yeah, Biden was probably the most Christian president we will have in our lifetime.
Okay. Imagine if we had to go through the process of getting a judicial warrant, an additional warrant, to go and apprehend people who we know are here illegally. How much time would that take? We don't have enough judges. We don't have enough time. It would take decades probably to do that.
They're always making excuses for why they shouldn't have to follow the law and why they shouldn't have to follow the Constitution. They, over and over, they are always trying to find some excuse for why they don't need to follow the Constitution, bro. It's so ridiculous. It's so gross. What is wrong with these people? Who supports this? Who supports people arguing against the Constitution this consistently, dude? What is wrong with them? I can't, like, really, I can't imagine. I grew up a Republican. I spent the majority of my life as a Republican, 30 years of my life as a Republican. We were the ones who always virtue signaled that we cared so much about the law. We care so much about the Constitution. And then all of a sudden, Donald Trump comes in and can just say, well, fuck the law, fuck the Constitution. And MAGA just falls in line. They're all like, yeah, true, dude. True. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck the law. We don't need that shit. What happened? What happened to you people?
People who are advocating for that don't want any immigration enforcement. They do not.
This is so ridiculous.
Imagine if we had to go through the process.
This is an argument that Trump has made, that Stephen Miller's made, that J.D. Vance has made. We can't follow the law. That would be way too much. Oh no, hold on. You guys remember the guy that we looked up some of his songs the other day? Apparently he was on Stephen Colbert recently. I thought this was
4 albums this year and is nominated for 4 Grammy Awards. Performing Join Ice, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Wells.
Well, good for him. All right. Well, all right then. So there's been a bunch of people who were upset about the Super Bowl pick. Obviously, Bad Bunny, somebody who speaks Spanish. Most of his songs are in Spanish. A lot of people were upset about this. I don't have a whole lot of videos to get into on it, but it's been kind of funny watching the back and forths on this, because one of the bigger developments was that TPUSA said that they were going to do their own halftime show for the Super Bowl, because they were upset with them picking somebody who was brown, I guess. So they did their own halftime show, and they had Kid Rock perform at the halftime show. And one of the things that's come out is that Kid Rock had lyrics talking about how he likes underage girls in one of his songs, and this is who they had come perform at the Super Bowl. And so now a lot of people are pointing out that, you know, there's a guy who really never addressed this, and has old lyrics saying that he's into underage girls, and some say this is statutory, but he says it's mandatory. Like, kind of fucked up. And the main response to this has been people saying, well, dude, he made that song for a cartoon called Osmosis Jones, so it wasn't even just like a regular song for him. He put this out for a kid's song. It's like, what, do you not think that makes it worse? Does that not make it worse that he would put this out for a kid's show? Is that Does that make it better to you? I don't understand the argument here. Middle-aged Riot said, why boycott Kid Rock for political reasons when you can do it for musical ones? I mean, look, Bob with the Bob. Good song, okay? Can't take it away from him. Fucking classic. But, he is a fucking douchebag. Like, Kid Rock is definitely a douchebag. He's a fucking loser. So yeah, Kid Rock lyrics, young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory. Or sorry, it's young ladies, I like them underage, see. Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Song titled, Cool Daddy Cool. I think that starts off with like, you know, girls call me daddy, girls call me daddy, or something like that. Now some people say my mind's blown. I'm cooling like a snow cone. On my cell phone, I'm paid. Gee, can't tell me, just page me. Young ladies, I like them underage, see. Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. It's kind of funny too, because I saw a clip earlier of a rock and roll channel, a radio show host, who apparently said, I don't know why you guys are so upset about Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. Like, it is what it is. Get over it. It's not that big of a deal. And somebody called in and was like, if you think it's okay for somebody like Bad Bunny, who wears dresses, to perform at the Super Bowl, then why don't you play that trans person's music on your channel? And the guy replied and said, well, first off, we play 80s music and 80s rock and roll. He doesn't do 80s rock and roll, but you seem to be an avid listener of this radio show and 80s rock and roll. So, would like to inform you that almost every single person that we play on this channel wore dresses. Every single one, all of them, pretty much across the board. They all, Ozzy Osbourne, Kurt Cobain, the Guns N' Roses, all of these people wore dresses and makeup, and like they all did this. And you still listen to their music just the same. This is like a normal thing with musicians, always has been, and all of a sudden you guys got all brain broken over trans people and now are freaking out about every little thing. But this has always been a thing for the majority of us who are alive today and who are adults. We have lived through almost all of our famous musicians, male musicians, wearing dresses. This has just been a thing that we have all watched our entire lives. And it's amazing that this is now all of a sudden. Nobody complained when all of these other rock and roll people were wearing dresses and then performed at the Super Bowl. Nobody complained with all of these other people performing at the Super Bowl after they all wore dresses. Nobody said shit. Do you wear dresses? Your mom asks me to put on her panties once in a while. But now all of a sudden, yes, Bad Bunny has this has the Super Bowl performance, and now all of a sudden they care about people wearing dresses. Bad Bunny will be the least watched NFL halftime show in U.S. history. I will be watching Kid Rock. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's painful, dude. That's painful. How fucking stupid do you have to be to say something like this? Holy shit. You're talking about somebody who is currently maybe the most like popular artist in the world, and you're sitting here saying he's gonna be the least watched. Isn't this what they said last year? Last year, the what? I'm not gonna lie, I still have not gotten over how funny it was after Kendrick Lamar performed at the Super Bowl last year, and he had this like whole performance that was supposed to be like criticizing the United States and like what our flag stands for and what America stood for, and after he did the performance where they're like very critical of the United States and systemic racism and historical injustices, there's all of these fucking conservatives coming out who were like, I really enjoyed that halftime show. They actually were patriotic and had American flags and had Uncle Sam out there, and it was surprisingly very patriotic, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm happy that we're bringing patriotism back to the Super Bowl. Ah, shit, dude. Who's gonna tell him? Oh no. Who's gonna fucking tell him, dude? Oh, it's like I don't think I'll ever get over that. That was one of the funniest things in the world. But yeah, Bad Bunny fills stadiums worldwide. Kid Rock fills country fairs sponsored by drywall companies. Bad Bunny's audience is global. Kid Rock's audience thinks salsa is a threat to national security. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like there's numerous videos of Kid Rock performing at like tiny little country fairs, and literally nobody's even watching him. Nobody's even watching him. Nobody's paying attention to him. That like all these people are just walking around, and there's like garbage all over the fucking lawn and everything, and there's nobody even watching him. And this is who TP USA was like, this is who we'll get. This old washed up 90s star. That'll really show the NFL. We'll get him. I think they ended up averaging like 4.9 million viewers, which is pretty good. I mean, TPS USA did a lot of really good propaganda for this, and was really able to use like culture war tactics to get all of these mindless bots to wander over and listen to a 60-year-old man jump around on stage. But yeah, still nothing in comparison to the Super Bowl. I mean, like a poorly watched Super Bowl, I think would be like 50 million people. So I don't think you're doing much. But I think this is probably one of the most watched. So for those who don't know how this works, okay? The NFL is an entertainment company. They are not a political company. They're not doing politics. You might think they're doing politics, but that's because your world is very small. You have very few options that you are capable of thinking of when you look at their Super Bowl options. You just have very few reasons you can think of. But for those of us who have a bigger worldview and we are able to consider more options, it's fairly obvious that every single year, the Super Bowl halftime show is picked based on who will get people to watch who are not already watching. Okay? So if they go get some country music star, that's something that will just get the people who are already watching to continue watching. No, like, why? Why would you do that? You don't want to just appease the people who are already watching. You want to get other people who aren't going to watch to tune in now. So what you do is you go and get somebody who appeals to people who likely will not watch the Super Bowl. And getting somebody who will be rapping in Spanish, while people who who say football in Spanish, they're talking about fucking soccer. So they don't even have football. They don't even have this sport over there. So they're getting somebody who will appeal to a bunch of people who are not normally going to be watching the NFL or the Super Bowl. That is the way this works. That's why they got Kendrick Lamar. That's why they got the people before. They are generally trying to get people who will appeal to outside audiences. They are not just trying to appeal to inside audiences. They are an entertainment company. They are there to get more people to watch, because the more people that watch, the more people watch their ads, the more they get paid. That's how that works. They're there to make money. They don't give a fuck about your politics. They don't give a fuck about your trans issues. They don't give a fuck about your fetishes with dresses. They just want to make money then. Is it true Telemundo was pushing Super Bowl ads hard, trying to get what Latins into football Americano? I have no idea. I don't know why anyone cares about any of the shit. Me neither. Like normally, like you would think that, like, oh, it's just a Super Bowl halftime show, like whatever. It's not a big deal. But conservatives will find some way to be victims. They will always find some way to cry. They'll find some way to pitch a hissy fit. They'll find some way to just whine and cry about every fucking little thing. And this is our America today. This is what we've got. It's just a bunch of whiny babies. Did he wear a dress? Did he wear a dress at the... There were so many... I heard so many conservatives say he's planning on wearing a dress at the halftime show. Did he wear a dress? Did anybody... Apparently, like every single conservative that I heard talk about this, like Glenn Beck and all these people, they said that he always wears dresses and that he's trans. Like there's a bunch of like conservative, especially like boomers, who literally think he's trans and that he's just always wearing dresses. That he's never not wearing a dress. Tried watching the Turning Point halftime show and it felt like white recruiting center. Did they get... I remember Tom McDonald saying that he wanted to be in the halftime show. Did they get Tom McDonald? Did they get Tom McDonald? Does anybody know? I was hoping to fucking God they got Tom McDonald. A Canadian? Yes! That's why I was hoping they got Tom McDonald, dude. Because they were complaining about the fact that all of this, like, you know, oh, this is anti-American and blah, blah, blah. Okay, like, Puerto Rico's, you know, under American control. We own Puerto Rico. I do think it's cringe. A lot of, like, liberals and people on the left keep saying Puerto Rico is America. It's not really. It's not America. They have their own president. Like, there's a joke by Cat Williams recently where, you know, Trump says that he spoke to the president of Puerto Rico, and Cat Williams is like, what? Who did you talk to? You're the president of Puerto Rico. What are you talking about? Well, no, they have their own president. It's like that's the person who was offering to take Abrego Garcia was the president of Puerto Rico. So it's considered a territory. Yes, it's a U.S. territory. Correct. Yeah. They have their own president? That doesn't sound right. Are you serious? Okay, Google. Who's the president of Puerto Rico?
The president of Puerto Rico is Donald Trump. And
okay, hold on. Google is a fucking liberal propaganda machine, okay? Am I thinking of the wrong country? Am I thinking of the wrong country? I said Puerto Rico. Maybe I'm thinking of... Hold on. Costa Rica. Sorry. Okay, I was thinking of the wrong country. I'm thinking of Costa Rica. They're both fucking brown people, okay? It's all the same to me. I don't fucking care, okay? Tom, you look extra Hispanic today. I assume this is to celebrate the browning of America. Of course. Of course. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yep. Tom, don't do this, buddy. Don't make me be right and you be wrong. It's a first, man. It's a first. Congratulations. You were actually right for once. Save it. One is an American territory, the other one isn't though. Yeah, I didn't say Costa Rica was. I got it. So now you just went back to being wrong. Sorry, buddy. You were almost there. You were so close. You were so close, bro.
So you see this guy running towards your car. He's asking for help.
Right, yeah. Obviously, it seemed like he was like an urgent need, and so we let him in.
Day Gotcha was driving through downtown Minneapolis with her friend when a man who was being...
See, look at this. CNN's even got this fucking person with a... What is that? A Mexican accent? Over here. And then they got a trans person. What is this? Liberal propaganda, dude. Oh my goodness.
Chase jumped into their car.
So we kind of just assumed that, you know.
All my comments are lagged stuff. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
ICE. He had been attacked by ICE.
The man she and her friend had picked up and were driving to safety was Jake Lang.
Along the way, it was like really just me and her asking like who he was or like why this crowd was after him.
Bro, dude, imagine Jake Lang goes to jump into a car to get away from people chasing him, and he jumped into a trans person's car, bro. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Hell yeah, bro. That is based as fuck, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. Holy shit, bro. If you don't know who Jake Lang is a professional victim. He calls himself a January 6th political prisoner. Claims that, I think he was the one who claims that he was imprisoned for years without trial, and that they were just trying to hold him forever. And in reality, Tim Pool has pushed this lie, tons of people have pushed this lie, that in reality, Jake Lang was arrested for going inside the Capitol. He was rioting, he was doing a lot of this shit, but when he got locked up in jail in New York, his lawyer, him and his legal team kept telling the judges that they wanted to push the case back, and every time they would set another court date, the prosecutors would set another court date, the Jake Lang's team would say, oh, we just got some new evidence, this is groundbreaking, it's going to change the case, we got to push it back. They literally pushed the case back for 3 years. For 3 years they kept pushing the case back, and the last time they tried to push it back, they were denied. They were told, no, you are not pushing the case back anymore. But the whole time they're pushing the case back, they're then going and making media statements going, they won't allow him to have a hearing. They won't let him have a hearing, and they won't let him be heard. He is a political prisoner, and they are making sure, and they just kept going back to the fucking news. And you're like, yep, they won't let him be heard. And they would post this all over Twitter, and Tim Pool's dumbass would fall for it. And then normal people like me, who actually care about the truth, we would go to the fucking court filings and look it up and read that his lawyers were the ones who were pushing the court dates back every single time. It was just them every fucking time. I'm pretty sure that's the same person, right? That's who I'm thinking of. Jake Lang was locked up for over 4 years, approximately 1,095 days, or 4 years and 6 days, following his arrest on January 16th, 2021 for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. He was held without bail during this period while awaiting trial on multiple charges, including assaulting law enforcement officers with a baseball bat. Lang was released in January 2025 after receiving a pardon from President Trump. Duration. He was one of the longest serving January 6 defendants, spending over 1,200 days in custody before his release. Lang claimed to have spent at least 900 days in solitary confinement during his incarceration. He was released January 2025 following a presidential pardon. In February of 2026, Lang was arrested again in Minnesota for destroying an ice sculpture. Oh.
Him, and all that he would say was like, I'm a bad boy and I do bad things.
Lang is a far-right activist, a part
This is it. This is
the
it.
January 6 rioter who
Yep.
is
That's the ice sculpture.
charged with assaulting an officer at the U.S. Capitol.
Pro-ice, baby! America first, America!
This is a big MAGA hero, right? This is somebody that MAGA is props up pretty heavily, but they whine and cry about, you know, people who are obstructing officers, breaking the law, staying here on expired visas and shit like that. But this is somebody who literally assaults officers and destroys private property and shit, public property, and does all sorts of heinous crimes. And they'll vote, you know, they're happy with this criminal. I think he's also running for Congress or something like that, and they're happy with this criminal just the same as they're happy with Donald Trump, somebody who's a convicted felon as well. So they just constantly uplifting convicted felons and criminals and people like this. This is what we would consider MAGA caliber.
Over the last year, Lang has toured the country with a campaign characterized as racist and xenophobic.
What's your message to all the Muslims here in the United States? Go home. Go back to Somalia. This is a Christian country.
On the afternoon,
if you guys remember, I think there was also a situation. Do you remember the kid who was involved in a stabbing at a high school? Carmelo Anthony stabbed, I think his name was Austin Metcalf. And Jake Lang held a big protest for Austin Metcalf, saying that they needed to Tom, you're a convicted felon. Correct. And I did my time. 1 and 2, I don't celebrate the crimes that I committed. I don't act like I was justified in committing those crimes. I don't act like I was a victim. And in 3, I do talk about these things as a negative. I do talk about all of this as bad things that I did, not good things. I don't act like I was some sort of hero for committing crimes. So very different. Also, that was 18 years ago. He's currently still doing this shit. So very different. Very, very different. Also, I'm not running for office and not the president. So close though. You notice all these live chats with Democrat liberals. They were so quiet when Obama was the president. They didn't care about him breaking the record for the most deportations ever. What do you mean we didn't care about it? What does that mean we didn't care about it? Can you explain what that means, we didn't care about it? Because, 1, it was liberals who gave Obama the nickname Deporter-in-Chief, right? That was liberals, right? The Deporter-in-Chief. That was a nickname that Democrats gave Obama while he was in office, number 1. Okay? Number 2, we were happy that Obama broke the record. He ran on deporting people. This isn't, when you say we didn't care, like, you don't know what that means. He ran on this. We voted for him because he said he was going to deport people. We were okay with that. I don't know what that means. We didn't care. 3, the liberals like deportations. Okay, well, liberals are okay with deportations. We are happy getting illegal immigrants out of the country. We have no problem with that. We are liberals. We are cool with that. Now, progressives were not okay with the way that Obama was doing this stuff, and progressives were heavily critical of Obama when he was in office and the way that he was doing deportations. And third, Obama changed a lot of the standards for how we do deportations. Donald Trump got rid of those standards, but Obama changed a lot of the standards to do them ethically. Donald Trump, currently, 5% of the people that he deports have some sort of violent criminal record. Okay, 5%. Obama had 90%. 90% violent criminal records. Okay, 90% for Obama. That's another. Then on top of that, Obama was not doing street raids and like these big propaganda, shows of force out in the streets doing this shit. Obama didn't do that. It's not a thing that anybody else has done except for Donald Trump. This is very specific to Donald Trump. Nobody has done the shit that Donald Trump is doing. Nobody. Okay? So and just to be clear, when you say nobody cared about Obama doing this, well, Obama has the record for an 8-year period. Biden has the record for a 4-year period. We just had Biden set the record during the last administration for a 4-year period. So this is when you say, "Well, they don't care." We're not against like deporting illegal immigrants. So what do you mean we don't care? Like, yeah, we cared. We voted for him for this shit. What do you mean? We're just not brain dead. We actually care about the law. We actually care about the Constitution. We actually care about Americans. We actually care about these things. We don't just virtue signal it all the time.
Day helped save Lang in downtown Minneapolis. He said he had planned to publicly burn a Quran.
Knowing what you know about Jake Lang now, would you have still helped him?
I feel like...
Yeah, that person did not respond. They did not respond.
I would have. I feel like no one deserves that type of treatment. Like, you don't deserve to die or be brutally beaten for your views politically, religiously.
Do you think Jake Lang would do the same for you? That
Absolutely
he would help
you? Not. I mean, no. 100%. I'm exactly what he stands against, which is like a trans woman and a person of color.
You guys exchanged numbers in that moment because the car was damaged.
Yeah.
You text him, right?
Mm-hmm. So I said Jake, and then I said, hey, this is Dave from the car earlier. While I do not whatsoever support you or your ideals, I'm happy to see that you are going to be okay, and I hope this has some sort of impact on you, because the fear and urgency you felt trying to escape that crowd is what people here feel every day. America was never ours to begin with, so how does it make sense that we can't share, especially with people seeking safety and shelter?
Day says Lang never responded to her text message.
Ooh. What's your message to him if he's watching this?
My message would be, honestly, like, go to therapy.
The majority are loving this, and we want more deportations and less social. No, the majority are not loving this. By far, the majority are against Trump's deportations and the way that he's handling it. The majority of people are in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. The majority of people are against the way that Trump is doing it. The majority of people thought that the Alex Preddy situation was unjustified. The majority of people thought that Renee Good shooting was unjustified. The majority of Americans are against the way that Donald Trump is handling these things. So, even 60% of the Dems. No, 60% of Democrats are in favor of deportations, bro. Not what Trump is doing. That's a lie? Oh, really? Okay, so you're quoting polling, right? So you believe in polling. You're not going to just say polling is fake when I pull up polling. You just quoted polling, right? You just quoted polling twice now. So don't turn around and act like polling is fake in just a minute when we go over this, okay? Trump with the lowest approval ratings is yeah, everybody's happy with him. As of early 2026, roughly 50 to 59% of Americans approve of Trump's efforts to increase deportations of immigrants living in the U.S. illegally, though approval for the tactics used by ICE and Immigration Customs and Enforcement is lower, with 60 to 63% disapproving of their methods. What? 60 to 63% disapprove of their methods? What the fuck? What happened? What happened, bro? What the fuck? What was that? What? Holy shit, dude, what? You do realize that you're doing everything BlackRock wants you to do. Trump isn't uniparty. Why this? Wait. Donald Trump has significant ties to BlackRock, primarily through strong working relationships with CEO Larry Fink, who acts as an advisor, and through BlackRock's involvement in major deals like the Panama Canal Ports acquisition that Trump publicly praised, alongside BlackRock's investment in Trump's own media companies. Their connection spans from advising on economic policy and infrastructure to strategic commercial investments that align with Trump's nationalistic goals, even as BlackRock also faces scrutiny from the Trump administration for ESG policies. BlackRock has had more involvement in the Trump administration than any other administration ever. So, cool story, bro. Nice try. I love that you really care about BlackRock, and then all of a sudden you just ignore it when it's the Trump administration, but that's okay. Trump has significant ties to the world, dude. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, so just make excuses. That's fine. Whatever excuse works for you, bro. Whatever excuse. So it's okay if he has significant ties to the world. Literally every president has significant ties to the world. Every president ever has had significant ties to the world. Every single fucking president ever has had significant ties to the world. So so you're okay with all of them then? You're okay with all of them? I don't want to. You were just a second ago saying he's not the uniparty, that I'm doing what BlackRock wants. But in reality, Donald Trump has more, that BlackRock has more involvement in the Trump administration than any administration ever, and you're gonna make excuses for it. You don't give a fuck about BlackRock, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, anyways, February 2026 poll indicated 59% of Americans approved of increased efforts to deport people living in the country illegally. Others 2026 polls have shown figures around 50 to 54%. While support for the policy of deportation exists, there is significant concern about the methods, with 61% of voters in early 2026 stating ICE had gone too far. Support is highly divided by party, with a substantial majority of Trump voters supporting the actions, 55% is about right, while many independents and Democrats are critical, particularly following intense, visible enforcement actions. Growing shares of Americans, 53% in late 2025, have expressed the administration is doing too much regarding deportations. So the majority are against Trump's deportations, okay? Now, these polls are from before the Good shooting and the Preddy shooting, and the majority of Americans felt those were unjustified. So that number is almost definitely above 60% at this point. Almost definitely above 60% at this point. The fact that people are acting like these are just deportations is the most embarrassing cope of all fucking time. It is the most embarrassing fucking cope of all time. It said 59 supports him. No, not him. No, they support immigration. They support illegal immigration enforcement. They support deportations. Not him. So it says the majority of people are in favor of removing illegal immigrants from the country. The majority of people are against the way that Trump is doing it. Scroll up and read it again. A February 2026 poll indicated 59% of Americans approved of increased efforts to deport people living in the country illegally. Other polls have shown figures like 50 to 54%. Concerns over tactics. While support for the policy of deportation exists, there is significant concern about the methods, with 61% of voters in early 2026 stating ICE had gone too far. Partisan demographic split. Support is highly divided by party, with a substantial majority of Trump voters supporting the actions, 55% about right, say it's about right, while many independents and Democrats are critical, particularly following intense visible enforcement actions. So this is saying, wait, what? As of February? Yeah. You realize, again, you're talking about deportations. You know that that's not where the disagreement was, right? How are you confused here? We're not disagreeing on whether or not Americans support deporting illegal immigrants. We aren't disagreeing on this. We all agree. Yes, the majority of Americans support deporting illegal immigrants. We have all agreed on this the entire time. That's not where the disagreement is. 59% support increased efforts, Trump's efforts. 60% thinks the methods are flawed. It didn't say efforts. It didn't say Trump's efforts. What are you talking about? It said increased efforts to deport people living illegally in our country. It does not say Trump's efforts. I don't know why you're fucking adding that in. It literally says that people who support Trump, only 55% of them think that this is about right. So even for Trump voters, it's only 55% of them who even support this. So I don't know what fucking cope you're on right now, but there's no way you think that the efforts to deport people means Trump's efforts in the way that he's doing it. I don't know what you think that means. Holy shit, if it's in February, then who else would it mean? There's not a who. There's not a who. You're just fucking adding that in. There isn't a who. It's just efforts to deport people. People are all in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. We're all in favor of this. We're all on the same team. This is why whenever people bring up, oh, Barack Obama and Biden, they deported all these people. Oh, nobody cared. Yeah, because we're not against deporting illegal immigrants. We're not against this. None of us are against this shit. We're against the way that the Trump administration does this. That's it. It's not that hard. It's not hard. This is what everybody has said from the beginning. This is what all the protests have been about. This is what all the shit's been about. It has been about the way that Trump does it. And even other polls show that before the Trump administration, that we had higher percentages of people saying that they wanted illegal immigrants deported. The only reason that it's down around like 60-65% now is because Trump's in office. And people are like, oh, well, the way that Trump does it, no, I'm not in favor of that. So for right now, no, I'm not in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. So there's lots of people who are still saying, yes, I'm in favor of deporting illegal immigrants, but they're not when Trump is in office. So honestly, we need to completely reassess this whole legal, illegal, anti-human logic. I don't think it's... I understand the argument for why people think it's like anti-human. I understand why people think it's like regressive. I don't think it is. I think it's accurate. I think that if somebody's body is literally in the country, that means that their body, their person is literally illegal. Like, that's what it means. It means like your body is not allowed to be on this side of the border without permission. If you are here, you are illegal. You as a person, you as a body, you are illegal. And so I understand why people feel like it's used in a way that is dehumanizing. I would say that for sure. But that's the case with anything. It's not the terminology that's problematic. It is like, I've talked about this. When I was a conservative, Trump was running in 2016, and I was very much becoming like confused by the Republican Party, because I was like, what the fuck? Like, who is this guy? This guy's a fucking clown. He is not a Christian. He's not conservative. He doesn't believe in any of the shit that we believe in. He is fucking racist. He is a nut job. Like, there's no way that we, people who are supposed to be Christians and principled, and like, there's no way we would vote for this motherfucker, right? The way that I watched conservatives use the word Mexican during that period, I've said this a ton of times in the past, but it sounded like a slur. They used it with so much vigor and so much like disdain. Those fucking Mexicans. Like, it started to feel, and it was a common thing where people would say like, are we all the same Mexican anymore? Are we still allowed to say Mexican? Like, it felt weird all of a sudden because so many people said Mexican, fucking Mexican, those fucking Mexicans. Like, they said it in such a way that it started to feel wrong to even say the word Mexican anymore. So like, you can do this with anything. Anything can start to sound dehumanizing and sound like, sound bad. And I do think the way that people say those fucking illegals, like, I do think that it starts to sound very, very negative, like in the way that they say it. But I think it's accurate, like legally, connotatively accurate. 1. 2, an illegal immigrant is different than an undocumented immigrant. Those are different things. Like, people who come into the country who apply for asylum, they're not documented. These are not documented immigrants, but they're here waiting for a court date. And so they are here legally, but they're not documented. And so those people would be undocumented, but they wouldn't be illegal. And so there is a separation of terms in the way that they're used for these sorts of things. So no, he can see Mexican 1,000 times. What? He can see. Whoa, that's some skill there, dude. Ooh, I can't see Mexican more than like 5 times. That's 1,000? Whoa, boy, bro. Sheesh. Who is this? Who is this god? Who is this hero who can see it 1,000 times?
The indictment says that Don Lemon, and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone. Even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically.
The white Democrats started the KKK. You understand that? The Democrats started the KKK? I don't think the Democrat Party had anything to do with the KKK. I know that the people who were in the KKK were Democrats, but I don't think the Democrat Party had anything to do. I don't think they started it. Now, people who were in the KKK did get elected to the Democrat Party. Let me ask you a question, though. Those KKK people, let me ask you a question, okay? Who was it that wrote that? I want to make sure I'm Mark John. Okay, so Mark John. All right, you ready for this question? I want to make sure you're still here. I want to make sure you actually answer this question. So just let me know. They're supposed to get the green card. Okay, sure. You just let me know that you're listening so that I can make sure that you're actually gonna answer this question. I want to make sure that I don't want to like catch you off guard or like be like I don't want to be like way ahead and then ask you a question and you not answer and everybody start in chat say, oh, Mark's running. I want to make sure that you're actually like live and that you hear what I'm saying so that we can we can make sure we're being good faith. Let me know when you hear me. When the Rolling Stones are Mark, the last chance, buddy. I'm gonna assume you're a bot that is just posting shit in chat, and I'll ask Justice the Rot instead.
Tom, tell him how David Duke ran as a Republican after party switch.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure Mark is a bot. We're gonna let you go, Mark. Appreciate you trying. All right, Justice the Rat, I appreciate you responding. Okay, so let me ask you a question. The people who were in the KKK, the people who started the KKK, the people who were like running in the KKK, and they were Democrats, were they liberal or were they conservative? What were their beliefs? What were their values? Were they liberal or conservative? They were evil beliefs. Wait, what? Just like the modern day Democrats supporting open borders. Wait, you're saying the people who started the KKK, those people supported open borders, is what you're telling me right now, right? They supported abortion? Really? Men and women's sports. So you're telling me those people supported abortion, they supported open borders, they loved illegal immigrants. The KKK loved illegal immigrants. That's what you're telling me right now, right? They weren't white, Christian, mostly Southern, conservative people with very similar beliefs to the Republican Party today. That's what you're telling me, is that they were open borders socialists who were all just a bunch of hippies, just I can't hear you when I'm speaking. I can't hear you at all. Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood to keep Black Latino population under control. Democrats. I'm sorry. Do you not realize what my question is? Do you know you're obfuscating the question? I asked you a question. There were two options. You haven't answered the question. You're just rambling now. I'm not. Is this another Mark? Is this another person who can't answer questions? They're just rambling shit. Is this another bot? What's happening? I asked you a question. There were two options. You have typed 4 messages since and haven't given me an answer yet. You somehow now are talking about fucking Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. What the fuck? What is happening? How about this? Okay. If you would like, all right, you can call in. If you guys disagree, you can call in. If you want to answer the question, you can call in and we'll get into it, okay? And we'll try to be quick so that a number of people can call in. But here's a phone number right here. It's on the screen. Oh wait, it's not on the other one. Here's a phone number right here. It's on the screen. You can call that number if you want to call in, and The answer is that they were conservative. The KKK was very conservative. The Democrat Party at the time was very conservative. The people who we call Dixiecrats today are people who vote for the Republican Party. Dixiecrats today vote Republican. Dixiecrats today, like Donald Trump, that they are not. They were conservatives. They were conservative. So when you say the Democrats, okay, well, Democrat is just a party. Republican, Democrat, these things change. The Republican Party is not even the same party that it was when George Bush was in. What, you're going to go all the way back to the fucking 50s and 60s and try to pretend that the Democrats are the same that they were back then when they aren't even the same that they were during Bill Clinton? And you're even, like, even just 5 minutes ago, there were a bunch of people in chat trying to claim that the Democrat Party of Obama is not the same Democrat Party of today. Okay, and you're still trying to claim that it's the same Democrat Party of the fucking 50s? Give me a fucking break. They were conservative back then, okay? What was liberal belief at the time? At the time? Like, what do you mean? What was liberal belief at the time? Like, progressives are the people who pushed for like anti-slavery. Progressives were also people who pushed to get rid of Jim Crow. Liberals were people who were again, normally the centrists of America. So you have conservatives who kind of like want to keep things the same or go backwards, and then you have progressives who are trying to push everything in another direction. Liberals are the centrists. The Constitution, America, our values, our founding fathers are all built on liberalism. Liberals are the centrists. But the phone number's there. I see a bunch of people saying that you're willing to call in, but nobody's called so far. So if you guys are going to call in, time to do it now. Actually, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. But if you want to call in, send a text message. Thank you, a little bits, for the gifted membership. Also, thank you to Bucky a minute ago. He said, "Tell Tom, tell them how David Duke ran as a Republican after the party switch." Yeah, it's something I'm pretty sure that they are aware of. But anyways, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Send a text message to this number right here on the screen, and when I come back, I will tell you when to call in. Okay? Oh no, bro didn't answer. I have no missed calls. Send a text message to it. Go ahead and send a text. I'm looking at it right now. Okay? I'm looking at it. I have no missed calls. There's a possibility that it's glitching out a little bit, but I always get text messages. I don't always get calls. I don't know why that's the case, but send a text message. I will reply to you right now. So, but give me a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, send a text, and then in order, I will tell people when to call in.
The indictment says that Don Lemon, and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone. Even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically intimidating people and preventing them from leaving the premises?
There were quite a few of those or statements there. You also have to realize this is two different charges against Don Lemon and against the
I'm
others.
asking about the second charge, the FACE Act charge, which requires the threat of or physical obstruction.
Yes. So when it comes to physical obstruction, he and two others, members of the group, are going up on the pastor, preventing him from moving and asking him questions. Now, we'll see. I mean, I'm not the prosecutor who is bringing these charges, but when it comes to interrupting someone when they're about to, this is private property where the pastor was planning to give his sermon. And in the middle of that sermon, they came up and blocked him. And Don Lemon, knowing that and this is the remarks that he gave before the event, he said they're going to be disrupting business as usual, which is what he engaged in. Honestly, to me, I think the stronger charge is the KKK Act charge, because with that one, they are protecting these people whose right to the free exercise of religion was arguably abridged. And I think Don Lemon was very much part of that abridgment.
All right. Yeah, you guys would be able to hear it if it was ringing. Everybody can hear when it rings. Okay. So I got a text message, but whoever it is that's pretending that you called in, everybody would hear your call. Everybody would hear it if you called in. You haven't called. I don't know why the fuck you're lying. Everybody watches me take call-ins every fucking day. So stop fucking lying. You didn't call. You're pretending that you got fucking cojones and you don't. All right? Nobody's impressed. You didn't fucking call. And you didn't send a text either. So I got texts from people, but nobody who wants to call in. All right. Well, then we're gonna move on. I thought we had people who wanted to talk. I thought we were gonna get into it. That's too bad.
Republicans have just one vote to spare with their razor-thin majority in the House. But one Republican has drawn more ire from President Trump than any other. This was Friday at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington.
No matter what we do, this moron, no matter what it is, we'll get 100% vote except for this guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Thomas Massey, a libertarian-minded conservative, has represented Northern Kentucky since 2012, a perennial no vote on spending bills, and now a leader in pushing for the full release of the Epstein files over the president's furious objections. He joins me now live from his farm in Kentucky. Congressman Massey, thank you so much for being here. I do want to ask you about that comment from the President of the United States insulting you like that at the National Prayer Breakfast. What's your response to him?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know I'm in the president's prayers. But second of all, you know, on the internet, some people have suggested that MIT should take my degree away. And my response is, which one should they take away? I have 2 degrees from MIT. And
well, to MAGA, that is, that's not a good thing. It's not a brag to say that you have a degree. To them, that means that you've been brainwashed by the woke Marxists. And so yeah, while I think it's good to have a degree, and that generally it means that you make a lot more money over your lifetime, he's using the wrong rhetoric for the wrong crowd.
I'm sorry you booked a moron today on your show.
Well, fair enough. I do want to talk to you about your fight to release the Epstein files in a minute. But first, I want to get your reaction to the news about how the president posted, then deleted this racist video depicting the Obama as apes. He has refused to apologize. Do you think he should apologize to the Obamas?
He should absolutely apologize. He's gone too far. I mean, he's attacked my wife recently online, and I do think there are limits. If for a while it's kind of funny, but once you pass certain guardrails, like attacking a man's spouse or getting into racist tropes, I think it's somebody at the White House, maybe Susie Wiles, needs to go to the president and just ask him for his phone, and maybe ask him just to show him the tweet before he sends it out.
Yeah, just to follow up on your wife.
Just real quick, I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but we are raising money for new RAM. I got to get more RAM. We host a lot of debates on this channel. We're doing panels and stuff like that. We've got a couple of debates coming up in the next couple of days. We've got an ex-ICE officer, Marte, coming on to debate Wick on whether or not Donald Trump's ICE is a net benefit for America. And then we have a panel on whether or not Donald Trump pushing all of the other world leaders away from the United States and all of the other world leaders condemning the United States over the last couple of weeks, whether or not this is beneficial for the United States, the kind of insular America First agenda playing out. And so we've got a panel on that coming up with Dylan Burns and some others as well. I do need some suggestions, so if anybody has suggestions on right-wingers who are capable of talking about economics and geopolitics, that I really need some suggestions. I don't know any. I'm not aware of any who are capable of having these conversations, and so if anybody has recommendations on right-wingers who are capable of going and debating and talking about geopolitics and economics, most of the right-wingers that we have on these shows normally only talk about like cultural topics, and so I do need come on, Tom, the video showed all of the political zoo. Biden was depicted as a monkey. Come on, what? Is this another bot? This has to be a bot. It's somebody that they, like, I don't think the bots can tell what's being talked about on the stream or what my positions are, so they just say shit. They just say random fucking shit, dude. But yeah, anyways, if you would like to donate, I do need more RAM to be able to host these panels in a efficient way. We're trying to do a bit more production. We want to do it like Piers Morgan style and have a bit more production added to it, but I need more RAM to do this. So if you want to donate, we only need to raise like $200 over the next couple of days. There's a link on my main page or in the description for stream elements, and you can just go to my main channel, click on the channel, excuse me, click on the channel, and then go right here where it has all my links, and click streamelements.com/tip Tomfoolery show/tip, and you're able to use a debit card, a credit card, or even your PayPal. And when you send the donation, it'll allow you to leave a message as well, and that message will be read on stream. So if you want to donate, please do use the tips link, and we will put this towards getting new RAM. Sending super chats is helpful as well, but it won't go towards the RAM. It won't go towards me getting RAM. I got to get that a little bit faster, so it would have to go through the stream elements. And we do have 2 streams going right now, so if you guys want to watch, some of you might be watching on the vertical streams going right now. So I don't care. You sound like a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. We have that one, and then we also have this one. And so yes, we have 2 streams going right now, so you can watch on either one. Click on the channel if you want to watch in vertical or landscape. They're both there.
Because it is alarming. Multiple times he has gone after her in social media posts. I mean, how angry does that make you?
It doesn't make me angry, but it's unfair to my spouse. I mean, look, Donald Trump was giving to Democrats when my wife was working for Right to Work and Campaign for Liberty, and Rand Paul, in fact, worked in Rand Paul's office over a decade ago.
Sorry, I haven't donated. You're on thin ice, buddy. Okay, couple more days and you're just gonna be banned. That's gonna be that. You and Kyle both. All right.
Back when Donald Trump was still a Democrat. So I think it's wrong. Fortunately, everything he says about her is untrue, but it's beyond the pale. And people recoil when he goes to those racist tropes or when he attacks spouses. It's just uncalled for.
Okay, so let's talk about the Epstein files. Of course, it was your legislation that requires the Trump administration to have released all the Epstein files by last December. The Justice Department now has released more than 3 million documents, and it says the Justice Department is saying that they have fully complied with the law. Is the Trump administration complying with the law?
No. Well, they missed the deadline, but that's not the worst part. The 2 worst parts are they're releasing victims' information. I mean, just outright lists of victims. It's terrible. And beyond that, they are withholding the perpetrators' names. There's still 302 files. Those are the forms that the FBI fills out after they interview witnesses and victims, and they're still withholding those. And they're over redacting the documents that have, you know, they relate to some really sketchy emails, but we can't see who the sender was. And so they really need to come off some more information. Monday, Todd Blanche said that members of Congress can come and start viewing those redactions. Ro Khanna and I are very interested in going and reviewing some of those redactions, but there are also files that we need to see. And finally, Pam Bondi will be in front of my committee. I serve on the Judiciary Committee this coming week on Wednesday. And so I'll have some questions for her related to the Epstein files.
What are you going to ask her?
Well, where are the rest of the documents? Why did they release victims' names? They took extra time, they said, to be safe. And, you know, what are these redactions? Now, we may get to see those redactions. Hopefully, we can go to the DOJ before she shows up on Wednesday and see how responsive they are to us in person. But, you know, she's not, if you notice, they don't put her out in front anymore. They put Todd Blanche out in front, because she's been all over the map. She has no credibility on this. She said there are there's a ton of files. They're on my desk. I'm going to release them. And then she said there's nothing but, you know, child sexual abuse material. And
They used to do the same with Nancy Mace. Have you guys seen this stuff with Nancy Mace and alcohol? Have you guys seen this?
I had to come out with a genetic condition that I've had all my life. I'm not allowed to drink or consume much in the way of alcohol. It's called hemochromatosis. If you do, it'll destroy your organs and you'll die. It would literally kill me.
Nancy Mace was getting her staffers to go get alcohol for her in the middle of the night. Not appropriate use of your congressional staffers. She says it would literally kill her. Okay, so story's fake. It would kill me. Done. Case closed. What? What's this? Huh. That's weird. Wait, what?
Was she listening to Kid Rock in the background?
What's this?
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
Oh, but maybe that's not alcohol. Maybe that's like soda.
This is a low country lager.
Oh, weird. Okay. What are we doing? Maybe they're all actually non-alcoholic.
Bro, MAGA, like, they just see somebody who's like half good looking and they're just like, yes, I will vote for that. Hell yes. I don't give a fuck how much they fuck up our government or how much they lie. I will vote for that, dude. They see a guy with money, they're like, I don't care how he got that money or how corrupt he is or how crooked. I will vote for that, dude. It's literally just like red pill thought processes, just kind of taking over. Like, you know, you got the same with Lauren Boebert and others. It's just nonstop, dude. Nonstop.
And nobody wants to see that.
But then they'll make up a conspiracy theory about Ilhan Omar. They'll just make it up and just, you know, come up with their own fucking bullshit with no evidence. And then when it's disproven, then they'll say it's the deep state trying to push back and blah blah blah. Like but then you have like hard fucking proof of these people lying, and they don't buy it at all. But Ilhan Omar is a fucking liar, dude. She's fucking lying all the time, bro. It's a little fucking liar.
And she said, "Oh, we found a whole bunch more, and there are going to be more investigations." But what are those investigations, for instance?
Yeah.
And so there's a whole host of questions for her. But I'm glad that.
Did she marry her brother? No. And if you think she did, you think there's evidence for that, hey, I got something for you. It's right here. It's a phone number. You can call in. We can go over that evidence. You can expose me right here live. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about this. You could totally just I just made up that answer, right? I have never looked into this ever, and you can just come on here with the evidence and show it right now, and we'll pull it up, and everybody else, and I'll be exposed, and everybody's, what? Oh my goodness, that guy, he fucking lied about this, and this caller totally fucking owned him. He's a hero. He got him. We finally got this motherfucker. He's always lying to everybody. Holy shit, somebody finally got him. You can do it, man. Today's your day.
She's coming to judiciary. She hasn't been there since she's been attorney general.
How are you gonna respond if they don't fully comply with the law? I mean, you had told me before that you may go to the floor and actually read the names of people on the alleged Epstein client list. Are you still planning to do that?
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there.
Oh, we got a caller.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Thank you for calling the Tom Foolery Show. What's your name?
James Corden.
James Corden. How's it going, man?
No, not that James Corden. Trust me.
Gotcha. All right. So what can I do for you, James?
First, let me ask: are you pro or anti-Trump?
Anti-Trump.
Okay. Well, look, I'm pro-Trump, and I know you don't agree with everything Trump does, but you got to admit, he has just the most juicy ass imaginable, and those voluptuous boobs.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Well,
I
enough.
like many of my MAGA constituents and brothers just want him to cream on my gay little face.
We can come together on this one. There's bipartisanship right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what it looks like. We all agree MAGA is gay. This is
Oh, I ain't gay, brother.
This is it. Well, I appreciate you.
You for him. Ooh.
Awesome. Well, thanks for calling in, homie. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, guys. Breaking news here on the Tom Foolery Show. MAGA is gay. We have more evidence now that MAGA is gay than that Ilhan Omar married her brother.
There are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms.
Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that he and his wife decided around 2005 to cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. But the latest release shows that there was some correspondence after that, even after Epstein pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States, the prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about.
That's not very nice to gay folks. I think the gay folks on Grindr would disagree with you. Okay. I think the gay folks on Grindr would disagree.
Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
And just for the record, the Commerce Department says that he had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife, has never been accused of wrongdoing. I do want to ask you about Trump, because his name has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein files. Do you think that he should answer questions to Congress, to maybe even testify about what he knows?
Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm happy that the Clintons are going to testify. I want to hear what they have to say, and I want to hear their responses to these things. And yeah, I think that Donald Trump also should. I mean, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. When we're talking about the period of time where the majority of these crimes were committed, Donald Trump was his best friend during that period. This was Epstein's best friend. So why wouldn't we hear him? He is also included in court documents with accusations of him raping 13-year-old girls. We don't have these accusations against Clinton. We don't have any young girls saying that Clinton did these things. We don't have any statements of this. But we have court filings of not only girls saying that they were raped at the age of 13, but numerous witnesses testifying to this under penalty of perjury, and saying that Donald Trump and Epstein were why isn't he testifying? Where's the where's his testimony? I would want to hear him. But instead Donald Trump says that if you are still talking about the Epstein files, you're not MAGA. You're not part of his movement. Donald Trump says that anybody who still cares about the Epstein stuff is working for the Democrats. So dishonest, making it up. Wait, you think I made that up? You don't know about this? You think I made that up? There were 0 victims that implicated Trump. You're lying, fucktard. Really? So if I pull it up right here. So Tall Paul, and who was the other one? Tall Paul and I don't know what that says. Thomstow? Tall Paul and Thomstow. I want to make sure you guys are here, right? I will pull it up. You guys are still here, yes? You guys aren't gonna run away, right? Oh man, did they already run away? Tom, I think you and I agree on some things, probably disagree. I think the Clinton is going to be a closed hearing, last I heard. Sure, but I would assume that there's going to be something that comes out of it. Damn, they already ran away. Tall Paul and Thomstow just ran away. Every time, there's a lot of people who want to type shit in chat at me and say things to me, but then every time I respond to them, they run away. Why does this keep happening? Maybe there's a problem with YouTube. It's probably a YouTube problem. It's probably a glitch. It's probably the deep state making sure these people are truth seekers who want to know. And there we got Tall Paul. Bring it. Interview in real time from a victim saying Trump violated me. Wait, hold on. Did I say an interview? I didn't say an interview. I said that there are affidavits, sworn affidavits in court filings under penalty of perjury, written from a victim saying that she was raped by Trump and Epstein at a party, and numerous witnesses who were there. And this is a court case that was filed before anybody knew who Epstein was. and before Donald Trump was president. So this isn't somebody who, after they found out who, Trump was president and there was this guy named Epstein who's known for raping little girls, they thought, oh, I'll just try to implicate these two people together and everybody will hear that Donald Trump was a fucking pedophile and they'll all hear. No. Epstein had not had his big case yet in 2019. This took place starting in 2015 and then in 2016. So I will... Fake bullshit then? Oh, wait, you haven't even seen it yet. You're already calling it fake? What happened? You haven't even seen it yet. You're already coping? Wow, that was quick, dude. That was quick. We have a record time. He didn't even see the evidence yet, and he's already saying it's fake. He didn't even get a chance to look. We have normally it takes 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes after they see it to come up with some way to cope about it. This is a record-breaking thing. We're in negative time right now. Negative time. We haven't even gotten to the fucking documents yet, and they're already calling it fake. Bring it. What do you mean bring it? You already showed your hand, bro. You already showed your hand. Why would I show it now? You already showed your hand. You're gonna call it fake no matter what. You don't even need to see it in order for you to call it fake. You don't even have to have a reason to call it fake. You don't have to have evidence to call it fake. You'll just call it fake because it doesn't align with your fucking bias. That's great. That's fucking great. Okay. Jane Doe. Here you go. Here you go. All right. Notice voluntary dismissal. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. This is a court case. You can look it up yourself. This is case number 1:16-CV-04642. Okay. This is released part of the Epstein files as well. So this was also released with all of the others. This is dated 11/04/2016. Okay, so this is before anybody even knew who Epstein was, before he was this big household name, before anybody knew about his crimes and all this shit, before all of that. Okay, so this is somebody who knew who Epstein was, knew who Trump was, and filed court cases and sworn affidavits before. Okay. Okay, yeah. The jury trial demanded. Complaint for rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and defamation. Plaintiff, an individual residing in and a citizen of the state of California. Upon information, belief defendants Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey E. Epstein each reside in the districts and are citizens of the state of New York. Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and threats of death and or serious bodily injury by the defendants that took place at several parties during the summer months of 1994. The parties were held by defendants Epstein at a New York City residence that was being used by the defendant Epstein at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan. During this period, plaintiff was a minor of the age 13 and was legally incapable under New York law of consenting to sexual intercourse and other sexual contacts detailed herein. So this goes on to kind of detail what it is that the plaintiff is claiming. District of New York. All right, here we are. Jane Doe, the plaintiff in this matter, proceeding under the pseudonym as follows. Says she's competent, over the age of 18. It's not pressured to do this. The parties were held at New York City residence that was being used by the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein. Each of the parties had other minor females and a number of guests of Mr. Epstein, including defendant Donald Trump. At 4 of these parties I attended. I understood that both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant Trump had sexual contact with me at 4 different parties in the summer of 1994. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with defendant Donald Trump, defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly rape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Immediately following this rape, defendant Trump threatened me that were I to ever reveal any of the details of defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would physically be harmed, if not killed. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion involving defendant Epstein forced himself upon me and proceeded to rape me anally and vaginally despite my loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fist while he angrily screamed at me that he, defendant Epstein, should have been the one who took my virginity, not defendant Trump, before I finally managed to break away from defendant Epstein. Immediately following this rape, just like defendant Trump, defendant Epstein threatened me not to reveal any of the details of defendant Epstein's sexual and physical abuse of me or my family, and I would be physically harmed if not killed. So this goes on to talk about more details about girls who went missing, things like that. Okay. Here's another one. Joan Doe, pseudonym stated as follows. I am competent over the age of 18. In 1994 through 1995 school year, I was told by the plaintiff, Jane Doe, v. Trump and Epstein, that the plaintiff was subject to sexual contact by the defendants at parties in New York during the summer of 1994. So this is a witness who says, after this happened, at the time, this girl went and told her friend that this happened. She was telling them at the time, right? This isn't, she told me a couple days ago that this happened. We came up with, she came up with this thing way later. No, in 1994, under penalty of perjury, I am telling you back then, she told me that this happened, okay? There's one. Here's another one. And this one is from the Ghislaine Maxwell of the time. This is from somebody who worked for Epstein and recruited young girls for the parties. This is a girl who decided to leave Epstein's employment and decided to go and be part of the case on this girl's side, and wrote a declaration in support of her, saying that she was there, she heard all of this, she saw all of this, she was the one who recruited this girl. So that's this one, okay? I originally met Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 1990 when he was the age of 22. I attended a series of parties that same year in 1990 where I was paid to entertain various guests of Mr. Epstein. In the year 1991, I was promoted to the occupation of party planner, in which my duties were to get attractive adolescent women to attend these parties. I was hired and paid directly by Mr. Epstein from years 1991 through 2000 to attract adolescent women to attend these parties, most of which were held at what is known as the Wexner Mansion. In June 1994, while performing my duties as recruiter of adolescent women to attend Mr. Epstein's parties, I met a 13-year-old adolescent woman, the plaintiff in this matter, at the Port Authority in New York City, who said that she had come to New York City in the hopes of starting a modeling career. I persuaded the plaintiff to attend a series of parties with Mr. Epstein that took place during the summer of 1994. I told her that if she would join me at these parties, she would be introduced to people who could get her into the modeling profession, and she would be paid for attending. It was at these series of parties that I personally witnessed the plaintiff being forced to perform various sexual acts with Mr. Donald Trump and Mr. Epstein. Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were advised that she was 13 years old. I personally witnessed 4 sexual encounters that the plaintiff was forced to have with Mr. Trump during this period, including the 4th of these encounters where Mr. Trump forcibly raped her despite her pleas to stop. I personally witnessed the one occasion where Mr. Trump forced the plaintiff and a 12-year-old female named Maria to perform oral sex on Mr. Trump and witnessed his physical abuse of both minors when they finished the act. I personally witnessed or was made immediately aware of the 2 occasions where my boss, Mr. Epstein, attempted to rape and sodomize the plaintiff. I personally witnessed Mr. Epstein sexually and physically abuse the minor, females even younger than her. It was my job to personally witness and supervise these encounters between the underage girls that Mr. Epstein hired and his guests. I personally witnessed Mr. Trump physically threaten the life and the well-being of the plaintiff if she ever revealed any details of the physical and sexual abuse suffered by her at the hands of Mr. Trump. So this goes on. It also talks about girls who were threatened and went missing, including the Maria girl, who just stopped showing up. It talks about the fact that Trump says to the girl at one point, if you ever talk about this, you'll disappear, just like Maria did. Who's the person that witnessed all of these atrocities and kept them secret for 30 years? Well, that's the point, is that this is source. This is a court document. This is I gave the title of the court case earlier. I'll read it again. At the top of each document, I think. Case 1:16-CV -07673. So I will put this in chat for you guys if you want to look it up yourselves. This is not secret. This is well known. This was in the Epstein files, but this is not new. This is not like people have known about this for a while. Now, this case was eventually dropped because the girl said that she was getting threats to her life and she disappeared. She went into hiding and her lawyer had to come out and make a statement saying that she has had to disappear because she has had too many threats to her life. Now, again, this happened in 2016 before any of us knew who Epstein was. None of us knew who Epstein was at the time. So if this had come out in like 2020, I would be like, okay, yeah, you just so happen to just now start talking about Epstein and just now throw this out there and also drop the case when you're connecting the president to the guy who everybody says is a pedophile. Okay, yeah, sure. This happened before all of that. 1. 2, Donald Trump and Epstein both said that they were best friends for 10 to 15 years. But Trump said that they were best friends. Epstein said that they were best friends. And it was during this period. 3, during the period where Trump was best friends with Epstein, that is where Epstein did most of the most prolific pedophilic shit with minors. All of the stuff that was done was during the period where Donald Trump and Epstein were best friends. This is, let's see, hold on. Then there's also other women who, there's a bunch of girls who have talked about going to parties with Trump. There's the girls who said that they were at the Miss Teen USA pageants and that Donald Trump would come in and inappropriately look at them and talk to them while they were naked. There were numerous of those. Then there's this. Marla Maples once warned a mother of a teen girl to keep their daughter away from Maples and then husband President Donald Trump. At the time, Trump sometimes bussed in models for parties at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, which the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein also frequently attended. One 14-year-old model who was signed with Ford Models was told to dress sexy for a party in late 1994, according to the New York Times, detailing the relationship with Epstein. So this is a girl who was 14 and was going to a Trump party where it was all young girls, and she was told to dress sexy for the party. The girl's mother, Sandra Coleman, said her daughter, Tina Davis, was one of 8 or 9 models scouted for the party who were really young. Some of them could have been in training bras, Coleman told The Times. When they arrived at Mar-a-Lago, the girls were repeatedly offered champagne and approached by middle-aged men, Coleman said. Each time her daughter was approached, Coleman walked over and introduced herself as Tina's mother. So they weren't supposed to bring their parents. But her mom said, "You're not going without me." And so she just went to the party with her at Mar-a-Lago with the girl, okay? And this is what she's explaining happened there. At one point, they went to the bathroom and ran into Maples, a former model and beauty pageant contestant who was married to Trump at the time. The two women had also met earlier in the evening, and Maples collapsed Coleman's hands and looked her in the eyes and said, "Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband. Protect her." This is what Donald Trump's wife at the time said to the mother who was there with her young daughter. So, for all the people who are just like spamming fake news, this is a lie, blah, blah, blah. What evidence do you have that this is a lie? What evidence do you have that this is wrong? What evidence do you have that this is incorrect? What evidence do you have that this is fake? I would love to hear it. You can call in. There's a phone number on the screen. If you want to call in, you want to explain it. Lewis, if you want to, you seem to have a lot to say. So if you want to call in, you want to get into the evidence, we can go over it. You sound mad. Okay, even if that was true. So what? So are you gonna? Most of what you're hearing is hearsay. No, it's not. That it's not hearsay. It's first-person testimony. But yeah, they're not going to call in. They know that they're wrong. They know that they voted for a pedophile. They know that I don't even want to say he's a pedophile. I'm not even going to say that. But they know that this shit's fucked up. They know that there's something sketch going on here. They know that Donald Trump saying that anybody who's still talking about the Epstein files is not part of his movement, that they're not MAGA. They know that the fact that Trump has repeatedly said that there's nothing to see here. They know that the fact that Trump keeps saying that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax, that all of these people who before said that Epstein didn't kill himself are now flipping on that, saying Epstein did kill himself, that all of these people have totally changed their opinions on everything, and that the person who was Epstein's best friend throughout all of the time that he was doing all of the shit, they know that there's something there, and that Donald Trump has been caught lying about this so many fucking times, over and over and over. And now they know, and that's why they're not going to call in. They're not going to call in, and they're just going to keep sitting there and whining and crying in chat instead, because they know. Okay? They all know. They know. They just don't care. They just don't care. And they'll go back to whining and crying about Clinton because there was a picture of him in a dress or some shit like that. Like they'll keep whining and crying about Democrats because for them pedophilia is a political thing. For them pedophilia is partisan. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about good or bad. It's about politics. It's about Democrat or Republican. That's it. They don't care if it's one of theirs. We just had Musk. He was lying about this for the longest time. Elon Musk said that the files would never come out because Donald Trump was in them, right? Elon Musk told us this. But Elon Musk also said that he never went to the island and that he refused when Epstein tried to get him to go. And now we have the emails showing that actually Epstein was asking to go to the island. Epstein wanted to go to the island. He wanted the craziest party when he got there. All right? We know all of these people who are part of this Trump administration and group keep lying about this. We know that the other guy who was part of the Trump administration, who was Epstein's neighbor, said that he hated Epstein, he was disgusted by him, he never wanted anything to do with the guy. And then it turns out that they continued communicating for a long period afterwards. That just totally fucking lied. We have the emails, we have the proof. They keep lying. Now, again, not saying they're pedophiles, not saying that these people are pedophiles, but I am saying it's weird they keep lying about this shit. It's weird. They've lied over and over and over and over. The Democrats never lie. Even if that's something that I ever said, which I never said anything like that. What would that matter if Democrats lie sometimes? How is that relevant to what we're talking about right now with the Epstein files? How is that relevant at all? Can you make that make sense? Joseph. Yeah, Lewis is gonna stay crying in chat. Okay, guys, don't act like that motherfucker's got a spine. Don't act like he's got balls. All right, I think we can all tell. We all know that motherfucker does not have balls. That is not happening. Also, appreciate everybody joining. Make sure you take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on the vertical stream, you can just double tap the screen and that'll give it a thumbs up. And you can join the Discord right now. We need our liberal army in the fucking Discord, okay? Democrats, hit us up. Join the Discord. We got a bunch of debates in there. We have a lot of conversations. And we host debates on this channel fairly often. If you subscribe to the channel, you can find a bunch of debates on my channel right now. We have 2 panels that we just uploaded over the last couple of weeks. This one is a debate about the Alex Preddy situation. This one's about the Renee Good situation. We have a bunch of other debaters, content creators, YouTubers on the channel fairly regularly. So you can watch a bunch of different content that we put out on this channel. And then we also have a couple of streams. We got the vertical stream, and then we also have the landscape stream. So if you want to watch the vertical, you can click on that on the channel, and then you can also watch the landscape here. But click here and join the Discord, okay? And follow me on Twitter. All my links are right here. You can watch a bunch of my shorts on YouTube. You can watch them on TikTok. We put separate content out on different channels. So go click the links and follow me over here. But yes, join the Discord. Make sure you join the Discord. We're gonna have a movie night coming up pretty soon, and we got to hit 1,000 members in the Discord first. So join the Discord. Link is in the description and on the front page.
No one is legal on stolen land.
That's so brave.
Celebrities, you are more than welcome to have an opinion, but you can't be a hypocrite. If you stand on the stage like Billie Eilish and you talk about stolen land, you best be ready to give.
Why does this guy have the most punchable face ever? I promise you, it's not my face. It's just that conservatives are super violent. They're just very violent people, as statistics and studies have shown pretty much across the board. They're just very violent people, and it's just something that's in you that is the problem. It's not my face.
Give up your land. In that case, kindly shut up.
You benefit from proximity to whiteness, but you don't want to acknowledge all the issues that your people are creating in our country and for the world right now.
Wait, whoa. Sorry, proximity to whiteness is now a problem.
There is one big story brewing, and that is Bad Bunny. Is the malevolent rabbit gonna do what he's told to do and just sing, or is he gonna cause a ruckus?
Is that brown boy gonna do what he's told? You better do what you're told, brown boy. You want to cause no ruckus in here. All right? We don't want your dress-wearing ass coming in here with your sombreros and shit, all right? You do your job and you sing like you're supposed to, all right?
For a while, it felt like the era of celebrities in politics was over, from Hillary Clinton's toe-curling mannequin challenge to a Harris campaign which frittered millions on purchasing celebrity love. The message was loud and clear. We don't really care what any of you think. Unfortunately, like zombies descending from the Hollywood hills, these celebrity preachers are back, and whether you agree with them or not, recent history teaches us they're not going to change anybody's minds. That's why Bill Maher, who's certainly no fan of Donald Trump, used his show last week to tell them to shut up.
In a country where the big issue now is affordability, outside of, I don't know, Springsteen and a few others, celebrities don't strike people as relatable or in touch. And what their activism mostly activates is eye rolls.
Well, they're not listening.
What the fuck? I don't know why this shit's not working. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Abaddon, $5 tip. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. AB Clay said, don't forget to ram Tom. Ram Tom hard. Thank you. Yes. Ram me. Ram me. Thank you, guys. All right. What is it? 85. Appreciate it, guys. We are raising money for RAM. Okay, I need more RAM for my computer and more RAM for my booty. So if you guys want to donate, hit the tips link in the description or on the main page, and you'll be able to donate with the Stream Elements tips link. Super chats are fine as well, but that will not go towards the RAM. That takes 2 months to get to me, whereas the tips link is something that is helpful. But we are trying to put on a big show coming up, a bunch of big shows coming up, and we have to raise just a little bit of money. Just $200 is all we got to get. We're almost at $100 now. If you would like to donate, use the tips link here, and you can use PayPal, debit card, credit card, any of those things. I don't see any of your information. It goes through Stream Elements. They handle all of it for me, but it just sends the money to me afterwards. So if you'd like to donate, consider using the tips link. It is on the main page, or it is in the description, so check it out there.
Listening, just as people are generally not listening to Bruce Springsteen's anti-ICE protest song, and many people would rather they hadn't listened to this anti-ICE poem read by Peter Dinklage.
Iced wheels flinched and froze. Now, bare riot of candles, dark fury of flowers, pure howling of hymns. If for us she arose, somewhere in the pitch deep of our grief.
And on the subject of not listening, this week's Tone Deaf Award must surely go to Billie Eilish, a supremely talented singer, but who had stars at the Grammys clapping like seals for her pretty ludicrous claim that there are no illegal immigrants in America because all of the land is stolen. Now, we can't show you the original clip for reasons to do.
I've said this 1,000 times, guys. This is bad. This is bad. Like, I hate this fucking message. Please stop saying this shit. This is stupid. Like, this is such a fucking stupid thing to say. Holy shit, dude.
Propriety of the clip, but this AI rendition has captured the essence of the moment.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Oh my god. She's so brave. That's so brave. First, I'm joined by the best-selling author and host of No Spin News, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
Why the fuck did they make the Indian people look like Toucan Sam? What the fuck was that?
By the best-selling author and host of No Spin News.
What the fuck was that, dude? Why did they make him look like Toucan? Is this supposed to be a Jewish joke or something? Normally it's the bridge of the nose that's like a little bit more out, not the front of the nose. The front of the nose doesn't come out. That's supposed to be just the bridge of the nose. This is weird.
First, I'm joined by the best-selling author and host of No Spin News, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
How you feeling, Piers?
Google Republicans protesting. You'll be lucky to find one. You'll find the trucker protests and January 6th. Yeah. About it. It's about it. Not much else. Trucker protest, January 6th. January 6th was a riot, not a protest. Well, first off, that sort of fucking language is the stupid language that they use about every protest where there's ever a riot. But there are lots of people who were protesting there. There's tons of people who did not trespass, who did not go on to private property, who did not go inside the Capitol, who didn't go anywhere. They didn't go past the barricades. There were tons of people who literally stayed back, who had brains, who knew that this wasn't a tour, who knew that they weren't supposed to go and fight cops to get inside the Capitol, who knew that this was wrong. There were tons of people, the majority of them, who stayed back. So it truly was a mostly peaceful protest. The majority of the people there did not do that. The majority of them didn't do it. So it is an incorrect assessment to say that it was not a protest. There were people who did protest there. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you're on vertical, you can just double tap the screen and that'll give us a thumbs up. And if you're on the landscape stream, you can click the thumbs up down at the bottom. Appreciate you guys.
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing. We both fell off at the same time for different health reasons, but we're both back, which is the main thing. The show goes on.
Do I care about Republicans? It's not about Republicans. It's about caring about the truth. Do you care about morality? Do you care about, like, being right? Do you care about truth or any of these things? Like, it's weird. I keep running into these fucking like arguments from lefties this week where I went over this earlier a couple days ago, where a bunch of them were claiming that Epstein was behind the 4chan, and he was behind Pizzagate, he was behind QAnon, and he was behind Slashpoll, and we have all the evidence, and there's literally zero evidence. There's zero. No evidence whatsoever. No evidence whatsoever that Epstein was behind QAnon or Pizzagate or any of those things. There's zero evidence to this. But when I said there's zero evidence that he's behind this, I had a bunch of progressives who were like, Tom, I can't believe you're protecting a pedophile, blah, blah, blah. It's like, why the fuck? Like, why are you just gonna say that, like, because he's bad, we get to just say whatever we want? Like, if I said Epstein killed Charlie Kirk, okay? Something that's literally impossible because Epstein was dead when it happened. Okay, Joel, thank you. If I said Epstein killed Charlie Kirk, would you guys just run with it and be like, yeah, true? And if somebody responded and was like, wait, Epstein didn't kill Charlie Kirk, he was dead at that point, would you turn around, you're protecting a pedophile, how dare you? Like, why would you protect pedophiles? Like, why are you on the side of pedophiles? Like, why can't you just be on the side of truths? Why can't you just be on the side of facts, like, and logic? Why? We absolutely have that right. Wait, you have the right to be wrong? Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't want to be. I don't know.
Yeah, but with old guys, this happens to old guys. But I tell everybody, look.
Yeah, Joe, I really am struggling with this one. Like, I've spent way too long looking for people on the right who are capable of talking about, like, geopolitics and economics, and I cannot find one, dude. I can't find one. Like, the only one who would attempt to do this is Rob Noor. But I've had him on a couple of times recently. I try not to go back to the same people too many times. So yeah, I'm really struggling finding somebody. But if you have anybody else, I will definitely try to reach out to this guy. But if you have anybody else, let me know, because I am like seriously trying to find somebody. Rob gets passed around nonstop, shaking my head, should close his legs. I mean, dude, what are the options? We have like two right-wing debaters. We got Andrew Wilson and we got Rob Noor. No, there's no other like right-wing debaters who do streaming. That's it. We just have two. We have thousands of fucking lefties who want to debate, who want to talk, who want to do call-ins, who want to go on panels. We got fucking endless amounts of them. And then we have two on the right. So he's live right now. Wait, this guy is? Or Rob? Oh, I thought you meant this guy. Nationally published writer, award-winning public policy professional. Speaker is experienced serving in the private, public, nonprofit sectors, United States overseas. Bachelor of Arts degree in political science and Masters of Public Affairs. Opinions have been published. USA Today, Washington Examiner, the Washington Times, the Western Journal, the Boston Globe. Okay, I'll look into them. Thank you.
We're here for a reason, I believe that. And when, you know, the time is up, the time is up. So I memorized the Blue Oyster Cult song, Don't Fear the Reaper. And one more thing about old guys. Old guys are smarter than other guys. So we got to get back in the arena.
Well, talking about songs, it's a very timely link, actually. So we had the Grammys this week, which became pretty predictably a sort of relentless platform for pop stars to attack ICE, as it turned out on this occasion. The president be worried that the culture is again mobilizing against him. Let's hear what my panel has to say about all this and more. Emily Austin, journalist and commentator. Tommy Lahren, host of Fearless on Outkick. Jason Lee, CEO of Hollywood Unlocked. And Keith Edwards, host.
Bro, Tommy Lahren is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. She literally posted her own fucking owned clip today on Twitter. It's so embarrassing, the way that she talks and the way that she does this shit. It's so embarrassing. And then she posted it herself. This is her. This is her. She posted this herself, okay? This is her fucking Twitter account, okay? Initially, I thought this was this guy's Twitter account. I thought he posted this. I thought it was his account that posted this. No, it's her.
Here's the last thing I want to ask you. I mean, I get it. You like the honor system. I personally don't.
It's not liking the honor system. It's liking the data.
Okay,
do you have any data to suggest that
I think we should look
fraud?
at the voter rolls.
Okay, you can keep saying that over and over again. I think that Bigfoot's real. I mean, it doesn't change anything.
Well,
do
Harry,
you have any evidence
you also
that it's
thought
happening?
that Joe Biden was in tip-top shape, so.
Well, I've met him, and I can say that he has. Again, do you have any evidence that widespread fraud has occurred?
Yeah, the evidence shows that at least Joe Biden was the one who was in charge. The evidence shows that Joe Biden was capable of having conversations. It shows that he was capable of talking. She's the one who says the opposite all the time, yet she has no evidence for that. So this is about evidence. Normally, in order to do an investigation, you have to have evidence for things, right? You have to have evidence to move that along. But in this case, we have no idea what evidence they have that leads them to go and investigate the Georgia polls. So we would want to know, what evidence do you have that gets you a warrant to go search the Fulton County voting polls? That it doesn't make sense.
Correct.
I think we should look at that. I think we should look at that voter roll.
Do you have any other answer to that other than
No, I think
we should look into
look.
this?
I think we should take a look.
Okay,
Yeah.
but do you have
That's all she says. That's all she says over and over. I think we should take a look. I think we should take a look. I think we should take a look. In law, there's a concept called probable cause, which makes it to where now you can start investigating something and start looking into it and start a process, right? You have to have that in order to start the process. And in this case, she just keeps saying, I think we should look. 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 I just think we should look. Okay, if somebody said Bigfoot existed, would you think that we should look? Well, yeah. Why not? Look, because there's no reason to. We don't have evidence. We don't have any, we don't have any reason to actually go put resources and efforts into looking for Bigfoot. There's no reason to think that he exists, so we have no reason to go attempt to find him.
Do you have any evidence to prompt that
I think
look?
we should find the evidence when we look at the voter rolls.
So,
So she's working backwards. She's working backwards. I think that person's an illegal immigrant. Why? I just do. We should investigate. But why do you think they're an illegal immigrant? I just do. Why not? Why not investigate? Are you against investigating illegal immigrants? But you have to have reason to believe this. You can't just say, I just want to investigate. We can do that to anybody. We can do that to anybody anytime. We have a constitution. We have laws. We have protections for people in our country. You can't just do things just cuz. Like, that's not how that works. That's literally what keeps us from having mass surveillance in everybody's houses and in everybody's bedrooms all day, every day, is that they have to have reason to do those things. They have to have reason to try to do it first. They can't just put the shit in everybody's house so they can see whether or not you're committing crimes all day, every day. This is what stops the government from doing these things. You have to have the probable cause to do it.
what if I was just like, I think Bigfoot's real, and the reason I think we should go out in the forest and find it out?
No,
And
you're
like,
saying
well,
you
why-
don't want to look in the forest.
No.
Well, there is always a reason to look for anything. It's called discovery. No, there's not. Discovery comes later. Discovery comes after all of those things. You have probable cause first. Then you make an arrest. Then you go to court. Then you get discovery. That comes later. There is not always a reason to look for anything. No, you have to have all of these other steps first. Discovery comes way down the line.
Because we have no evidence of Bigfoot being real.
So we shouldn't look.
We've looked. That's the thing. We've looked for Bigfoot. There's no evidence of Bigfoot. Just like.
Well, it's not always, yes, it's not always necessary for any investigation. Yes, but in the case of where we're talking about going into the Georgia voting centers and getting the voter rolls, yes, in that case, yes, you would have to have probable cause to get the
Like
warrant.
we've looked in these each individual states, and there's no evidence of widespread fraud.
Okay.
So you're like,
There's definitely no evidence of fraud. Them damn Leering centers are just tip of top shape.
we can talk about.
Does she think that the Leering centers are connected to the voter rolls in Georgia? She thinks the Leering Center in what was it, Michigan or Minneapolis or something with an M, that she thinks that is connected to the Georgia Fulton County voting rolls? Or is she just saying fraud exists? She's just letting people know that fraud is a thing. If you didn't know, guys, you know how Donald Trump got convicted of a bunch of different types of fraud? Well, haha, gotcha. Fraud exists. So now we can go into the Fulton County voting centers and get the rolls. That's because Donald Trump did get convicted of a bunch of fraud. So fraud does exist. Gotcha there, buddy. She got you there. It's real.
There's definitely no evidence of fraud. Them damn Leering centers are just tip of top shape.
We can talk about that, but in
You
terms
want to
of
talk about
voter,
the Leering centers?
I'm happy to talk about Minnesota. It's
I would
uncovered
like to
anything
have
like
the
that.
investigation. I think we need an investigation.
already
Minnesota. It's one of those damn M places.
investigations.
Well, I think we need a new one.
Why?
And-
Oh, so we're gonna waste taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, we've literally had tons of investigations into this already. No evidence to move forward, no evidence to convict, or I mean, some people were convicted, but no evidence to do anything with Fulton County. And there were other investigations that did conclude that Trump's legal team was lying about the people in the Fulton County voting centers, that they lied and said that there was fraud. We have actual cases finding them liable, and Rudy Giuliani paying out millions of dollars for lying about the Fulton County election workers. We do have that evidence, but when it comes to, investigations making it to where Fulton County did something wrong. No, we don't have that evidence. We have evidence of Donald Trump lying about these things. We have evidence of Donald Trump engaging in fraud in terms of the elections, but we don't have evidence of Fulton County doing this. No.
There's on a witch
Now you
hunt.
care. The witch hunt.
Yes.
I love it.
She posted this. She posted this on her own Twitter account. She posted this. This is her fucking account, dude. This is insane. She is so stupid.
Of the Keith Edwards Show. Well, welcome to all of you. Emily Austin, you were at the Grammys and you went viral for a genuinely laugh out loud clip of you and your friend reacting in real time to what you were hearing on stage. Just take a look.
Testing, our voices really do matter, and people matter, and fuck ICE is all I want to say.
I'm so edgy. I said fuck guys. Oh my god.
Now, full disclosure, Miss Eilish and I share the same Hollywood hairdresser, which has worked out rather better for her than me. He's a lovely guy. He's a brilliant hairdresser. But I have to say, next time I see him, I will be pointing out that what she said there was obviously ridiculous. But it's interesting to me, Emily, after a few award shows where celebrities kind of got the let's leave the politics out of this memo, they're now back with a vengeance. ICE has been the catalyst for this. We didn't hear anything about Iran, for example, and the heroic protesters or anything like that. It was all ICE, ICE, ICE. You were there. What was the mood in the room like?
You were there.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me, and I'm so happy you look like you're feeling great and not up and moving around just yet, but at least your mouth still works. That was my mother.
My mouth works, and I do a job that involves sitting here staring at a camera, as most of us do. So thank God for my job.
Oh, always good to see you. But my mother was the woman sitting next to me in the video, and it's so funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was your younger sister.
It's a compliment to her, but the party of love and kindness and inclusivity has been the first group to attack her on her appearance, on her parenting choices. Personally speaking, I think she did a phenomenal job. But the mood in the room was, everyone was elated. It's basically a free concert for those who were invited. It's a big party. People are singing, dancing. And then every time there's a political rant, let's just call it, political nonsense, everyone kind of forcefully stands besides myself because I'm not a sheep. But you could tell that there's just this fatigue. And contrary to what you just said in the intro, I don't think Trump is worried. I don't think anyone's worried, because if one thing completely dismissed of all of Hollywood's opinion, it was this past election. Kamala had every Diddy party guest, every single celebrity in the world that endorsed her, and clearly it didn't work. She had Megan Thee Stallion, Taylor Swift, you name it, they endorsed Kamala, yet Donald Trump won not by a small margin, but by a landslide in this election. So celebrity opinions don't count. Now, personally speaking, I love music, I love theater, I love the arts. And coming to this event, I was so happy to just be there and be present. And I don't take their opinions seriously. Nobody else does either, but it's just so annoying that they speak on something that A, they don't believe in, or B, they don't put their money where their mouth is. But, at least I can reassure you, a lot of celebrities did in fact come up to me. They were like, "We love your bag, we're so proud of you." And I'm like, "Why don't you speak up?" And they're like, "Of course we can't. We work in the music industry. Our artists won't work with us." And I told you, do you really believe that the artists feel that way? And a lot of the music executives were like, actually, no, they're doing it because their publicist said it's the right thing to do, or a very woke friend was chirping in their ear, and it doesn't make a difference to them. It's very harmless to them.
Tommy Laren, welcome back to Uncensored. It's been way too long. I've missed you. I know you're incredibly busy and successful now, and we often cross over when we're doing our own stuff. So it's great to have you back. I know we've got a slight delay, I think, with you down the line. So I'll preface my question carefully. It's since emerged that Billie Eilish's own massive mansion in California is built on Native American land. and the Sinai law firm in LA has reportedly written up a 30-day notice of eviction and is ready to serve her. So words can have consequences. What did you make of this?
Yeah, again, this whole notion that we exist on stolen land. I mean, either borders are imaginary or this is stolen land. You can't have it both ways, Piers. But it doesn't matter to these celebrities because there's never any cost to anything that they do on that stage. There's no social cost because everybody in the room is clapping like sheeps. They all share a brain. There's never any real monetary cost. Yeah, sometimes they donate to a cause, but that's a tax write-off. They don't compromise their security, their private jets, their lifestyle, their mansions, their property, their friendships. They compromise and sacrifice nothing. They stand on the stage and they deliver these messages because it makes them feel like they've done something without actually having to do anything at all. And they all stand in the room and they all clap for one another. And meanwhile, everyday Americans, everyday global citizens are looking at them like the dumbasses that they are because we know that they're hypocrites. Listen, celebrities, athletes, public figures, you are more than welcome to have an opinion. We're all welcome to have an opinion and to share it, but you can't be a hypocrite. If you stand on the stage like Billie Eilish and her weirdo brother, Phineas Ferb, whatever his name is, and you talk about stolen land, you best be ready to give up your land. And I believe up until this moment, I haven't heard anything from the Eilish camp about ceding their land to the Native Americans. So in that case, kindly shut up.
All right, Jason Lee, they're all a bunch of shameless hypocrites who don't know what they're talking about. And if they really believe in the stolen land theory, then they should be giving their mansions back.
Well, you know, I'm not going to argue what these people do with their mansions, but a couple of things that you said that people are tired of what celebrities are talking about. Donald Trump is a celebrity, in case we forgot that. He's a celebrity that used his celebrity to become president. And his movement, Make America Great Again, is really about making America racist again. And if you want to talk about stolen land and just ignore what happened to the Native Americans, ignore what happened to black people in our country, to do that would be siding with the oppressors. And I will tell you, like, I'm not one to say that celebrities should matter, but this is the same president that just used Nicki Minaj to come from her home in Calabasas that was on its way to foreclosure or her being evicted to come to an event to propel whatever message he wanted to get out there in front of the Epstein files. We have a president right now who throws Christianity, who uses every weapon of mass distraction in order to make the American people in the world forget the fact that he was hanging on a jet with Jeffrey Epstein, sitting over there on the island, and all the documents that have been released show that all the pedo sympathizers, even on this show, defending Donald Trump, have a lot that they don't want to be accountable for. So I'm not gonna, you know, be distracted by the narrative that Bad Bunny talking about out ICE is some way more important than the fact that most of us have sat by and watched the genocide in Gaza and have sided with a pedophile.
Sir, do you own a home?
Okay, well, that's...
I'm sorry, there's somebody else waiting to talk. We can get into questions later because I'm ready for whatever you
No,
got.
actually, it's a good question. It's a good question.
What was the question?
Do you own private property in the United States?
What I own has nothing to do. It's almost as relevant as you sitting in the Grammys singing along to all the artists and using a moment to go get clout for the world to see you. I don't
So
know
you don't
you,
want
never
to
seen
answer
you. I
the
know
question?
Tommy.
Classic liberal response.
It doesn't matter.
I'm sure you own a home,
the
and
thing
I'm
that
sure
you
you
have to
did not
understand
check
is
if a Native American had
slavery is
previously owned the
over.
land.
Slavery is
and you
over.
are part of the
Listen,
Billie Eilish
slavery is
camp
over,
that will
and
say
you
that
don't
there's no
control
illegals
what
on
I do.
stolen land, but you
you know
live in
what?
the
Let's
stolen
talk
land.
about the.
You
Let's
live
talk
on
about
stolen
the fact
land.
that immigrants look like you. Wait, but let's talk about.
Who is this guy? I don't think I've seen him before.
The fact that
because I
immigrants
look
look
too
like
white,
you,
I'm a problem.
right?
I'm
Let's
Middle
talk about
Eastern.
Renee Good. Let's
I
talk
am Middle
about Renee.
Let's
Well, you
talk
look like
about Renee Good.
a white woman. You look like a white
And is
woman.
that wait,
and Renee
what
Good
is
was shot
wrong
in the
with
face.
looking white?
Alex Preddy
What
was
is
shot
wrong
and
with
killed.
looking white?
Listen, just
What's the
listen.
problem with
You're
What's wrong with looking white? Dude, she's so defensive. Why are they so quick to try to make themselves into victims every fucking time? He just said that he wanted to talk about other people who look like her. As they're talking about like illegal immigrants that are normally going to look like him, then they're going to talk about other people that ICE is engaging with that look like her. Why is she turning this into a moment to try to virtue signal? What is this, dude? I'm a victim. Why are you saying it's bad to look white? Why Why are you attacking my whiteness? What is wrong with you?
Your proximity to whiteness is jumping off the screen. And so you benefit from proximity to whiteness, but you don't want to acknowledge all the issues that your people are creating in our country and for the world.
Sorry,
right
wait a
now.
minute. Sorry, wait.
Oh no. Alright, that took a fucking turn. Shit. Fuck.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Whoa.
Go ahead, Pierce.
Proximity to whiteness is now a problem.
No, I'm not saying it's a problem. Listen, I want to make America great again. I just don't know when it was great and for what people. I think this is make America racist again. I mean, peers in our country, you'd be considered an immigrant. Until they started shooting white people in broad daylight, this was.
He is in our country, and he is an immigrant. He is in our country, and he is an immigrant.
Isn't as big of an issue as it is right now. So let's just be honest about that.
Well, I am. I'm considered actually, for the record, an exceptional alien. That is my immigration status to the United States. I get a new visa every 3 years on average, and my exact, precise,
Yeah, he's hosted tons of like American TV shows on American cable networks. He's lived in California for a long time. He has been an immigrant in America for a good while.
The way they describe me on my visa is a exceptional alien. Now, I could.
He doesn't live here? Yeah, he lives here. He does. He lives here. He lives in California. He's talked about it a bunch of times.
Get all upset about that. I don't think I'm an alien. I think I'm a human being. But I quite like the word exceptional, so I let it ride. But I'm curious that you would attack Emily for her proximity to whiteness. In other words, she's not completely white, but she looks kind of white, so therefore, doesn't fly.
I mean, she looks like a white woman to me. I'm not attacking her. I'm addressing her. I think there's a difference.
But imagine if I said to you, Jason, imagine if I said to you, Jason Lee, you're kind of black, but it's more a proximity to blackness.
Is there a bot? Which one's the bot? I scrolled through a bunch of messages trying to see. I think it might just be a glitch, because from what I can see, you're the only one.
I get that, but I get that from white people all the time. My mother's Italian, my father's black. I get that I'm Dominican. I really don't care what people think my proximity is to, and I'm not sensitive.
You know what you'd call me if I said that?
I don't take it personal if anybody wants to troll.
You would call me.
Tom, there's bots in your life. I know you said that there's a bot that has your name in your profile picture, but I just scrolled through. All of the chats. There isn't anybody with your name in your profile picture. It might just be a glitch, just showing your name in your profile picture. Just refresh. Just click the refresh button and come back. I agree, there's bots. There's tons of bots in the vertical feeds. There's not much I can do about that. That's everybody has to deal with the bots in the vertical feeds. It's YouTube hasn't done anything about it, so nothing I can do about it. But I promise you, there is nobody else with your name in your profile picture.
Be a racist if I said that.
He did just
and you
call
know
me
it.
one.
No, Piers, unlike some people that look like me, I actually think you're exceptional, and I love that you can put it out there and own it and stand in it like I can, and like everybody, like Tommy can, right? And so, you know, my opinion about her is her opinion about Bad Bunny. We are all here to share our opinions, and I have to stand in mine.
I love Bad Bunny, and I'm
As soon as you bring up the race card, you're racist. That's the bottom line, because you're absolutely thinking about race and not the person. Race is a thing that's relevant. Talking about race does not mean that you're racist, but if you think that just mentioning race makes somebody racist, if I point out all the times that Donald Trump has mentioned race about something, does that make him racist? Just because he's mentioned race? That seems like a really weird line to draw.
very confused
Well, that's it.
why
Well,
you're
I'm gonna
playing identity politics.
Yeah, so am I. But let's come to Keith, who's been waiting patiently. Bad Bunny is going to be the big figure at the Super Bowl. He is the halftime show. He's obviously seized the Grammys and made a big political statement. He's entitled to do it. But I think if he pulls that stunt at the halftime show, there's going to be massive repercussions. Would he be wise to just focus now on the music?
Well, I think first off, Emily, I have to applaud you. I'm so impressed by your bravery, wearing an American flag purse at the Grammys. I salute you. It's Rosa Parks, MLK Jr., and Emily Austin, the civil rights leaders of our time. I can't believe you were able to survive that. Secondly,
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but thank you.
You're welcome. No, I'm very serious. It's a serious thing you put yourself through. And secondly, I have to say that I don't frankly care what celebrities say. I think they're actually a reflection of our culture. And so they're just mirroring back what a majority of Americans think and feel, that is ICE is out of control. What ICE is doing is un-American, and ICE needs to be either abolished or deeply, deeply, deeply changed. And so I think that those artists
Keith,
too.
Keith, did you feel that way when Barack Obama was breaking all deportation
Barack
records?
Obama.
Well, that's a different.
Yeah, every time, dude. Every time. Did you feel that way when Barack Obama? The problem is not whether or not they're breaking deportation records. Like the problem is not whether or not they're deporting people. Nobody's upset about deportations happening. Nobody's upset that people are being deported. That is not the issue here. To bring that up over and over and over every fucking time, when every time he does it, the person replies and says, well, I'm not against deporting people. Every time they reply and say, well, I'm not against deporting folks. I don't have an issue with deportation. And every time, Piers decides to repeat it again the next time and ask the same exact stupid question. Every freaking time, dude. He has no other comeback. And he still, every time they say, well, we don't have an issue with deporting people. We never had an issue with that. Like, he just ignores it and just goes right back to it again the next time.
Well, what do you know why those deportation records
That's
are
different. Why is it different when he's doing it?
Well, it's different because the way that they classify deportations is that they actually turn people away at the border, which is what Obama was doing.
No, Obama deported. No, Obama deported.
Yes,
over 3 million people.
How they count those how they count that a deportation counts is when they actually stop someone at the border and tell them to go back. So that is considered a deportation. So that's where that number comes from. Now, what has happened with Trump is that fewer people are actually going to the border, but what Trump is doing is he actually is doing this insane thing we're all seeing with our own eyes that is on film, which is people are being brought out of their house, many of whom are citizens without any warrant. And I think that is what most people are upset about. And by the way, yes, American citizens are being executed in the street. So if you are for that, then I think that's good, Emily. I think that's good, Tommy. I'm not. I'm glad that there are actually some important, powerful people who are saying that this needs to stop. I wish the billionaires, I wish the CEOs, I wish the people who, as you said, the music executives were on our side. But I'm glad at least some people with a little bit of power are speaking up for those who cannot speak for themselves.
All right, let me come back to Tommy Laren. Tommy, linked to this, we've had the spectacle of the resurrection of Don Lemon as the Martin Luther King of journalism. I got to say, the moment I heard Don Lemon had been arrested in Hollywood, I was like, Donald Trump, what are you doing? Why are you giving this guy the thing he's dreamed about his entire life and the thing he most desperately needs right now in his career, which is giving him the national stage to play the martyr, which is exactly what he's done. And fair play to Lemon, he's done it. But you know, we're all in our way, I guess, we're media people, journalists, and so on. I felt uncomfortable seeing him get arrested. I felt it was an overreach. I think you've got to draw a line between people who are protesting and maybe breaking laws and journalists reporting on it. Whatever you think of a journalist, and whether you even think they are behaving like proper journalists, he identifies as a journalist. He was reporting on it for his show and so on. Did you feel comfortable seeing him arrested? Do you think that was the right precedent to set?
Well, Piers, I got to be real honest with you. I could not care less what happens to Don Lemon, if he's arrested, if he's not. I don't care what he does. I don't care where he's at. I shed not one tear for him. I lose not one wink of sleep for Don Lemon. And you're exactly right. This is what he wanted. He wanted to be a martyr. He wanted to get his moment, and he got it. But I think what's more important here is the precedent that it's set, because we're seeing these agitators in the streets of Minneapolis, LA, and elsewhere out there impeding law enforcement and actually terrorizing communities. In Minneapolis, they have checkpoints where they're checking people's identification. Isn't that ironic? So they can go into certain parts of the city, and they're not allowing those who are federal agents or look like federal agents to enter certain parts of Minneapolis. So it's all ludicrous and ridiculous, and a precedent needs to be set that you're not going to be able to do this. You don't own America. You have no authority. You can't go impede law enforcement. You can't go and protest violently. You can't get in the middle of an arrest or a detention. That's not legal. If you want to stand on the side of the road with your dumbass sign and your nose ring and your BO and talk about how you hate ICE, you are more than willing and capable and able to do that. That's your constitutional right. But you're not able to impede law enforcement. And you can't go busting into a church service, by the way, and disrupting a church service, making people fear for their life. That has gone too far. So the precedent.
Again, there's no evidence that he disrupted a church service. Like, there's no evidence of him. So the disruption part isn't even what he's being charged for. It's for blocking people from being able, impeding them from being able to go into the service. That is what he's being charged with, is from blocking and impeding people from being able to go to church and take part in the service. That is not what he did. That there is no way you can argue that he blocked people from going in. Now, I do think there were people there who did that, 100%. There's obviously people who were there who did do that, and I have no problem with those people being held accountable, or or being punished. I have no problem with that, but yeah, that's not what he did. So it's wild to punish him, the reporter who was just there, like, documenting what was being done.
Precedent needed to be set. I don't care what happens to Don Lemon. Do I really think he's going to pay a consequence?
There's 100% evidence that Don Lemon helped organize that protest. No, there's not. There's evidence that people told him about the organizing. There's evidence that the organizers told him about the organizing and what they organized. There's no evidence that he organized it. There's zero evidence for that. Even if you read the indictment, that's not the claim. So there's no evidence. Oh yes, there is. Okay, so what's the evidence? What is the evidence? You're just going to claim that he knew about the. That's all you're going to do. You're going to repeat what I said. You're going to tell me that he knew about the stuff that the organizers told him what was happening. That's all you're going to do. So go ahead, say it. Don was not just a reporter. He helped them by turning off his camera when they were discussing op details. Okay, that still has nothing to do with it. Whether or not that's not illegal. That has nothing to do with the law. Don Lemon didn't know what they were going to do. He went in with all your cult journalism. But he did know what they were going to do. He did know. They told him. That's why he was there. There's tons of it. His own person that was there and said, I'm sorry, do you speak English? Can you speak in full sentences, please? What evidence is there? I don't know what any of that means. That's such broken English. I need a full and complete sentence, please. What evidence is there that he had anything to do with organizing the protest? He didn't say he helped organize it. Yeah, well, they're claiming that somebody said that, but they haven't actually said who, so I'm waiting. If you're with someone that shoots someone, you're just as guilty as the shooter. That's not how that works. Now, if you know about the shooting and you help take part in it, then yeah, sure. You're not just as guilty, but you're part of conspiracy. But that's not what he's being charged with. So you will see the evidence. Wait, no, don't fucking move the goalpost. You said that there's evidence. If I'm not asking to wait and see. You're claiming you already know. So I don't have to wait and see. You have already seen it, right? It's already public. You've already seen it. I'm asking you. You've already made the claim that this is the case. Don't say we'll wait. You didn't say we'll wait before. You didn't say before, oh, I'm going to wait and see what happens in court. You didn't say that. You have already made the claim. So what is the evidence? I mean, the last fucking time I'm going to ask you, I don't know if you're fucking too stupid to understand English or if you're just too fucking retarded or you're trying to find a way out of this. But I'm asking you, what evidence is there that he helped organize this? That's it. You made the claim that that's what happened. You already have evidence. So just tell me what it is. It's not hard. What did you want to talk about, Legend?
No.
Go do your research. I did do my research. That's why I'm telling you you're fucking lying. That's why I'm telling you you're a lying piece of shit. I've done my research. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making shit up and you're now exposing yourself in front of everybody that you have no evidence to back up your claims. Yes, you as a man should be capable of telling me what it is that you think. You as a human should be capable of telling another man what it is that makes you think something. You should be able to use facts and logic and evidence to back up your claims. But instead, you're running away like a fucking bitch right now. That's what you're doing. You're fucking scared as fuck. And when I ask you a simple question 3, 4, 5 fucking times, you start to backtrack so fucking quickly, dude. So quickly. Oh, it's so fast. Every time. Every time. You're victim number 10 tonight. Victim number 10 tonight, just quickly moonwalking away from that claim, dude. Just real quick. Yeah, I've got evidence. Okay, what's the evidence? Oh, I've got it. Here it is. Ready? It's this thing. But that's not what you claimed. Well, I don't have to show you evidence for what I claimed. You find my evidence for me. I shouldn't have to have evidence for my own claims. You should have evidence for my claims. If I just make up a claim, you should be able to go find the evidence to prove my claims. Moonwalk to your mom's closet. That's so good, then. You look great right now. Just by the way, you're just doing a great job. No one's scared of you? Could have fooled me. Y'all look scared.
But I think that there needs to be a precedent set for these individuals who want to go out there and actually terrorize communities that you're not going to get away with it under this DOJ.
Why should a precedent be set for...
Hang on one second. Hang on one second, Keith. And Tommy, should Bad Bunny be allowed to perform in the halftime show, given how political he made his performance at the Grammys? Because the halftime show at the Super Bowl is supposed to be a great unifying moment for the United States. Over 100 million people watching, all the fans.
What the fuck is he talking about? The Super Bowl is supposed to be a great unifying moment? That should he be allowed? Because it's political? What is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What? What the hell is he talking about, dude? What is this? This is a business decision. It's a business. That's all it is. It's not political. It's not woke. It's a business decision. That's it. It's very simple. They're a business.
Families watching from blue states, from red states. It's kind of the one thing of the year where America, it seems to me, as an outsider, when I've been there, comes together. And
again, Mike, nobody's saying the term part of it. Okay, nobody's using the term part of it. We're using legal terms to say that he was not, he did not take part in planning and organizing it. That is a different claim than saying he was part of the group walking in. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. You can be part of a group walking in, and as long as you're not obstructing and stopping people from coming in and out of the doorway, then it doesn't matter. You can be part of that group as long as you're not doing the things that are illegal. You're fine. Now, if he planned this and told people to do this, yeah, that would be illegal as well. But he didn't. There's no evidence that he did that either. The fact that he knew about it doesn't mean that he planned it. The fact that planners told him what they were doing doesn't mean that he planned it. And that's not illegal for him to know about this. It's not. Sorry. Like, that's not how that works. For the crime that he is being charged with, that is not how that works. If you want to bring up other crimes for other things, that's fine. He's not being charged with those other crimes. He's being charged with this one.
Is genuinely unified, watching the game, watching the entertainment. If in advance the halftime act has come out and been so...
Were the people that were reporting on January 6th jailed? The ones who went inside the Capitol? Yes, but that's because the Capitol at the time was closed, and obviously private property. The church was not closed. The church was open to the public. So the public was allowed to go inside. The public was allowed to go in there. But yeah, the people who went inside of the Capitol and trespassed, yeah, of course, they're going to be charged with trespassing. Don Lemon was not charged with trespassing. So if that was the case, it would be a very different conversation. Not saying that he was guilty of that necessarily, but that's not what he's charged with. So the federal government does not charge people with trespassing. Those are local jurisdictions. You will just try to justify every bad action, and your people make no matter what. Really, then why did I say all of the other people there should be charged, Mike? Answer that. Go ahead. I will try to justify everything that people on my side do. Yet I said all of the other people there should have been charged and arrested. So explain that then. Go ahead. Let's hear that one, Mike. One person out of about 50 I've said is not guilty. The other 49 are. And then you say, well, I'm going to justify all of them. Well, I haven't justified the majority of them. The majority of them I said should be arrested. So can you explain that, Mike? Let's hear the explanation of how 90% of the people, 95% of the people who were there, I've said should be arrested. 5% of them I said shouldn't. So, but you said everybody, 100% I'm going to justify, when you're wrong about 95% of that 100%.
Overtly political, whether you agree with him or not. Should he be allowed to be the halftime show?
Well, allowed to be. Listen, if the NFL made their choice and that's their business decision, then that's their business decision. I'm not one to tell, private companies what they can and cannot do. If that's who they want, that's who they want. I don't think it's a good choice. I don't think someone singing in front of an American audience or rapping in front of an American audience that, doesn't speak Spanish in Spanish, I don't think that's a great idea. But the NFL decided that they care more about Hispanic and Latino viewers, and that was their business decision. I don't think it's a great one, and we'll find out if it is or not. But the NFL made this choice a long time ago with Colin Kaepernick and the rest of it. They decided they want to go woke, that they want to prioritize activism over viewers and over the American people coming together for sport. So that's what they decided they wanted to do. Will it pan out? I'm not so sure it will, but I would also add this in terms of being controversial. Bad Bunny is a mega star. I'm not going to dispute that. He's got, hundreds of millions of listeners and fans. And I get that they want to try to attract a Latino audience to the Super Bowl. That's fine. That's their business decision. But this whole thing about him being controversial, there are other celebrities and stars that have huge followings that are also.
Another one. Damn, Mike disappeared again. These people, I'm a magician, dude. I am making people. I'm making folks disappear, dude, for my next act.
So controversial, but the NFL would never go there. For example, Morgan Wallen, huge star, right? But the NFL would never choose Morgan Wallen as their halftime performer because he said the N-word a few years ago, and that would have been a big outcry. So it's never applied evenly. If the NFL wants to do it, go for it. I won't be watching, but I do think the hypocrisy is pretty thick.
All right, Jason Lee, I want to turn to the Melania documentary, which has been widely savaged by critics in, let's be honest, liberal-skewed mainstream media, but has proven to be a massive box office hit, the most successful launch of any documentary theatrically in 10 years, giving Melania the last laugh. Again, it's a very polarizing thing. I watched it and enjoyed it. I know Melania quite well. I've known her a long time. I thought it was an interesting behind-the-scenes look at what it's like to be First Lady over a 20-day period. Interesting watching the juggling of private and public life and so on. And some of the reviews were just plain vicious, savage, nasty because people hate Trump, hate her husband. Isn't this part of the problem that we have with the media where almost all the mainstream media reviews were savage, and yet a lot of people in middle America went and watched it, enjoyed it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch it. I mean, shout out to Melania. She's the most famous immigrant in our country right now. I haven't watched any of her work since she did the Tastefully Nude shoot or soft porn, whatever that thing was that she did before she became First Lady. The fact that we have an immigrant in the White House married to the president that's attacking immigrants who happen to look like me is hysterical. I didn't interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let me go back to something you said about Don Lemon because he's a friend and I was with him.
Well, hang on. Just hang on, Jason. To one point, as Emily said, whereas either
but
Donald,
I do want to speak
hang on. Whereas
I
Donald
know,
or Melania Trump attacked immigrants, from what I've seen, they've attacked illegal immigrants. And Melania made the point she did everything legally. She did it the right way. And like millions of Americans who came in legally into the country and did everything the right way, she's entitled to feel pretty pissed when people just float in over an open border.
No, that's not true. She did not come into the country the right way. She did not do everything the right way. She came in and was an illegal immigrant on on an expired visa for a period. She was here on an expired visa for a while and was able to use her connections with the government to get her visa back. Generally, if you are here on an expired visa, unless it's like extreme circumstances, you're not able to get another visa. Like you have to be deported, and that's that. Melania was here, and I think she even got like one of the H-1Bs for a while, which was didn't apply to her for modeling. It was not something that applied to her whatsoever, and she still was able to get it.
We can't erase history. We've seen legal immigrants in our country separated from their families. We've seen people here legally sent to countries that they haven't lived in. So we're not going to act like that didn't happen, just like we're not going to erase slavery, just like we're not going to erase what happened to the Native Americans. History does still matter in this country, even if you take it out of the school system. Now, I know that the fragility of the people that you have booked here with me today keep hemming and hawing and moaning because they can't handle the truth. Maybe it's not in their script, and maybe it's not in the Bible that they continue to use and prop up as a way to defend their behavior. But let's be very clear. Listen, white girl, I'm talking to you now. You can just calm down and let
I'm
me
Middle
finish my
Eastern.
sentence. I
She's
didn't
not
interrupt
white.
you, and you can keep.
I'm Middle
She's not
Eastern.
white.
She's
She
a white
has
girl,
a
and you keep
proximity to
stepping on the
whiteness.
voices of people of color. Listen, Piers. I said what she is. She can say what she is. She can cry in the car about it. Do another video that goes viral. At the end of the day, what we're talking about in this country is a lack of compassion. When we talk about the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, that means all people. Bad Bunny is an American. He had to remind you that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, even though you want to lump them in with all the illegals that climbed the gate down in Mexico. And let's be very clear, immigrants look like all of us. And so why are we only focused on black and brown? I didn't see Bad Bunny say I'm performing at the halftime show because I want a bunch of Mexicans to pull up. And I didn't hear the NFL say that. I've seen Jay-Z integrate culture, diverse culture, into the Super Bowl. We saw Jennifer Lopez and Shakira make a very political statement about when they had dancers in cages at that time during their performance.
Let me bring in the others. Let me bring in Emily. Emily, your response.
I'm still waiting for the punchline because you started with something and then you went to something else. I am, according to you, a white girl. I love Bad Bunny, so I'm not really sure what your point is. You keep calling people white as if it's a bad thing. You keep saying America is a place for only white people, yet you are here. With all due respect, if you're on this show, you must be slightly successful. You said you are part black. I'm not sure what your background is because I judge by merit. I'm not part of the DEI clan that judge people by their race or ethnicity. I care about two things. If you are legal in this country, then you are a citizen. I don't care from where you come from, as long as you do it the right way. Both my parents came to Ellis Island and did things the right way. So I don't think it's fair when people just illegally cross the border, cutting the line, and then reap the benefits of American citizens. And number two, I don't care what your skin color is or your ethnicity or your religion. I care that you're a good, kind person and that you're not indulging in these identity politics and trying to play the victim. And you, sir, are a hypocrite because I'm sure
you literally are an identity conflict sitting right here on the screen. Listen, I know more of who I am than you appear to know who you are. I haven't seen your parents' paperwork. I haven't seen your parents' paperwork. How do I know that your parents came here legally? Everything that you've said on this show has been negative.
Don't talk over each other. All right, I want to bring in. We're running out of
divisive.
Okay,
period.
time out. We're running out of time. I want to end with two things: one for Keith and one for Tommy. Keith, Christopher Nolan has cast Helena Troy in The Odyssey with a black actress, Lupita Nyong'o. Elon Musk says Chris Nolan's lost his integrity, and this is the on-running thing, right? Which is, if you make.
All right, let me know if this lags. If this screws up, the last 2 days, it's gone perfectly, no issues. We're gonna test some of this again today. So let me know if there's any problems with the stream.
Made a dramatized movie about Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King and cast a white actor, all hell would break loose. If you had a black James Bond, right, people would say, yeah, that's fine. By contrast, Helena Troy, again, if it's a black actress playing Helena Troy, is that right? Is it the right way to do things, or is it deliberately antagonistic?
I don't know if it's antagonistic. I think art's supposed to be subversive, right? And so I think there's some subversion happening there. I think that would be interesting if you want to do a Broadway show about a white MLK.
I don't know if it's supposed to be subversive. It can be. I don't know if it's supposed to be. Like, lots of times art can just tell us about what we are, who we are, and give us a reflection of culture and society and things that are happening already. To say that art is supposed to be subversive, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. The two lefties on here, I don't really like these guys. The guy who's talking right now, he tends to put out like a lot of what I think is like misinformation or misleading information a lot of times, and I've felt he's a bad source a lot of times. But this other guy, I've never heard him before. He does keep playing into like the identity politics stuff a little bit much. I think he's just trying to like troll them and get at them maybe. So I'm not sure, but yeah, this is This one's a little odd.
K Jr. I don't know how you do that, but I think it could be interesting. It certainly would get a lot of attention, but I
Well, you'd have
wouldn't
a white
recommend it.
actor doing the "I had a dream" speech.
Again, art's supposed to be subversive. I don't think there should be any rules around this sort of stuff. So I think if someone wants to have a black,
Come on, you've even lost Jason Lee on that one. That's how far wild that one is.
Well, I think art should be. Art should be. Now, is there going to be a market? Is there going to be a market for a white MLK Jr.? I don't think so. But if someone wants to do that, then they should go ahead and give it a shot. I wouldn't recommend it, but I think art's supposed to be subversive, and so I think one of the reasons why that doesn't happen is because there's.
Was the guy white who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ? I thought he was like Latino or something like that. Jim Caviezel played Jesus in the 2004. And Andrea Refuto. Mel Gibson didn't play him. No, Mel Gibson produced it. He didn't play Jesus. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, his father's Swiss and Slovakian, and his mother is Irish. Okay, sheesh. Yeah, I thought he was like Latino or something like that.
Probably no one that's wanting to watch something like that. Whereas I do think there is a subversion that happens. Like Hamlet is a very great example of that, where they had black actors play white historic people because
that's true.
There was and I think I do think there's something interesting about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny because there have been pretty consistently white people who have played Latino characters, Asian characters, like Native American characters. Like there have been tons of white people who have played Pacific Islanders. Like there's been tons of white people who have played other ethnicities and races, and when like people complained about it, the right said that like this was woke and that they're being you know, they're just being SJWs about it, and they're like who cares, it's identity politics, blah blah blah. But then when black people play somebody who may be historically white or something like that, then they get really upset about it. I do think that like it's generally better to have somebody who looks the part and makes it like, well, lots of times when you're doing something that's historically that happened historically, it's best to have things be as accurate as possible. And then if you're doing something that's based on a book or a character or something like that, I don't know that it matters all that much anymore. Like when people whined and cried about The Little Mermaid, and they're like, The Little Mermaid is white. Like, I don't, it's a fucking mermaid. Like, mermaids aren't real, bro. That's not like a historical character. Like, that's not a thing that we need to fucking care about. That's not something that like that matters all that much. Like you're getting upset about stupid shit. Like these are fucking fake things in the first place. They could be fucking blue for all I care. Like it's a fucking mermaid. I don't why do I fucking care if they're white or black? Holy shit. So yeah, it's just the things that the right seems to care about or gets upset about is weird.
I personally think,
Piers, you had a white actor
like with
play
James
Jesus
Bond,
in Passion of the
James
Christ.
Bond, like if Ian Fleming has written a series of best-selling books, iconic books about specifically a white agent, a guy from MI6. If it's written that way, I do think you should just be true to the origin of the original books. Personally,
I would agree if they had kept him looking somewhat the same over periods of time. I would agree if they got actors that looked similar to one another. But when at some points you have a Pierce Brosnan guy who's like this big faced, sharp jawed, tall, black hair, guy who's very posh in his British accent and is very, very different. And then all of a sudden you go to a fucking blonde guy who's a little bit shorter but thinner and more athletic looking, and but before that you had a fucking older gray-haired guy with a beard. Holy shit, I'm sorry, but you don't have any sort of consistency in the way that this person looks either. So yeah, if it was if the same people are making all the the James Bond movies, and every time they have them look the same and they're looking similar in some way, then sure, I would agree that it would be weird to all of a sudden throw a black guy in there. That would be fucking weird. I have no problem with that. But that's not the case. They don't all look the same. They don't look similar. They don't look like they could even be related. So I'm sorry, but it's just this isn't the case currently. So I don't have an issue with it. Make them black if you want. I don't give a fuck.
But I do take your point about Hamlet. Tommy, I've got a more difficult question for you. How do you feel about Kim Kardashian dating Sir Lewis Hamilton?
Hey, listen, I think Kim Kardashian, she crushes it. I know there are a lot of people that have issues with the Kardashians, but they are the best business people, certainly of my generation and of my time. So you know what? She's gone through pretty much everybody. She had to be married to Kanye West for I don't know how long, right? She's got to deal with that day in and day out. So if this is what makes her happy, I say go for it. I love the family. I think they're kick-ass business women. So I say, Kim, it's your time. Go for it. You didn't pass the bar, but you're on to the next, and I say go for it.
The problem, Tommy, is I'm here in the UK right now. We're looking at a track record of high-profile British men who end up with American women, right? Let's think about King Edward VIII and Wallis Simpson. Let's think about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Let's think about Brooklyn Beckham and Nicole Peltz. So there's not a great record here. There is a firm lesson, surely, that this doesn't work. That's my concern. Now, I happen to love you and love Emily, but the track record of you American women pairing up with high-profile British guys, it's horrendous.
Well, I reassure you, I probably won't end up with a high-class.
Well, listen, Piers, I think that this is our revenge.
It may well be the revenge, but we'll see how it plays out. Actually, Lewis Hamilton's a great guy. Two things about him which I really like. He's got the hardest handshake of any human being who I've ever shaken hands with, which is apparently down to a lot of the racing drivers do because of the grip on the steering wheel for the Grand Prix. And secondly, he's a massive Arsenal fan like me, which may leave all four of you cold. But Arsenal, our football team, having gone through 22 joyless years, are now favourites to win all four major football competitions in European football. And it couldn't be more thrilling. And if we do, Sir Lewis and I will be the happiest men in the world. So Kim could be in for a very, very fun time come May. Got to leave it there. Lovely to have you on. Thank you all very much and speak soon. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on...
All right, we're gonna watch one more video, and then if anybody wants to continue watching, we're gonna move everybody over to the other chat, and we're gonna end the vertical stream. So if you guys want to continue watching, we'll move over there. But before we end the vertical stream, we are gonna do one more panel.
He withheld
while I start this game, and then after that, we're gonna go over Hutch apparently had a hit piece made on him that a bunch of people are watching, and so I'm gonna go over that. But yes, we'll watch this on the vertical stream, and then after we will invite everybody to move over to the other stream. There are 2 streams on my YouTube channel right now. One is in regular landscape form, the other one is in vertical form, and we will end the vertical form in about probably an hour here. So
he withheld certain information, saying he doesn't want to give away where this action is going to take place.
I'm having like secondhand embarrassment watching Tyler bend himself into pretzels to defend the dear leader.
You're trying to make a comparison to something that doesn't exist.
Any rational adult goes, really? They're reacting this strongly to people walking into a church and speaking loudly. Then you're just trying to justify what is Trump's
he was actively
whole goal here, which is
confronting
punishing people he doesn't
and
like.
preventing the pastor from giving his sermon during the time
Okay, well,
when
you
the
watched
pastor
a different
was set
video.
to be giving the
Okay.
sermon.
Don Lemon is a fool, not a felon. At least that was my takeaway after watching the biased left-wing journalists' live stream and coverage of a disruptive protest that shut down church services by anti-ICE agitators in Minnesota last month. I supported the Trump administration's efforts to prosecute the actual activists who stormed into this church and tried to shout down the pastor, scaring families and disrupting the congregation to the point where the church service couldn't continue. That's not free speech, and it's against federal law. But was Don Lemon's coverage of all of this really more than just sympathetic and biased? Was it more than cringeworthy? Was it actually criminal? That's what the Trump Department of Justice is arguing after indicting Don Lemon and some journalists similar to him with federal charges for their role in this event. Now, Don is guilty of trespassing, sure, but that's not a federal crime and it's not a part of this case. And once he was actually inside the church, he stood to the side and recorded. He did not participate in shouting down the pastor or the chants that drowned out the church service. However, the DOJ indictment charges Don Lemon under a federal law that applies to anyone who, quote, by force or threat of force or by physical obstruction intentionally injures, intimidates, or interferes with someone practicing their religion. In reality, I watched the entire live stream of the event, and while that law may apply to some of the activists involved,
Kyle Kowinski over Hutch? Nah, man. Kowinski also just spreads too much misinformation for me to where I can't do it. I understand like people who don't like what Hutch covers, or that they feel like he covers too much drama, or that he's got like too much of a bias or whatever. I can understand that, but Kowinski is just usually Kyle's suck, but Kowinski is all right. There was a period where, so early on when I first found out about Kyle, I felt like he was just like way too brain broken. Like he was just, it felt like every time I watched him, he was just wrong about everything. And it was really annoying because for MAGA, I feel like a lot of times my big criticism of them is that they're just willing to put out misinformation, and people just, they'll say whatever they want about Democrats as long as it fits their agenda, they'll say it. But then I ran into people like TYT, Kyle Kowinski, Crystal Ball, like a lot of these people who I did feel like were just, they were just like a propagandist, like they were just willing to say anything. But then later, it felt like both Crystal and Kyle had turned a corner, and they were being a lot more pragmatic. They were a lot more grown up. It felt like they grew up and they were like doing things in a different way. But it is true that Kyle lost a lot of like subscribers and viewers in that time. and it looked like he was maybe on his way out. Like, I was glad that he was doing it, but I know it hurt his channel. I know it hurt his views, and then he went back and just reverted right back to the other thing, full steam ahead, just fuck it, like, we're doing it again, and he is right back to where he was before. And it's like very clickbaity bullshit sorts of titles, lots of like speculation stated as though it's not speculation, as though it's fact, as you know, lots of hating on Democrats in ways that are just lies. Like he just lies lots of times about Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrat politicians. And so yeah, I just kind of lost it with Kyle. So Kyle's okay. He's just brain broken on Israel Palestine. Nah, I don't like, even the Israel Palestine stuff isn't even like the worst for me. It's literally just the way that he talks about like establishment Democrats. Like he seems to just lie every time he mentions any of them. It's just fucking lies. So
At no point did Don Lemon use physical force against anyone. The indictment also says that Don Lemon, quote, posted himself at the main door of the church, where he confronted some congregants and physically obstructed them as they tried to exit the church building to challenge them with quote-unquote facts about U.S. immigration policy. Sorry, well, not sorry, actually, but I watched that part of the live stream too, and while Don Lemon approached people and asked them questions, whatever you think of that, he didn't physically obstruct them or stop them from exiting the church. They could have easily just breezed by and ignored him if they wanted to. Some chose to stop and talk to him, but he didn't stop them from leaving. At the end of the day, the president prosecuting an opposition journalist, even a terrible one, even a biased one, has a clear chilling effect on the freedom of the press and its role calling out the president or the party in power. And it should really only ever be done as a last resort, when there is clear evidence, all partisanship and tribalism aside, of criminal wrongdoing. Stretching federal statutes far beyond the actual evidence on the ground, ironically statutes that President Trump himself has pardoned pro-life protesters for violating, just to own a left-wing journalist, is totally inconsistent with American values. And ironically, it will probably only turn Don Lemon into an even bigger star and a martyr among the left, even after their charges probably eventually fall apart in court. But that's just my take, and the debate on...
Tom can't play 6 ads every 10 minutes on the vertical stream. Is he playing a lot of ads on the vertical stream? I don't choose like when the ads go or anything. I don't press a button to like start ads or anything. It just does it. I have it at what's called moderate ads, to where like it's not at high, it's not custom, it's not anything like that. I just put the regular amount. But they, on both the regular one and the vertical one, they're both on moderate, but it seems like on the vertical, it just never really plays ad. Like I get like no ad revenue off of the vertical one, even if more people are watching. And it's weird because yeah, it should get more, but it doesn't. So
all of this is only beginning. Joining me to discuss it all, we've got the progressive YouTuber and political commentator Luke Beasley and the conservative commentator and Daily Signal senior editor Tyler O'Neill. Let's get into it. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Happy to be here.
So, Tyler, I'll start with you. Tell me why I'm wrong, why Don Lemon is guilty of these charges or deserves to be prosecuted under them in your view.
Yeah, from my reading, I think the indictment is rather clear. Don Lemon did conspire with, or at least he's accused of conspiring with, the agitators who carried out this church invasion.
There's never ads on vertical. Do you have premium? I've when I didn't have premium for like a couple of days and I went to vertical, they did have ads on them. Sometimes they were just like pop-ups. Sometimes they were like full ads that were in vertical format that I had to skip.
So there are three main claims here that the indictment makes against Don Lemon. First, he conspired ahead of time. And then, as we saw in his live stream, he withheld certain information, saying he doesn't want to give away where this action is going to take place. That, many people think, and I'm among them, differentiates him from being a reporter.
Again, you have to fight fire with fire. Fighting fire with fire has to do with like tactics, not morals as much. Like when we're talking about the Trump administration is telling Texas to redraw their lines and make it to where they can get more Republican congressmen in that. So then the liberal legislators leave so that they can't vote on it, so that they can't do it, and then California chooses to redraw their lines. That's fighting fire with fire. But if we say, oh, well, they make up shit about us, so we'll just make up shit about them, that makes it to where we are just as confused. We have like the MAGA populace is super confused about what's happening in the world, what's actually going on, what they're voting on, what they're not voting on, who they're voting for, who they're not voting for, like what the policies are, what the values are, what happened in the world today. They have no fucking idea because all the people that they watch just lie about this shit and make it up. Like, you know, telling people that the SIG went off with the Alex Preddy situation and shit like that. Like, they just lie and make it up. If we start doing that as well, we will be MAGA. We will be MAGA. We will be just as confused as them. When it comes to people who are giving us the news and giving us information and giving us like analysis, they have to be held to a standard to where they cannot be Tim Pool. They can't be those people. If they are, they're just not. They are just making sure that we are just as lost as MAGA is.
Reporter just saying what was happening and making him more of an activist involved in the action itself. Furthermore, you see during the actual activity, yes, he is not chanting ICE out. He is not chanting things like "we shut this down" like the other people there were chanting, which I think is very revealing. But he did physically get in front of the pastor, and it was him and two others who were kind of flanking the pastor and forcing the pastor back. And according to the indictment, what you see him doing is getting very physically up in front of the pastor. And then when the pastor, kind of tries to back away, Don Lemon acts as though the pastor is pushing him. Meanwhile, Don Lemon, the pastor asked Don Lemon to leave, and Don Lemon says, "No, I'm not going to leave." And then he says, "Oh, I'm always praying, I'm always worshiping God," in response to the pastor saying, "Look, we're trying to have a church service here. We're trying to exercise our First Amendment right to that free exercise of religion." And then, of course, as you mentioned, the third part of the indictment against Don Lemon is when he's standing outside the church, and the indictment says he was blocking people from leaving. I'll leave it up to viewers to make that determination, and ultimately the jury is going to make.
I'll leave it up to viewers. I'll leave it up to viewers. That is the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's what his charges are for. You're here to talk about the charges. You're here to give your opinion on the charges. All you did is just say what the charges said and then say, I'll leave it up to viewers as to whether or not that's the case. We'll have to wait for the court case. What are you here for? What are you here for? You're literally here for nothing then. The whole thing is for you to talk about this. That's literally the whole idea right now. What are you doing here?
Make that determination. But to me, what we saw over and over here was a man who was willingly taking part in, joining, promoting, and engaging with the invasion of a church. And let me just put an exclamation mark under that, because I think it's very important. Americans do not stand for people having their church service interrupted like this. And there's a clear difference between protesting in a public space and making your opinion known, which people have every right under the First Amendment to do, and then actively actively going into, invading a church service, undermining it, chanting, "Who shut this down? We shut this down." The sort of actions that we saw are egregious, and I think they have not got.
Yeah, again, I don't think we like anybody's arguing that the other people who did block the doorways, who did chant and do things should be charged with and were told to leave should be charged with trespassing. Like, I think that's fine. That makes sense. I haven't heard anybody arguing against that. That doesn't seem to be an issue. But that Don Lemon didn't seem to do those things, and he's not being charged with trespassing. So that if you wanted to charge them with trespassing, that would be fine. That's not what's happening.
Gotten the sort of condemnation that they deserve.
All right, Luke, I want to hear your perspective on this.
Yeah, I mean, this topic is pretty easy for me because, like, Tyler, I thought you did a good job of trying best you could in the least embarrassing way possible to explain why this makes any sense. When, in my case, I don't have to do much arguing because we have the video of it, and I think any rational adult can watch Don Lemon.
I just realized on the vertical stream, it looks like I'm part of the panel. If you guys are watching this on the vertical side, it looks like I'm like part of the panel. I'm waiting my turn to speak. I should just pause it every once in a while and like put myself full screen and be like, actually, I think you guys are both wrong. What really happened here?
Walking in very peacefully and interviewing people, uncovering. And I also know that if it were Nick Shirley going, guys, I got an advance tip that there were going to be left-wing agitators in this church, and so I walked in and I asked.
So yeah, there's possibly going to be some lag. If there is, in all caps, if you guys could just type in chat lag, and that'll let me know if there's an issue. If it starts to get like a spinning circle or something, it goes down at all, just type F in chat, and that will make it to where I'll know that it's going down.
Ask the pastor what he thinks about it, and I filmed.
Wait, lag already? Is it just the game that's skipping, or is it? Fuck, where's the thing? Your voice and video are out of sync. Oh shit, are they really? Oh shit. They are. Wait, no, my voice is in sync, but it is skipping. I can see that my audio is working fine, but my video is skipping. Okay. All right, seems fine on my end. Yeah, it's the vertical that's fucking up right now. Okay. Let me see if I can fix this.
The protesters, no one would have a problem with it, and no one would think it was anything other than journalism. This was obviously him reporting on a notable event, and the broader event, even if you can find technical laws that were violated, any rational adult goes, really? They're reacting this strongly to people walking into a church and speaking loudly. This is from the same people who are happy that Trump pardoned people who violated the FACE Act, and previously were acting like the FACE Act was unconstitutional and it was an outrage that under the Biden administration anyone would be prosecuted under that. And obviously I will bring it up ultimately just because I know it's an important principle and I think it fleshes out consistency. But if, I don't know where Tyler stands on this, but if he...
Okay, it should be better now. Let me know. I think I fixed it. It looks like it's fixed.
Is not 10 gazillion times outraged by Trump pardoning January 6ers, even the violent ones, then I have zero interest in what he has to say on this, because obviously it's not consistent. And pretending like that was an appropriate protest at the Capitol, trying to block the certification election, but then thinking this was like the worst thing since who knows when, is completely ridiculous. And again, we're not even talking about, as Brad referenced, the broader protests, which I guess you could have more to say about, even though I still think the reaction from the right has been a little bit silly. But definitely Don Lemon going in there. If you watch that video and you see him, what was the word you used, as an invader who's trying to prevent people from worshiping, as opposed to capturing on video and interviewing people about a protest that was going on and them speaking loudly near other people in a church, then I think that you're purposefully distorting what actually happened.
Okay, Tyler, your response to that.
Yeah, so when you watch, I mean, this is not people just standing there talking. This is people who are bragging about shutting down a church service. I mean, it's in their own words where they're saying who shut.
Again, Luke just explained that like the people who went there and did that is one thing. Talking about Don Lemon is different. And then this guy goes right back to talking about what all of the other people did instead of what Don Lemon did. Is there actually going to be a conversation here, or is this guy just going to keep pivoting to what other people there did when you're there to talk about whether or not arresting the journalist for this is okay and whether or not the journalist did something wrong?
Shut this down, we shut this
Don
down.
Lemon was chanting that?
No, I'm not claiming
We're
Don
talking about
Lemon
Don Lemon.
was.
Oh.
Well, so you
Yeah,
drew
so Don
the
Lemon
claim.
was filming the event, as you know, and you watched the video, and he wasn't doing anything that you could portray as illegal. So then you're just trying to justify what is Trump's
he was
whole
actively
goal here, which is punishing
confronting
people he doesn't
and
like.
preventing the pastor from giving his sermon during the time
Okay, well,
when
you
the
watched a
pastor was
different
set
video.
to be giving
Okay.
the sermon.
You watched a
No,
different video.
I mean,
All
the
right.
video
Everyone
is
just need
very
to watch the
clear.
video.
What
Hey, if you guys see the battery for the, or whatever it's called, the field crate for the depot, let me know.
what he was doing at that point. He is going up in front of the pastor who's trying to give a sermon, and the pastor
asking
tells him
questions after-
directly.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
The pastor tells him directly, "We want you to leave because we're trying to worship God." And he essentially says, "Oh, I'm always worshiping God." And then while he's constantly asking him, "No, I mean this, but this is the thing, right? They didn't go outside the church and
Stop saying
post
they.
their picket
Talk
signs."
about Don, please.
Well, yeah, Don didn't either. Don went in with everybody. He knew what was happening, and he chose to enter that church, and he chose not to leave when the pastor asked him not to leave, and he physically...
So again, so he could be charged with Hey, if you see the field depot crate, let me know. I'm looking for the battery for the field depot. But yeah, this is he's not being charged for any of these things. So I don't know why, again, he's bringing up things that are just not relevant to what they're being charged with. He just read the charges, like literally just a minute ago. He literally went over what was said on the indictment, and instead of him actually saying, yeah, they were charged with this and they should be for X, Y, and Z reason, he didn't. He started talking about what other people did and is talking about charges that they're not being charged with. So this is so fucking stupid.
He got up to the pastor. Now, of course, he did mostly ask
That's
questions.
called approaching somebody.
All right. I'm going to take over here and ask a question.
Wait, can I say one other thing? Yeah.
Briefly, then I'm going to ask Tyler direct
just one other thing. You might be asking this question, but you didn't reference my other points about the contradictions here, too, and sort of the MAGA logic and the selective outrage.
Well, let's come back. I have a question about
we can come
January
back to
6th in mind. Let's come back to that. But Tyler, just get real with me for a second. The indictment says that Don Lemon and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone. Even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically intimidating people and preventing them from leaving the premises.
There were quite a few of those or statements there. You also have to realize this is two different charges against.
I don't know why he said that either. That there are quite a few of those or statements. Yes, he's giving you a lot of options to choose from based on what the charges are. You can say that he did any of the above. Pick one and say which one you think he did. What was the or statements? What does that have to do with anything? This guy is so weird.
The against Don Lemon and
yes,
against
I'm
the
asking
others.
about the second charge,
It's-
the FACE Act charge, which requires the threat of or physical obstruction.
Yes. So when it comes to physical obstruction, he and two others, members of the group, are going up on the pastor, preventing him from moving and asking him questions. Now,
free
we'll
to move
see.
to
I
me.
mean, I'm not the prosecutor who is bringing these charges. But when it comes to
I thought he was the
interrupting someone
prosecutor.
when they're about to, this is private property where the pastor was planning to give his sermon. And in the middle of that sermon, they came up and blocked him. And Don Lemon, knowing that and this is the remarks that he gave before the event, he said they're going to be disrupting business as usual, which is what he engaged in. Honestly, to me, I think the stronger charge is the KKK Act charge, because with that one, they are protecting these people whose right to the free exercise of religion was arguably abridged. And I think Don Lemon was very much part of that abridgment.
So
Okay.
Luke, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'll come to you in 1 sec. I have to ask Tyler about this. So you identified the two charges and you said that the KKK Act charge is stronger. But on the second charge, the FACE Act, I do want to read you something from the Heritage Foundation's website. In a March 2025 memo, the Heritage Foundation called the FACE Act, quote, irredeemable as policy and beyond Congress's constitutional authority. They also supported the pardoning of pro-life activists who were convicted under FACE Act charges, pardoned by President Trump. Isn't it, generally speaking, the conservative position that the FACE Act itself is unconstitutional, but suddenly people are cheering for it now that it's being used against a liberal journalist?
I mean, the FACE Act is established law, so you can support the repeal of a law and also not, oppose it being enforced for the protection of religious worship.
So you think that law is unconstitutional, but you can still use it to arrest people when you don't like them. So that's fine. There's not a problem there, especially if you don't like them a lot.
Now, the main answer to your question, though, I think, where the rubber meets the road here is many of those people who were prosecuted under the FACE Act were also not physically obstructing people from entering. So you had people like Mark Hook, who was prosecuted under the FACE Act, and he was not obstructing anyone. In fact, the actions for which he faced charges and ultimately was acquitted because he was not violating the FACE Act was that he stood up for his son when someone had tried to attack his son while they were at a protest outside an abortion clinic, not when they were physically blocking people from going in. Notably, many of these people were charged also when they had not actively gone into an abortion clinic or prevented people from going into the abortion clinic.
Right. And I would be against that and against it in Don Lemon's case. So Luke, I'll turn it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, I feel like this is slightly, I say this with love, and I appreciate to be here, a slightly...
I'm not gonna lie, I can't stand Luke because of that sort of shit, but sometimes it's just fucking funny, dude. Sometimes it's just funny when he does it. Like, he's like always doing this like little sly, like, hey man, like, look, I'm just happy to be here. Like, I appreciate you guys coming and talking to me. And I like what it is that you had to say there in as honest of a way as I think you're capable of saying it. And so I think, like, he always says things in like this very, you know, pretend sweet character sort of way. It's just, I don't know, man. He's a fucking prick, but it's funny sometimes.
Strange conversation to be having for the reasons I said before, which is, to me, I just feel I'm having like secondhand embarrassment watching Tyler bend himself into pretzels to defend the dear leader, when I think even he knows, like when you're explaining the past cases you disagree with, you're kind of making a perfect comparison to Don Lemon. Like, if you had an instance of people protesting and actually obstructing outside or in an abortion clinic, and some of the people were prosecuted, and then there was a journalist who was among them trying to cover the event of that protest, and it was a right-wing journalist, I know you would be so up in arms. He read that quote of the Heritage Foundation. There would be this is the worst. I mean, I heard it already. This is the worst violation of our rights ever, and this is why Biden hates the First Amendment. Then the second that it's Trump wanting to get retribution against somebody that he doesn't like, who even I know when you're privately watching the video, you're like, oh shoot, I have to debate this on Brad Palumbo's show? Okay, I guess I'll bend myself into the most complex pretzel ever to do so. So it's a little bit embarrassing, but I get it, I guess.
See, he is like I get it. Like, you know, you have to bend yourself in the pretzel sometimes to lie. I guess, you know, it's a decision, but it's just like the way he does it, dude. It's so fucking obnoxious, but it's also kind of funny.
But then I would believe more the Trump administration's reasoning on something like this if it wasn't obviously in line with a pattern. So if I even hear Tyler, the way he's speaking compared to probably how he talked about the next issue.
This is literally what I used to do. Like, all the time. I used to do this all the fucking time. Like, do this like very friendly, nice guy act, but I always had like a, what do you call it? Like a backhanded compliment that I was throwing at them at the same time. So I have a lot of appreciation for the gimmick. Dude, I cannot find this fucking crate. It's I think this is like day number 5 of me trying to find the fucking crate for the one that's next to the hospital. I found it the other day in the hospital. I found it inside the hospital. And so I thought, oh, okay, so it's inside the hospital. But it wasn't in, like, its crate when I found it. And so now I'm thinking, okay, because I've gone to the hospital like 5 times since then, and it hasn't been there. So now I'm thinking, okay, it's probably not supposed to be there. Somebody probably took it there just to be a fucking dick. And I just happened to find it. But on that day, I couldn't find any of the others. Oh, wait. I'm so fucking stupid. The shit reset. Yeah, the trials are over. Okay. I was just trying to think of something easy I could do to test running the streams. Alright. Well, I got Nil Toro out of this. There was a fucking... What do you call it? There was a security locker inside. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. There was a security locker inside of the hospital
that he feels more confident
I've
about.
never seen that before.
There's a level of like, maybe I can sort of use words to defend this, but it's tough. And in that context, when you see it in the pattern of behavior from the Trump administration of just waging an all-out assault on the First Amendment with his wild lawsuits and threatening licenses and talking about getting Pam Bondi to prosecute protesters who just shouted in his vicinity at a restaurant under RICO, or the long list of ways that he's undermined the First Amendment and attacked the free press.
We'll come to some of those.
Then, yeah, all of a sudden you have, this is a part of a pattern. So whatever goodwill we'd give to the Trump DOJ, believing this is really about protecting people's ability to worship, goes completely away when you see the broader record.
What's your response to that, Tyler?
How many mosques and how many pro-LGBT churches have we seen conservatives go into, disrupt in the middle of...
We literally saw this from a woman who was running for Congress as a Republican. So this wasn't even just like a journalist. This is a woman who went inside of the church and started to, oh, milestone reached. Okay, so I just got, fuck. Well, Alex, we're not going to be in the same league now. Shit. But yeah, anyways, the thing that I was gonna say is something that nobody could have thought of, including me. It's amazing.
Service or in the middle of prayer, and then have a conservative journalist go in and join that.
Oh, that's right. Yes. No, so she did go in. She did say that they were like pedophiles and they're trying to I'm pretty sure a person just killed another person. I'm trying to find them. I think it might have been inside of the I think it might have been inside the thing, because I don't see a Raider flare anywhere, so. Fuck.
That effort and face charges. I've never heard. So you're trying to make a comparison to something that doesn't exist. And
no, I just did the abortion clinic thing that did exist, and you were upset about.
No, I'm not upset about.
You just said you were.
Give Tyler a chance to just flesh it out.
Give him a chance to cope.
When it comes to abortion clinic protests, if people go into the abortion clinic and try to prevent people from engaging in what the law protects, I do not oppose them facing charges for that. I do not oppose someone.
I just heard somebody talking, but I don't know where they are. It's gonna be okay, buddy. Yeah, I think they're inside of the... They're inside of the... extract.
One facing charges for trespass if they claim to be a journalist while filming an event like that, when they're going into a place that they're not allowed or not welcome.
So Tyler, does that apply in, I will say, like in the case of, for example, Trump pardoning January 6th protesters, is it not
No, actually, I haven't died in like 3 days. I have not been going around and murking people, and I haven't even been shot or shot at in days on solos. But on top of that, still have not died. Like, all right, we're gonna see if this motherfucker's here. Huh. Thought maybe a fireball would be there that I could shoot if there's trials. Yeah, I haven't died in days. The only time I got shot at was on duos with Mantis. That's it. The one time, and it's actually kind of funny. Because I got confused when we got to them. This is one of the...
What is the fucking phone?
Hold on. The guys with the accents are almost definitely them.
We could kill this
No.
rocketeer. Don't you need to drive it? Oh, shit.
Oh, there's somebody else coming. Oh!
Wow.
There's somebody else.
Let's go up.
You're good, bro. We're not coming after you. We're going up. Yeah, you're fine. We're just going to fight the Rocketeers. You guys are fine. So I never got a look at these guys. Never looked at them. Never saw them. Didn't know. Had no idea what they looked like. And it was just, yeah, totally, like, unaware of. Sorry, I gotta close out a couple of things. I was totally unaware of, like, who they were. As far as their, like, their
Where's the
costumes
Sentinel?
or whatever. Right there. What do you mean?
Look out for the Sentinel, guys.
GG's.
All right. Boom.
Okay, I'll go get it. There's people shooting folks down here.
They're shooting at my teammate. They're shooting at mine.
Let's get him. Oh shit! You got me.
Got him.
Raider, down there.
Well, I'm gonna go get him.
Okay, I'm pushing with you.
Right here, right here, right here.
Raider, down there.
Right here. He's f***ed. He's f***ed.
He's right here.
So yeah, so Mantis went right in. I had no idea, like, what the other team looked like. So now the other team is rushing in, and I'm standing there like, wait, when I get there, I don't know who's who or who's shooting who. I don't. Fuck.
Yeah, they're
I don't know
right
what
on
to
me.
do.
They're right where I am.
Get him, get him, get him.
There's two of them. There's two of them.
So I get here, there's a guy right there, but I don't know if that's him. There's another one right here. No, those are our teammates. Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, we're on the same team. Chill, chill, chill. We're all on the same fucking team. We're all on the same team. Okay, hold on, let me pick up my teammate.
Hell yeah! Good job, guys. Good job.
There we go. I think you are with them. What is the fucking phone?
Hold on. The guys with the accents are almost definitely them. I didn't hear anybody with fucking accents before. F that.
Hey.
I don't know what happened right there. I have no idea.
Y'all were in the same color. Ooh.
That's what you get for having accents. That's funny. They pretended to be with us. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
We fell for it for a minute. We
Yeah,
Well, those guys.
We got one of them.
What is the fucking...
That is the only gunfight I've gotten in I think 3, maybe 4 days. That's it. Like, haven't shot anybody, haven't shot at anybody, haven't. That's it. Just this. So I got confused because you said we're on the same team. Yes, because I couldn't see who was where. So when I saw those two guys over there, I thought, well, they're not shooting. So those are. So I guess it's just our guys left. And I kept seeing flares go up. And so I saw 2 flares go up. And so I thought, okay, so I think we got everybody. That's it. And then they start shooting. And I'm like, we're on the same team. We're on the same team. And then I hear from the other side, oh, okay, my bad. But then I'm like, wait, there's 2 guys behind me. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take this opportunity to pick up Mantis. So I'm like, let me pick up my teammate. Hold on, hold on. And I go pick her up. I'm fucked. I'm about to die. So then I stood there and I hear their accents and I'm like, All right, let's fucking get him now, dude. Fuck this. The other flare was the guy helping me. Yeah, so there were two, but there was one right before you got hit. So right before you got hit, a flare went up, and then you got hit, and a flare went up, and then another guy's flare went up. But I don't know who's who, so I have no idea whose flares are going up, whose aren't, and so now I'm fucking lost. So I'm glad I did it because it stopped me from dying. Because if I had died, we all would have fucking died, and it would have been over. But yeah, it just made it to where he picked up his teammate, I picked up you, and then we were able to shoot them and get the one of them ran away. So.
Hypocritical to be throwing the book at Don Lemon, really finding any way to hit him with serious federal charges, while simultaneously the Trump administration let many January 6ers, including some violent ones, off the hook, and it's pardoning, convicted fraudsters and all sorts of people. Doesn't that undercut the credibility to go after someone like Don Lemon?
I think those cases are different, but I don't defend the pardons of January 6th.
That's good.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
I would not call them protesters, especially not when you're invading the Capitol like that. Now, there are questions I will mention about what
Brad Palumbo looks perpetually startled. He does. He's a very good looking guy though. Like, I think I would go gay for Brad Palumbo. I think that's one person whose dick I would probably suck.
why I've tried to get into the Capitol, like I've walked around the Capitol, and just of no intent of doing anything wrong, Capitol Police will block you from even setting foot on one step of the Capitol. And that raises a lot of questions to me as to how these people were able to fully get in there.
No,
but
it doesn't. Can I answer that?
once you go into the Capitol, and once you're removing materials from Nancy Pelosi's office, and once you're doing this sort of thing, that is utterly unacceptable. And
Sure,
I
Luke,
condemn that.
a brief word on this, and then I do have a
Yeah.
follow-up question for you about it.
Yeah, I know we're not trying to shift into a whole January 6th debate,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
do
wanna do
appreciate
that.
you're willing to say that Trump was wrong on that, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing the blue or being against violence whenever, if you do it
That's
on his
not what
behalf,
I said,
he'll pardon
but-
you. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were going all the way in the moral direction. Whoops. But with how did they get in?
Wait.
That, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing.
That is utterly unacceptable.
Sure, Luke, a brief word on this, and I do have a
Yeah.
follow-up question for you about it.
Yeah, I know we're not trying to shift into a whole January 6th debate,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
do
wanna do
appreciate
that.
you're willing to say that Trump was wrong on that, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing the blue or being against violence whenever, if you do it
That's
on his
not what
behalf,
I said,
he'll pardon
but-
you. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were going all the way in the moral direction. Whoops. But with how did they get in? If you're not expecting that a mob of people, because the president, yes,
He's a bit too pretty for me. Yeah, he needs to shave his head.
said peace patriotically
He needs to shave his head and grow goatee.
among a bunch of other provocative statements, send you down to the Capitol, and then there's way too many people for the Capitol Police resources to deal with, then yeah, them backing away, as you made it sound like I've tried to walk into the Capitol before and the Capitol Police stopped me, because it was you walking in and not bashing their faces in and breaking windows. So it's not like a strange mystery as to how people got in the Capitol. We watched them get in the Capitol violently. And the reason that sometimes the Capitol Police backed off was because when it's 1v300, then you're probably going to have to back away at some point.
So
Well, and are you gonna
I don't want to
condemn the
relitigate all of this,
violent
guys.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
I do.
do have-
I do condemn violent Antifa.
And
think-
all the violent riots in 2020?
During BLM, yes, 100%. Again, I'm consistent. I'm not a partisan hack.
Appreciate both of that from you guys, but I want to ask you about. So it's interesting that you brought up the January 6th example, and I understand why you did, but I actually was going to anyway, because several people who are actual journalists, work with conservative media organizations, essentially went along filming with the mob on January 6th, including one who was a contributor to the Blaze and a freelance journalist. And so his name was Steve Baker. He was hit with serious federal charges by the Biden administration and the DOJ. And because he went along with and filmed and kind of joined in on this mob that was committing an illegal act, no one cried press freedom then. No one really viewed that as like a dystopian outrage. How do you square that circle compared to Don Lemon? It's not.
Well, I think that there's a pretty big difference when you look at the fact that Don Lemon was at a church, which is an open to the public building. It is not. It wasn't on a Wednesday night. It wasn't closed. It wasn't at a point where. I don't know why you guys are looking at me like that. I think that I'm making a fairly rational point that, like, if the building's open, they're not trespassing just by walking in. But if they ask them to leave, at that point they would be. But the Capitol grounds were closed. Nobody was confused as to whether or not it was open or not. They had to break windows to get in, and they had to they had to fight through lines of police and barricades, and that I think that it's pretty clear that there are drastic differences between one and the other. And I think it's the fact that one is open to the public. If you walk inside of a grocery store while it's open and you make a lot of noise and they ask you to leave, it makes sense that you would be trespassed in that case, and they would kick you out. But you just walking inside of the grocery store is not wrong until they kick you out. But if you walk in while it's closed, that's very different. That is what they did at the Capitol, and that's not what what Don Lemon did. But I don't know. You guys are looking at me like I'm crazy. So if you can finish your question, Brad.
Not an exact comparison, but it's not extremely dissimilar either.
Well, number one, I do think it's extremely dissimilar. I'm also not particularly familiar with that case, and have no problem saying there could have been when you have that many prosecutions that have to happen and that many people who broke the law all at once. And it's super important you make an example out of people who were through violent means literally trying to, or even the people who weren't violent, trying to prevent an election from being certified, like the foundation of our entire system of government. Yeah, I do think that extra aggressive prosecutions is totally justified if you care at all about our democratic republic. But if I looked more into that case and it felt like, no, he really was not trying to participate in that, he wasn't going there with the goal of obstructing or brazenly breaking laws, then I'd be fine being like, hey, as they...
Bad answer. Sorry, Luke. Bad answer. I just explained the difference. It is that just by being there at the Capitol, you were already trespassing. Just by being there, you were already trespassing. Like going inside of a church while it's open to the public is not trespassing just by being there.
They were sweeping up all these people who need to be prosecuted. They hit one who shouldn't have been. I don't really see that as a massive contradiction, because I'd be fine if I saw enough evidence to say that. But again, I'm not super familiar with that one.
All right, Tyler, I'll come to you in just a second. First, I want to play you guys a clip of Trump from his inauguration speech. Then we're going to discuss whether he's lived up to these bold promises. Listen to this.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
So I guess I'll just set the table where I'm at on this. Love what he's saying, haven't loved so much what he's doing. In fact, that's an understatement. When you look at things like his targeted retaliation against law firms because he doesn't like the clients that they serve, you look at the way he's retaliated against press organizations like the Associated Press who don't use his preferred word choice, or I guess you'd have to call Gulf of America a noun, like a proper noun, not a pronoun, but so his preferred proper nouns. And then you put it in the context of also the immigration crackdown, which has been deeply ideological. Cases like Rumeysa Ozturk, the Tufts student, who the Trump administration internal documents have been revealed, literally just tried to remove her from the country and had her arrested because of an article she wrote criticizing Israel in her student newspaper. Tyler, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like this is the pro-free speech administration we were promised. Your thoughts?
Well, I think in many of those cases, the administration is taking action in a way that they think is protecting the American people. When it comes to immigration in particular, and that case, when you're talking about the government has plenary power to remove someone's status. And so when it comes to, and I'm not the biggest fan of choosing people for stances that are out of line, but if you look at when it comes to this Israel advocacy, many of these people are advocating for and engaging in harassment of Jews on college campuses. And I think that's a context
Ozturk
there
did not do
that's
that.
key to
Some
that.
have, but she did not, to be clear.
Okay. Well, and I'm not familiar with that case in particular, so I'd have to look at. I think there are ways that the Trump administration has supported press freedom, like restoring press passes to many of the journalists who had them all revoked under the Biden administration, and allowing new media, both from the right and from the left, into the White House press briefing room.
Just
Like,
not the
these
Pentagon
are, these
press
are big
corps,
steps.
unless they sign a ridiculous policy.
Yeah, that's a more debatable issue. I do think that the administration has some legitimate concerns about leaking, especially when you look at the threats that we have from China and how much they're stealing our information when it comes to military secrets. But yes, there are different stances that people will take, and I have not signed that that Pentagon statement myself. Some of my colleagues have.
Really? Well, that surprises me because a lot of conservative media journalists refused to sign it out of principle because part of it required them to essentially agree not to solicit information the government doesn't want released, even not just classified information, but any unauthorized information, which I think is basically promising you won't do your job and you'll just recycle press releases. But look more broadly on free speech, your thoughts on Trump living up to those bold promises or maybe not so much.
Yeah, okay, let me just quickly demonstrate something, Tyler. Imagine that Brad brought up a clip of some Democrat being like, Joe Biden is the most mentally fit that he's ever been, and he's just sharp as a tack, and nothing has changed in the last decade. And I responded with, yeah, well, there's different ideas on this subject, and people debate it, and maybe some people have a point, but like, I think that's generally correct. You'd be like, bleh, that's so ridiculous. Like, just be honest. I think even if you like Trump, you can't say you like him or you believe within the context of liking him that he's been.
Obviously, yes, the people who were like saying they're like Biden's the sharpest he's ever been and shit like that, probably fine to criticize those people for the way that they talked about that. That was probably a little hyperbolic, going a little too far. It seems in context, it's not as bad, considering that there was a large group of people on the right who were saying that he was, incompetent, that he didn't know where he was, he didn't know what he was doing, he wasn't in charge of the country, he wasn't running the White House or the presidency, somebody else was doing it for him, that he was, he was incapable of speaking. Like, those things were way more untrue and way more like hyperbolic than he's in the best shape he's ever been. But the response to that is trying to convince people that he is mentally capable of doing the job, and I understand that that's what those responses were meant to be, and so I don't hold them, I'm not too upset about the he's the sharpest he's ever been sort of rhetoric that existed, but obviously was a little much.
Strong on the First Amendment. He's been going berserk. He admits that. He will say, aside from what his administration does, he will say, like I said, I want Pam Bondi to bring RICO cases against those pink whatever protesters who said I was Hitler. Insane. Or the government, this is a quote, should come down hard on MSNBC. And then he started doing that, right? He brings these ridiculous lawsuits against CBS, for example, while they're trying to get a merger to go through. He's withholding the merger, preventing them from making a bunch of money to force them, threatening them into settling with him and paying him off a bribe. He's like open, and you have to do me favors and you can't cross me too much, otherwise I'm going to sue you. The New York Times, he's done that as well. And then leverages his government power to punish you until you go ahead and pay him through a settlement, what I see is essentially a bribe. Even in the cases of the lies that were told in the aftermath of the ICE shootings, you have these people exercising their First Amendment, and then they get killed, and then the Trump administration comes out and lies about that. That one has to do with the First Amendment.
He was still way more effective legislatively than Trump. Yeah, that's why even lots of times when I am trying to make that point, I will leave alone whether or not Biden did it. I don't care if you think Biden did it. So one way or the other. So normally I will say the Biden administration was the most effective and efficient presidency of my lifetime, right? That is, the Biden administration was the best presidency of my lifetime. Because when I say Biden was the best president of my lifetime, or, Biden was the most effective and efficient president, I immediately have to get into an argument about his competency during that presidency, and I would rather just not even have to have that argument, because it's a fucking stupid one. Like, unless that's what the debate is about, I'm fine to have a full debate about the competency of Biden during his administration. I can go through tons of video evidence of him having, full speaking engagements with no issues. I can go through tons of evidence of him when they all said that he was in hiding, that he wasn't doing interviews, that he was on a beach somewhere and somebody else was running the government, that he was at the White House. There was tons of videos of him at the White House during this time. So we don't have to really wonder about any of those things. We were pulling it up on my channel on almost a daily basis, watching the White House YouTube channel, showing what it was that he was doing at the time. So it's just pretty easy to combat when it comes to that shit. But yeah, if we're not having that debate, I want to avoid it. I would rather not get sidetracked on an entire fucking debate about his competency.
And what y'all previously cared about, which was the Second Amendment in the case of Alex Preddy. You have like Miles Taylor being investigated for a book he wrote that Trump didn't like. Obviously, the whole James Comey case and them shopping around to different prosecutors and firing people if they won't bring a case, proving that it's a weak and flimsy case, has nothing to do with them really being concerned that Comey lied, that a leak that actually was beneficial to Trump's campaign happened under his watch at the FBI.
So, Luke,
that's obviously last thing because he doesn't like what Comey said about him. So these
which
are his
part of the First Amendment allows you to block ICE from carrying out deportations?
That's not what I said.
Part of the First
Alex
Amendment
Preddy was not blocking them from. Did you see him like waving people along? Here, come by. He was just shouting.
Yes, he was again. To the second time, we see both Good and Preddy both waving cars to come by. They're not blocking traffic. They're not blocking ICE. They're not blocking any. They are not stopping people from going. They're not impeding traffic. They're not obstructing. They're like, we can see they are waving people to go by and move, and they're not stopping anybody. In like, if you want to say like, okay, well, they're not allowed to stand in the middle of the street, that's fine. But now all of you progressives who wanted to do this before, now is your fucking time. Now it is not their job to enforce traffic laws. ICE is not legally allowed to enforce traffic laws. It is not their jurisdiction. So there you go. We can all sing that song now. They are not legally allowed to enforce traffic laws. But that seems pretty simple. They were not, that's not their claim. They weren't claiming that, but that's a lot of people when they bring this up and they want to talk about it, they always want to bring up that he was standing in the road. Okay, well, they don't enforce traffic laws, so.
You said Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Yeah, and
Renee Good
also
ushered
a Renee
car
Good,
through.
whose car had just hit an ICE officer before he opened fire.
I gave you a bunch of examples I zeroed in on the First Amendment example, saying that sometimes you could find there was obstruction going on in the ICE protests, but that the willingness, even in cases where they were abiding by the law while they were protesting, that spiraled into even death scenarios, and the willingness to lie about that is an example of them not caring about people's ability to protest. Yes, some of them get chaotic, and sometimes people do things that I don't support during protests. But then what about like the rest of the list that I did?
Well, so
just be honest. Go, that's bad. Why is he doing that?
You did throw out a lot there, though, Luke. Like a million
This is all in
things.
the context.
Well, I think that says something.
Let me
about
return what you
Trump.
said, Luke Beasley. What you said
my
about
own
January 6th, when you said that you wanted things to be aggressively prosecuted, because, and I agree with you, January 6th was an egregious situation. Do you think that people should be aggressively prosecuted when they invade a church in the middle of service? When people are trying to worship God? I mean, the First Amendment, which also protects religious freedom, the free exercise of religion.
Was that rhetorical? Yeah. Yeah. So if there was a story of people beating police officers to get into a church, kicking through the windows, climbing into the church, and then chanting that they wanted to hang the pastor, I do think an example should have been made out of those people as well.
You don't think that interrupting
Stop using the word
middle
invaded.
of service?
They walked into an unlocked door. Like, okay,
Well,
the law was broken.
they
you
did
say-
scare the families and children, and they shut down the service, and I think that's wrong.
What did I just say? Hey, let me finish my damn thought.
Yeah.
I was saying, and maybe you find a law that was broken by the other protesters, not the person reporting on it. But you just asked me a question about January 6th and saying, comparing that to the church. And I was saying, if what happened on January 6th happened at a church, you'd have a bigger deal. I don't think an example needs to be made out of people walking into a church and a kid cries, sorry, I feel bad, and maybe there's some law that was violated and you can hold them accountable. But that's not.
You don't care about the kids crying? Oh my goodness. You have to be held legally responsible if you make a kid cry. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Not
Come on.
fitting within the framework that I explained with January 6th at all.
So invading the sanctity of a church service in the middle of it, getting
It's
up,
so silly.
shouting, celebrating, shutting it down, yelling at kids in face to face, saying your parents are going to hell and your parents are Nazis, that this is somehow just normal protest to you? What is the difference here?
You're not listening to me at all.
All right, guys, I got to reclaim
What did
the
I
floor
just
here.
say? What did I just say, Tyler?
Luke, I think we're at an impasse here.
shut up,
Viewers will have to
Luke.
decide for themselves how they feel about the church situation and whether they think it is comparable to January 6th or not.
Okay. He does have another video out that finishes that debate. And
we're already seeing movement.
I do want to watch it. So if you guys are over on the vertical stream, we're going to end that now. Excuse me. We are going to end the vertical stream now. So we are going to continue stream here on YouTube on a landscape format. So so if you'd like to continue watching with us, we'd love to have you. Click on the channel, and over here on the main page, click on this one, the one with call-in show. It's got me on it, got all of this. It does not have the red dots at the beginning. Click on this one, and there's the stream, and there's all the chatters over here who are watching on this side. Head on over there, and we will continue streaming over there, and yeah, hope to see you there. Later, fools.
Where thruples and others are being welcomed and celebrated.
You don't want gay marriage, right?
Yeah.
And if you're going to try to argue that, you're going to get bodied.
Kids do best in when they're raised with their biological mother and their biological father.
Not trying to be mean, but that was a crazy, crazy word salad, and you didn't address at all what I just explained.
I have a dear friend from college who grew up. She has 2 moms, so she had a sperm donor. Did they do something immoral by creating her with a sperm donor? Yes or no, Tyler?
I mean, I think...
Are conservatives coming after gay marriage after all? It's probably not going anywhere anytime soon, and it doesn't have widespread support or buy-in from Republicans just yet, but a coalition of conservative commentators and traditionalist activist organizations just launched a new campaign seeking to overturn the Supreme Court case that established gay marriage nationwide. And they're making a truly bizarre argument that makes very little sense. Here's a clip from their launch video.
We now have these trite phrases like love makes a family, or all you need is just love. As long as your physical needs are met and someone is cheering you on, then apparently you'll grow up fine.
But the kids aren't fine. The kids haven't been fine for quite some time.
You redefine marriage, you have just destroyed the house. You can put together a new house and claim it's the same. Children will know the difference. It harms children in virtually every way imaginable.
We're prioritizing the fantasies of adults, no matter how earnestly those fantasies are felt, over the real needs and the real good of children.
Redefining marriage robs children of the natural right to their mother and father.
And it puts adult desires over children's needs. It has to stop. Children.
Real quick. I am trying to get a guy onto the next panel. This is one of the people that I want to come onto the Davos panel, and I haven't been able to get in touch with him. I've tried getting in touch with him for other panels as well. He has his DMs turned off on Twitter, and he has a link tree, but he doesn't have an email address in the link tree. And he does have an Instagram where you can DM him. Brad, no, it's Jesse on Fire. I was on a panel with him a while ago where we debated some of the stuff. We debated like the Charlie Kirk stuff, but this is him right here. And so yes, we had a debate a while ago, but I'm trying to get him onto the Davos debate. I posted this tweet just saying, hey, I've been trying to contact you to invite you to a debate. I can't message you on X, so I sent, oh, it says send. Shit. Can I edit this still? Okay. So I sent So I sent a DM on Instagram. I don't see an email on your link tree. Otherwise, I'd contact you there. But if you can check your DM requests on Instagram and get back to me, I'd appreciate it. If you guys can go give it a like, reshare, whatever, I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to get this guy on, and honestly, if I can't get him, I don't know if we're going to be able to do the debate again, because we just can't find right-wingers to do these fucking debates right now. So right now we have Jola and Dylan Burns, who were supposed to be there on the left, but we don't have any right-wingers at all. So this is kind of important to try to get somebody. So if you could yeah, help me boost this tweet, I'd appreciate it. I posted the link in chat.
Children are greater.
Children
are greater.
Children are greater
Than equal.
And it's time we fought for their rights.
At face value, this argument doesn't really make sense. It seems like their main objection is about gay people having or raising children, not about them being married. And those things are only tangentially related. Gay people have had families and have raised children for decades, long before Obergefell or before gay marriage was legal in all states. And the vast majority of married gay people don't have or want children. Instead, they value access to marriage for the important legal, tax, health insurance, inheritance, immigration, and
Do you want a smart right-winger or a dumb MAGA right-winger? I need somebody who is capable of arguing economics and geopolitics. So it's technically going to be a smart right-winger. It has to be somebody who can who can have the debate about tariffs, about foreign policy, you know, things like this. This is like the World Economic Forum, and they'll know about what happened there. Like, it's got to be somebody who understands these things, who kept up with this. So no one. It's a very small pool. It's a very small pool, and yeah, I'm trying to. There was somebody else. Look up Vibe. This guy? That's not him. Is this him? He's an ex-Mormon? Okay, this guy is not white enough to be an ex-Mormon. Vibe Junkies? No. I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to send it to me on Discord.
Many other rights and benefits that it brings. Anyway, as a gay or lesbian couple, you don't have to be married to adopt a child or have one through surrogacy or sperm donation. Getting rid of gay marriage or overturning Obergefell wouldn't stop any of these things or change that reality. So making an anti-gay marriage campaign centered entirely around the children just feels like an emotionally manipulative, rhetorical tool. If what they really want.
You could ask Euro and Trust. Bro, I tried getting him to come on. I tried getting that guy to come on one of the other panels. And do you know what he said to me? So first, he ignored all of my DMs to him. Then, after he continued ignoring my DMs, I messaged him on 2 to 3 different accounts. He ignored all of them, left him on red for like days. So then I went to his Discord. He has a channel in his Discord that says, debate. And so it says, debate me. So I typed in there and I said, hey guys, I'm trying to get in touch with this guy, but he's not responding. Does anybody know a better way that I can get in touch with him? I wanted to invite him onto the debate panel where we're going to have a bunch of other YouTube content creators on to debate a topic. And a bunch of those people started adding him saying, dude, go on. And he just never replied. Then he did start typing in the fucking chat in the same channel, but was replying to other people about other things, and then started saying, well, you guys should come on and debate me. And then when they didn't, he's like, you guys are scared. So then I started replying to him again, and I was like, hey, I've sent you a bunch of messages. I've typed in this chat trying to get you to come onto a panel. It's at this time on this day. And he says, I'm streaming on that day. Sorry. I said, yeah, so is everybody else. You just streamed the panel. And he said, who all is going to be on? And I told him it was Lonerbox, Soy Pill, Grid One Motorsports. And then he just, again, did not reply. So, yeah, I tried to get that that Euro guy on, and oh, I know someone. Okay.
Want is to just ban gay people from having families, they should say so plainly, not conflate it with a related but distinct issue. They're also just wrong about what's best for the children anyway. A Cornell research review of 79 studies found that 75 showed children raised by same-sex couples fare no worse than other children. Some studies even suggest they fare slightly better on some metrics, but that's likely just a reflection of the fact that gay people who have kids tend to be very affluent, and just 4 studies showed any worse outcomes. But those studies evaluated in part children who came out of a broken home, one where a parent through separation or divorce then came out as gay. And those worse outcomes likely reflect that family breakup much more than they tell us anything about how children raised from birth by same-sex couples actually fare. More importantly, the alternative reality that these conservatives are proposing is not some utopia where every child is born in a happy family with a biological mother and father. It's that many children, like those, for example, born to lesbian couples with sperm donation, aren't born at all. If you ask me, that's a world where everyone involved is worse off. And destroying...
There's this weird blonde guy who's always live. Never listened to him. Is it? I think it's who we're talking about. Euro in travel or something like that. He's always wearing a MAGA hat, kind of country, not well spoken. He has a bunch of like old dudes on the channel with him sometimes. There's a video of Vibe on Wick's channel. He also debated that Tariak dude on Sarah Tomato's channel. What about the Unreal guy? I don't know who that is either. Yes, that guy. Yeah, that's who I was just talking about. That's who we were just talking about. He got recommended for one a while ago. You asked Rob on? No, I explained this earlier. It's because like I've had him on a bunch recently, and I'm trying to get different people on. I thought about getting, oh man, what's his name? The libertarian guy. I can't remember his name, but he's like a libertarian lawyer, and but he's had like a lot of debates with Powdered Dusty. Powdered Dusty, you think Powdered Dusty's gonna have a conversation about geopolitics and economics? He's gonna be able, he knows about the World Economic Forum and everything that happened in Davos. Anyways, fuck, I was in the middle of saying something, I forgot. Fabian? No, Fabian's not a lawyer. Anyways, Dylan Burns has had a bunch of back and forths with this guy fairly recently to where I didn't feel like it would be a good idea to have him on again, so. Lactoid, yeah, that's the libertarian lawyer. All right, if you guys can send me some of these names to my DMs. What about Ryan Mullally? I thought about him as well. We might reach out to Ryan depending on if we can get these other people soon enough. We'll see. Yeah, Teriak debated Dylan Burns and Rob Noor recently. Also, okay, so yeah, so again, probably, maybe not, but yeah, just anybody that you guys have recommended, send it to me in my DMs, and I'll try to look into them and see if we can get them on.
Millions of people's marriages in the process of pursuing such a goal doesn't make any sense. That's just my take, though, and the debate here is really only beginning. Joining me to discuss all of this is the liberal YouTuber and political commentator Luke Beasley and the conservative commentator Tyler O'Neill, a senior editor at the Daily Signal. Let's get into it. So, Tyler, obviously this is a fraught issue, but you're here for a reason. I want to hear your thoughts on why I'm wrong and why this coalition is right.
Well, I think the biggest argument that the coalition has going for it is that Obergefell was wrongly decided. We don't have in the Constitution a clear statement in the 14th Amendment saying that marriage has to be interpreted as both man and woman, as well as male and female. So what we have already there is a shaky foundation. And if you look at what would happen, so when the Congress passed the Respect for Marriage Act, it didn't actually codify Obergefell. If you were to overturn Obergefell, that act would still remain, but that law says that once a marriage has been certified in one place, it has to be honored in all the other states. And so when you overturn Obergefell, that actually would allow states to go back to a system like we had when Roe was overturned, where one state says,
"Oh no, I just sold the wrong fucking Tempest. I just sold the wrong Tempest. There was a Tempest 2, and I sold the Tempest 2 and kept the Tempest 1. Yeah, yesterday in one run, I got a Tempest. Dude, my mouse is skipping all over the place. I got it. Oh my goodness. I got a Patina, and I think it was the Patina 3, and a Tempest 2. I think like an Osprey, a Torrente. Like I got like 5 or 6 guns in a single run, and a Matriarch core, and like a ton of other shit. Just like I was there for like 5 minutes and left. And fuck, dude, my mouse is skipping everywhere. What the fuck?
You know, we believe marriage is between one man and one woman, and we believe that marriage can be between adults of any gender. Now, the other thing here is, if you're talking about dignity, and that is the grounding, as Obergefell makes it, it's very hard to make the argument that marriage needs to be limited to just 2 people. And we're already seeing movements where thruples and others are being welcomed and celebrated. So it's an interesting and important question, I think, as to what marriage means. And to be honest, I think a lot of the legal benefits that gay couples get from marriage can also be gotten from civil unions. And my ideal situation.
OMG thruples. I do think that, like, yeah, there probably should be some lines to this. I don't know if I have a great argument for why, though. I don't know if I can justify why there shouldn't be thruples and entire, I forget what it's called, but where there's like a group of people who are all somewhat interchangeably like dating each other in different ways, where they're not all dating one another, but dating each other in some way, shape, or form to where they all get included into it. It's like a polygamy. Well, that's the sexuality part, but that's not what the group is called. The group is called something else, like almost like an incubator sort of type of word, but yeah,
would be that you have churches recognize one form of marriage and government recognize another form of marriage that does not claim the same moral authority.
So, Tyler, I have many follow-up questions for you, but first I just want to give Luke the floor briefly for his.
Yes, Freddie, a polycule. Yes. Yep, Freddie got it. It's a polycule. Yep.
Thoughts? Yeah, well, unfortunately, Brad, you spoiled a lot of my points and brilliantly did so. I don't, just a quick point of clarification, Tyler, because I'm not as interested in, based on the video I saw that you posted, debating whether or not a strong legal challenge could be brought. It's like, that'll be litigated, we'll see. But aren't we more discussing the principle of it? Like, you're not saying you would support enshrining gay marriage through a different legal means, and you just believe the way it was ruled on was not constitutional. You don't want gay marriage, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so then let's litigate that, because the video just acts
It doesn't
like,
talk about legal arguments. It talks about kids.
it talks about kids, and it acts like we all just know that the data points towards children do worse in same-sex households. And if you're going to try to argue that, you're going to get bodied, Tyler, because the body of, oh my gosh, I sound so like Newsom right now, of medical and scientific research points to the exact opposite conclusion. And I can go through some of that if you want. I don't know how much time I have. I have a bunch of different references that we can go through if you're interested. But the real, like, if you zoom out, the real argument here is, as Brad said, no matter what you do, you're not changing the fact that already like 2 to 3 million kids are in same-sex households, that same-sex couples are going to have kids through all sorts of different means. Even if it's they bring a kid into a marriage that was from a previous heterosexual relationship, there's just, it's a fact of our world that same-sex couples are going to be couples, and then some of them are going to have kids. And so if the whole argument is we want to do what's best for the children, then I can tell you, your activism only has a chance at removing the marriage component, which just means you're trying to make life worse for the children who would already be in same-sex homes. And that's what we see when you remove those legal protections, as referenced by Brad, the different benefits that come with marriage and the stability and the likelihood of couples staying together and building a more stable long-term family. If you remove that, the kids still exist, the couples still exist, but the well-being of the children just gets worse. So it's
Tyler,
like, wait,
yeah, so
why
I'll
are you
put a
citing
question
children?
to you, and I am not going to yell at you, not going to call you names. I genuinely want to earnest dialogue
No,
about
you
this.
guys have been. Yeah.
What my main question is, shouldn't they just be honest? Because it sounds to me like basically everyone in that video wants to ban gay people from having kids, right? Wants to make it illegal for gay people to adopt, probably make surrogacy illegal, probably make sperm donation illegal. That at least should, if what they believe, what they're saying in the video, that should be what they're calling for. Do you understand why it's strange to me that they're conflating this with the marriage question?
Well, so to some degree, I understand why you think that's strange. Marriage as an institution historically has been about procreation. And that's one of the main reasons why the government recognizes marriage in the first place. So this whole debate does involve the children. So the questions of
yeah, I guess that's true. It is true that they, like, the idea is that they want to be able to give some sort of incentives to people to get them to procreate, like it's beneficial for the country, and so they wanted to give incentives for them to have more children, and that is especially the thought process. Oh shit, as soon as looks like my stream did lag a couple of times. But yeah, that, like, I think that is true, yeah.
whether kids do best in which circumstances. So they were saying, and I think the data generally stands, that kids do best in when they're raised with their biological mother and their biological father. But that does not mean that there aren't confounding variables. That does not mean that kids who are in same-sex families have always bad outcomes. Obviously, that isn't the case. The main claim that they're making is that children have a right to be raised by their biological father and their biological mother. And
they have a right to be raised by their what the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? They have a right to be raised by them. So in this case, we have a surrogate, okay? Two gay men want to have a baby, and oh shit. And so they have a surrogate have the baby for them. And what is the idea here that I'm so lost? Like, what is the right in this case, or what is the child the child's allowed to say, like, no, you gaffers are not allowed to raise me. I have a right to be raised by my biological mother, who didn't seem to want me and knew that she was going to be giving me up when she made the deal to be a surrogate. Like, the child gets to decide for that mother that now she has to be a mother. Like, that would remove like the entire idea of like giving a child up for adoption, or like, fuck, dude. Like, that would just break so many different ideas that currently exist.
If that is the centerpiece of marriage
Oh,
law,
shit.
that changes a lot of things. And by the way, that also changes things like no-fault divorce. That changes things like these people are not inconsistent morally. They're not pro all forms of heterosexual marriage and against all forms of same-sex unions on everything. It's the issue is, if you believe that the nuclear family is the rightful bedrock of society, is the, man, woman, and their children is the ideal formation, that doesn't mean that people who don't fall into that need to be second-class citizens or looked down upon or any way. But the main thing that you have, if you're going to build
So wait, is stream lagging? I'm getting like a little bit of lag. Ooh, over here. And it does seem as though like electromagnetic storms and shit like this are a bit harder for stream, so... Ah, fuck. Yes, there is lag. Okay. I don't know why right now, honestly. I've not here. Huh. Okay. Cause yeah, I've kind of like primed everything to where we should be fine, but it's currently not fine. Oh fuck, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How the fuck is this thing still seeing me? What the fuck?
society.
Oh, thank God, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, let me get away so that that thing doesn't see you. It seemed like it was never going to stop shooting me. Holy shit. Thank you. Here, do you want me to give you your defib back? I can give you your defib back real quick if you want. Oh, wait. It was the other guy, wasn't it? Yep. Okay. Appreciate it. Damn, that was lucky as fuck, bro. Holy shit. I'm so glad those guys were just standing there to just come fucking revive me right then. That was fucking nuts.
At marriage family formation, it involves changing the laws that we have right now. And one of the main things to do is to get rid of this Supreme Court ruling that is doing what Roe v. Wade did on this issue.
I think it's clear they want to do more than just overturn Obergefell. I'm about to come to you, Luke, but they want to do more than just overturn the court case and send it back to the states. The activists in this video seem to me to very clearly want to make it illegal for gay people to have children through the means we've discussed. And we'll come back to the point, Tyler, about children and right to mother, right to father. I have some follow-up questions about that. But Luke, first, just your thoughts.
Okay, again, I'm not trying to be mean, but that was a crazy, crazy word salad, and you didn't address at all what I just explained, which is if all that video talked about was children, 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 we have to put children over equal. But if you don't prioritize equal in this case with what we're talking about with gay marriage, you're doing what's worse for the children. Let me go just really quickly. All the following organizations agree that children by same-sex parents do just as well, and as Brad referenced in some studies, better for different reasons, than those raised by
that black kids are just as, or sorry, poor kids are just as bright and just as smart as white kids, right? That's the... I can't find where I'm trying to go here. I'm trying to find the place with the where I use the key for the village. It's down there, isn't it? What?
Opposite sex parents, the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychological Association, American Medical Association, American Sociological Association. That's based on decades of peer-reviewed research. The few studies that contradict that have wild methodological issues.
Oh, my bad. I'm not coming in. My bad. I was trying to use my card. I didn't realize you were in there. No, move. Fuck.
And this is measuring emotional health, academic performance, behavioral issues, substance abuse, delinquency, social development. What does matter? So those all things stay the same based on same-sex versus opposite sex. What does matter is not the sexual orientation of the parents, but the parental stability, economic stability, low conflict at home, access to legal protections. And you can hear as I'm listing those, marriage, allowing couples that would already exist with kids who would already exist to get married, just enshrines more of those factors that improve the well-being of the children. That's what the research actually demonstrates. An example of this is that child poverty among kids in same-sex households declined after marriage equality became a reality. So just try to engage with that as opposed to just a bunch of language about a mom and a dad. Yeah, we love the moms and the dads with families. And also, there's other families that you would just...
Well, okay, I'm a little confused. I thought a minute ago that Luke was saying, well, I don't really want to talk about like the legal justification or the the precedents or anything like that. I want to talk about like the moral justification and what it is that you want. Now it seems like he's saying otherwise. Nice shot.
Be worsening the conditions for the kids if you remove their parents' ability to be married because of if one parent dies and the other one's not technically a legal parent and they're not married, then all of a sudden you have this instability for the kid, or the ability for the insurance of the employer of a parent to be used for the child, the financial stability that comes with marriage. All those things you would be wanting to remove, not to mention the more societal dedication.
Let's give Tyler a response.
Not to mention the societal dedication that marriage represents that causes people to stay together longer, which is good for the kids. So engage with that, please.
But you said their parents, and I think that is fundamentally the issue here, is when we're talking about same-sex couples and adopting. Now, some kids may be better off being adopted by a same-sex couple than being in an orphanage when their situations are worse otherwise. But we're talking, children come from a mother and a father. And there are some technologies that they've developed that have a lot of moral complications. I mean, do you know the surrogacy issue, the issue of how many embryos they make with IVF? Like there are a lot of concerns that people have, and I think they're legitimate moral concerns.
But that's not just gay people. That's vastly also done by heterosexual people.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only that, but so the conservatives under Biden acted like IVF was this horrible demonic thing that Biden was pushing on everybody. But then when Trump got into office, he pushed IVF in this term and said that he was like the godfather of IVF, and that he's made it to where more people can have kids, and like when we're talking about like the moral complexity of this, it wasn't morally complex when Trump did it. The conservatives, so if you guys remember, this is at the speech that Trump gave, where what the fuck? Where everybody got mad that he the Democrats didn't clap for the black kid. You guys remember this? And they were all mad. They're like, why didn't you clap for the black kid? You guys are evil. You hate black kids and blah, blah, blah. Oh, 2 Rocketeers coming. But at that same thing, that Trump also talked about like how he brought a black woman who was able to have a child because she had IVF shit, and that like he's put money into getting more technology for IVF and for more people to have children through IVF, and it's only like these things are only morally complicated when Democrats do it. That seems to be the case. It seems like it's only ever morally complicated if Democrats want it or Democrats are doing it. But when Republicans want it or Republicans are doing it, especially Trump, everything changes immediately. Just it all changes on a fucking dime.
As we've established here, this campaign is not just about overturning same-sex marriage in Obergefell. It's about trying to get to a place where children are given their right to be raised by their biological mother and their biological father is paramount. And that is the foundation of family law.
You posted this just real quick. A broad coalition of pro-family groups is organizing to overturn Obergefell. You just said it's not about overturning Obergefell.
It's not just about overturning Obergefell. If you look at the website, yeah. Well,
but that is definitely the focus.
That's what you just said.
It is the focus. Yeah.
So explain, why do you want kids to be worse off who already exist, because you would be taking away their parents' ability to be married that comes with it all sorts of factors that actually improve the children's outcomes. That's what you can't cite the children and then all the data contradicts how well the children would do with your policy.
Tyler, yeah.
Overturning Obergefell would not dissolve the unions that already exist. It would not take the kids away from these parents. And it would allow states to make their own rules on this. So, yes, and that's why I'm engaging when you say, you know, Luke, you're and both of you are saying, like, this isn't just about overturning Obergefell, and I don't think it is either. But I think the ultimate goal is not to harm children and to hurt families that exist now.
Do
the
you
ultimate
think
goal
that
is
same-sex?
Well, the goal to these are separate things. Like the goal being, we want to harm children is one thing. But whether or not that is the outcome is a separate thing, and I think he keeps strawmanning this. This is something that I think Pisco does a lot, where like somebody says, you know, this is what's going to happen, and he will kind of change it to like, your goal is to do X. Not necessarily that term, but like he will kind of change the words here and there to where it's easier to make like a straw man argument against it. And this is I think like Andrew Wilson does this a lot. There's a bunch of people who will like kind of just change wording just a little bit to where it seems similar, but it's not the same. You're talking about the goal versus the outcome. These are drastically separate things. I don't think anybody thinks the goal is to do this.
Families harm children by adopting them or having them without a biological mother and father. Yes?
I don't think they harm children.
Then what's the harming of children that's being averted that you just said?
The harming of children is where the centerpiece of the marriage law and family law is. Is that centerpiece on fulfilling the desires of adults, or is it on actually what's best for the kids? And this campaign is about shifting that focus away from focusing on the desires of adults and toward the needs and rights of children as they see it. That's the main thing that I'm in agreement with the campaign on. I am not familiar with all of the studies that they're relying on. I am familiar with the organizations, Luke, that you just cited. And unfortunately, these are institutions that I don't trust because I've seen them captured by gender ideology. And right now we're in a very interesting time where these groups that went whole hog for every transgender intervention are suddenly saying, oh, well, maybe now that the American Society of Plastic Surgeons is saying that you shouldn't have transgender surgery until you're 19, maybe we're going to dial back our support for this just a little bit. But by the way, we're going to put hedging language in there because we still, I mean, it seems as though they still.
Yeah, if that, like that, isn't that what, hold on, isn't that what they ought to do? Like, if for a long period of time, there's been a consensus from all major medical associations on trans surgeries, and then like one renowned medical association comes out with a different conclusion. Now, wouldn't you want to say, okay, now there is at least a question as to whether or not this is the direction to go. And so we are willing to back off some to say, like, we're gonna give some room for it to be one way or the other, and give people some freedoms with some with all of the information that we currently have, so that they can make educated decisions for themselves. Like, isn't that what we would expect if they're actually if they actually care. Like, the argument for the longest time has been that Democrats don't actually care. They don't actually give a fuck what the science says. They just lie and say that the science says X or the science says Y, but in reality, they're just going to do it anyways. They want to trans the kids, and so they're just going to keep trying to trans kids no matter what. But yeah, if in the end you actually do end up changing your positions with new information, but the new information isn't conclusive as the information was before, now you end up just having somewhat of a doubt there if you're actually going based on the medical information that's out at the time. That is what you would expect. I don't know anything about this new report from this, you know, this medical association, so I'm not sure, but I'm just saying that, like, if this is what I'm saying this is what we would expect. If they're being honest, if they're actually going based on the science, this is what we would expect.
Believe this. Any organization that went whole hog for gender ideology and for mutilating kids in the name of their identifying as the opposite sex loses a lot of its credibility.
Tyler, listen, you actually, hang on, I'll come to you, Luke. I just want to say that I think you have a point there in that they made a bunch of statements about consensus and data that were not accurate, and they're slowly walking back, and we've seen challenged. I mean, Luke, we can't just blindly...
That were not accurate. Hold on. Accurate? What do you mean they weren't accurate? They were accurate. That was the consensus at the time. They were accurate.
Trust the experts, right? The argument I think we've seen through COVID and then through some of the gender stuff Tyler mentions, the analysis doesn't just stop with what the American Medical Association says.
Yeah, I'd rather trust the experts than Tyler, but I agree. That's why I was trying to explain that when you can also look at the studies and how they conducted it and interact with the data yourself, which you can also do with trans-related studies, which is what people who have pushed back in more thoughtful ways have done, is actually engage with the studies themselves as opposed to just going, I don't know, I don't trust anything that comes out of there. And
I mean, yeah, this has been kind of where I've been as far as like trans people playing in sports. That was not as conclusive as a lot of people wanted to make it sound. And this has been a contentious topic for a long time, is that the fact that, like, yeah, a lot of, even amongst trans people, is the fact that there are still other aspects that are not being accounted for in a lot of these studies that come to a very, like, staunch conclusion about trans people in sports. Now, people getting surgery underage, we were well aware of, like, where the risks were and where they weren't, and the conservative argument the entire time was kind of just pointing out some negative consequences that come from these things while ignoring any benefit whatsoever. That was their argument the entire time, is they 100% ignore the entire benefit, but only point out negative consequences. You like, and a lot of times when I would have these debates with these people and I would say, like, why are you only focusing on the negative consequences? Like, why are you only focusing on negative consequences? Like, why aren't you focusing on the full picture? And they would say, well, because they're children. They shouldn't have any negative consequences from something like this. It's like, okay. So you're making an argument that says that kids can't take any sort of medicine, can't have any sort of surgeries, can't have any sort of, like, serious medical interventions in their life, because that's the case for all of them. There is always going to be side effects from medicines. There's always going to be negatives from surgeries. There's always going to be that. But medicine operates on a holistic view of, is this better than, you know, than not having this? Like, do the benefits outweigh the consequences? Like, that is how science works. That is how these things are done. And conservatives will ignore the overall picture a lot of times, just so they can make the argument against children getting surgeries. So it's always kind of been a disingenuous conversation from one side, where they're not actually talking about this through a medical lens. They're not actually looking at it in a way that's rational or scientific in any way whatsoever. It's just a way for them to push an agenda. So I'm having trouble, caring about anything they have to say about trans surgeries after this is the way that the conversation's been had for so long. They're just not honest. So Keffel's fan, yeah, maybe that's what's happening. If you guys don't know, Keffels was somebody who was literally pushing a website where they made what they even literally advertised as bathtub hormones, bathtub HRT, and said hey, if your parents won't let you get your trans surgery, it's okay. We'll help you get it. We have bathtub HRT, and she had her own website. Oh fuck. She had her own website where she fuck. Where she advertised this shit for kids and was supposedly helping kids get the shit. And it was fucking disgusting. And then tons of trans people were coming out defending this and acting like this was okay. And it was the whole thing was fucking gross as hell. And I don't know, dude. There was just nothing we could do to talk to any of these fucking people. Okay, he's at the extract. I don't need to save him. So yeah, there was a whole fight about this all throughout Twitch politics and throughout the political left with liberals and these leftists, where there was just a ton of people who were yeah, but some parents literally won't let their kids get the surgeries. And it's yeah, okay, that's fucked up. That's that's abuse. That's wrong. We're not going to have some fucking randoms on the internet giving it to them. That is not how this is gonna fucking go. That is not the right fucking response to this. Because while again, you can feel bad for kids with gender dysphoria, and it's got to be a horrible situation for them, and it's got to be rough as fuck to deal with anything like that. Having these people who are making their own HRT, that's just not the fucking answer, dude. That is not the answer.
I think you, even if you examine them, would be no, this is well done research, and I agree. But then also, aside from even, which is why I tried to start with less here's different institutions that conducted different batches of research that support my argument, just kind of zooming out away from the specifics and explaining the logic of it, which I think any rational thinker can kind of understand, which is, all right, we agree in our current society you're not going to prevent gay people from being with each other, all right? And then there's all of these factors, even if you did move the needle on like who's allowed to do surrogacy or who's allowed to adopt, there's still already scenarios where people have relationships and there's a kid under their guardianship and they're a same-sex couple. And so when you think about that, and it's the same thing even taking away the kid that I've tried to explain before to conservatives, which is if you're going to have the couples and you're going to have kids involved in some percentage of those couples, then why wouldn't we want to encourage people to be in more dedicated, more legally binding relationships that I think stabilize our society, stabilize families, encouraging that sort of pro-family mentality in general, and understanding that marriage is only a way for the institution to give some backing to, hey, long-term committed relationships that are a little bit more than just dating and that provide more legal protections because of that. That just logic makes sense, even if you had trust issues with the data that substantiates it.
Well, I think if you were to look at civil unions and if we were to have a system where we say, like, legally, you have all the same rights, but we're not going to consider, like,
Why?
If you
Why
look,
would you make it all the same, but just with a different word?
Because Obergefell, if you look at the text of the case that we are ostensibly, or at least in part discussing here, is all about.
So separate but equal is what he's saying? He's saying separate but equal? Oh shit, I've never seen that before. Holy shit. The spotters take off into the sky. When you killed the bombardier. I didn't know that happened. Damn.
It centers on the word dignity. It centers on redefining marriage as a cultural push to change the culture. And what we've seen when this culture has been changed is the demonization of groups that oppose the LGBT agenda. We've seen the Southern Poverty Law Center, which, you know, puts mainstream conservative and Christian groups on a hate map with chapters of the Ku Klux Klan, put more and more conservative groups there. And we've seen them gain a tremendous impact in the Biden administration.
I'm sorry, you guys don't get to keep using these like mainstream Republican talking points to say like, oh, they act like we're Nazis when we're just mainstream Republicans. Like, you don't get to use those talking points when, one, the Republican Party has drastically changed over the last 10 years. And two, you guys have people like MAGA and Trump who are talking about every lefty as a what do you call it? As a terrorist. What the fuck was that? Somebody threw a showstopper in there, or what the fuck just happened? That was weird.
And in the left in general. And right now, the FBI is swearing them off because Trump is president. I don't know how long that would last. If Trump is not president in 2029, how much more influence will the Southern Poverty Law Center again have in the federal government? And the main thing that I've seen from Obergefell is that this message that the conservative Christians, Jews, Muslims, even atheists who believe that marriage is, as it has traditionally been understood, between a man and a woman, were told that their view is inherently less than, is inherently undignified. And that is shifting the permission structure. And if you look at these things, we had a debate all through the 90s into the 2000s. There was a lot of ground that the conservative Christians were willing to give on this.
I heard there was 3 grams of coke in Coke when it first came out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking into a lot of drugs and like a lot of like mainstream things that were normal back in the day, it's actually crazy. Like finding out about a lot of this shit. It is actually insane finding out about like some of the shit and what was going on. Like I've talked about this a bunch of times. Bayer, the company Bayer, who makes a lot of our like name brand medicines and shit. Not like prescription medications as much, but they make like ibuprofen, I think, and shit like that. They make a lot of the most popular just like headache medicines and painkillers and shit like that. It's similar to Tylenol. And they used to make a medicine, not even a medicine really, but it was a medicine. It was a medicine. It was a medicine similar to ibuprofen and Tylenol and Aleve and things like that. And it was called heroin. Okay? Bayer invented heroin. And they started selling heroin pills, and sometimes even powder, I think, with a little scoop that came with it that you could snort. They started selling these in over the counter. You could just buy it just like Tylenol or anything else, and it was called heroin. That's where the name comes from. Bayer invented heroin as a type of Tylenol. And it became a big deal when housewives all across America were getting heavily addicted to heroin. This just over-the-counter pain meds. Housewives all across fucking America were getting heavily addicted and overdosing and shit like that all across the United States. And so it was outlawed. And as for over-the-counter, obviously it still exists in other forms, like, you know, for prescription pain medications. It's not called heroin anymore, but that's like OxyContin and things of that sort. They're literally the same thing as what heroin initially was. But people started making heroin to give to people on the black market. Just the same as I had a buddy who I was bunkmates with in jail. And he was in Vietnam. He was in the Vietnam War. He was in the military. And he said that when him and his friend were in college, they found a book that when he was younger, he said when he was younger, they had ecstasy at every fucking bar. Every time, you know, everywhere they went, there was always ecstasy just there. That you could always just get ecstasy. And that they would literally just be sitting in bowls like peanuts and shit like that. Fuck. Fuck. And yeah, they would literally have them sitting. Appreciate the help. That like every bar they went to, they would be sitting there, just like beans, sitting in a bowl that you could just reach in, grab a bunch of ecstasy, and walk off with it, and it was legal. There was nothing wrong with it. And then it was made illegal. And when it was made illegal, his friend, when they were at school, found a book, like for their chemistry class. They found a book that had the recipe for ecstasy. And that they loved ecstasy. It was always at the fucking What's up, man? It was always at the parties. It was always at the, it was always at the bars. It was always all over the place, and they loved ecstasy. So when they found it in the chemistry book, they wanted to make it. So they did. They started making ecstasy and making it in big fucking cases, and they just, like, created all of the shit to make it. But then, right after they started making it, he got, my bunkmate in jail, he got drafted. And so he had to leave. And so once he got drafted and had to leave, when he was in Vietnam, he messaged his friend and said, hey, can you send us some of the ecstasy? And so he said, yeah, sure. So he started sending him beanbags. They went and emptied out beanbags and filled them. Because apparently he told, like, their sergeant or whatever that, fuck, dude, every fucking time. Holy shit, how did he get here and clear it out that fast? How? That was fucking fast as hell, bro. Skills. Not gonna lie, it's fucking skills, dude. This is... I keep trying to get this shit. But yeah, anyways, they cleared out beanbags, and he sent them beanbags full of ecstasy. And they would get thousands, like tens of thousands, filling up beanbags of ecstasy. And then they eventually went to prison for a long time.
I'm in solo hotshot. I'm trying to go for like the highest points possible. Me too. Me too.
Oh shit, that reminds me, I need to check what the... current things are for the trials. Yeah, they got locked up, went to prison for a long time for making ecstasy after a while, but he said at first, like, nobody thought much of it, getting ecstasy in Vietnam. Lots of people who were there didn't even know that it had become illegal and that they weren't allowed to have it or anything. And so, yeah, it was just, is a whole fucking racket for a while for them.
When it comes to civil unions.
X and Molly are very neurotoxic. Yes, I've gotten fried once in a while. There's a lot of times where I wonder if, you know, when I forget words or when I have trouble speaking, when I say like when I get stuck, my brain's a little foggy and slower. I wonder if it's from, like, you know, too much acid, too much X, too much, you know, there's always shit like that I wonder. I just remember everybody being really friendly on ecstasy. Oh, I was. I loved everyone and everything when I took X. I was... how many do you think you ate in total? Not a ridiculous amount. Like, it wasn't an insane amount. I couldn't tell you. Like, literally, it could be anywhere from like 50 to 200. I couldn't tell you. But it was all in a short period of time, like a year, maybe 2 years. It could have been a lot of. It could, yeah. I'm not sure. I have no idea. So. Molly makes everything fun. Yeah, my favorite thing was just putting on music. Like, putting on music, holy shit. In whatever music that I would listen to on X, it wasn't like it was just great on X. It was like it rewired my brain to where I loved that fucking song now. Like it didn't change when I got off of X. Like it didn't change. It was still the greatest fucking song of all time off of X. It rewired my fucking brain to where songs that I didn't think much of, I didn't know, you know, I didn't have much of like an interest in it, or that I didn't have much of an interest in that genre. All of a sudden I would listen to the shit on X, and it wasn't just on X I would fall in love with this song, because I would fall in love with it like it was the greatest thing ever. But then after, like, it would never change. I was in love with these fucking songs after that. Tons of like Bob Marley songs, 311, just like tons and tons of songs that I got into because of Ecstasy.
And yet what we had in 2015 was a one-size-fits-all, we're just going to push on this issue, left wins, game over. And
so Tyler,
game over. Get it? Get it, guys?
Yeah, I all of that is obviously big picture zoomed out. I want to come back to the question about this coalition of groups, because they seem focused on gay people who have children and gay people who have families. And I guess I can ask you once for yourself, and then also once what you think these coalition members would believe as well, because perhaps those are two different things. But I was struck by this example, and it's a personal anecdote, but just indulge me for a second here. I have a dear friend from college who grew up. She has two moms, so she had a sperm donor. She grew up and she became a public school teacher. She's heterosexual. She's marrying a man, and they're going to have children soon, I hope, because I think they'll be really sweet. And she's like a lovely person, and I'm so glad she exists. She's made such a positive impact on the world. But
it almost sounds like they're talking about like a fake person here. It sounds like they're almost talking like about AI being like given some sort of sentience or something like that. Is it just me, or does it sound like they're talking about somebody who's just like a fake person?
But the position espoused by this coalition, and that I think you endorse to some extent, but feel free to draw a distinction if it's there, is that they did something wrong by using a sperm donor and bringing in a child not to be into the world, not to be raised by its biological mother and biological father. When you say things like all children have a natural right to be raised by their biological mother and father, I mean, I think the world is better off because my friend exists and her parents had a family. But do you also, what would you say that coalition would say as well?
Well, so I think every person is made in the image of God, and there is no person that I would say you shouldn't exist. I lament the death of every person, and I lament the death of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. And like, I don't think that your inherent moral dignity as a human being is reliant on the circumstances of your conception. But I do think that when we're looking at the way that society is organized, I support the idea that marriage between a man and a woman should be the bedrock of our society. That does not mean that I think she shouldn't exist. That doesn't mean, like, I think we need to work these things out. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. If you're saying in the ideal world you would cut down on those type. I mean, you're not saying that she specifically, now that she already does exist, should die, but you do think in the future there should be less of hers.
I mean, maybe put it this way. Put it this way, Tyler,
I don't
as a
get
yes
to
or
talk
no.
enough.
Sorry, Luke, but as a yes or no, did they do something immoral by creating her with a sperm donor? Yes or no, Tyler?
I mean, I think when it
you can say yes. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to call you any names. I promise. I at least would say that I think the majority of the people in this coalition would say yes. I think
I think that one is harder for me than issues with IVF, to be honest. I think whenever you're creating multiple embryos and freezing. No. And I think it's a revealing question. And honestly, I don't have a particular opinion myself. I know, I think that sort of insemination is not. But the difficulty is, if you believe that marriage should be between a man and a woman and the ideal family structure is that, then to some degree, I think I have to say yes. I think
Okay.
that something being ideal, I don't know what that has to do with whether or not it's immoral, though. Like, I think that this is something that I think conservatives do a lot as well, is that they will take something and say, well, this would be better, so that's wrong. It's like, well, I don't think that's how that works, bro. I don't think you could just say something's better, therefore everything else that doesn't meet the best standard is now immoral. Like, that can be the case if we're talking about, like, there's levels of harm to something and we have to have some harm. So we just want to get to the point where there is, like, the least amount of harm, and that like, this is the best, so anything past that would be immoral. Like, I could understand that, but not with something like this. Because he already admitted he doesn't think there's harm, so. The fuck, are you gonna play or not? Am I live still? Like, what's happening?
I think I believe
that's the disagreement. That's not what I believe, but that's your belief. Luke, final word to you on this topic, and I apologize for taking moderator's prerogative here a little bit, but
no, it's okay. So yeah, that's unfortunate, and it's funny because you can tell, I think, when an argument is weak when the person, with all due respect, has to kind of fall back on like nice sounding phrases, but can't really engage in the specifics or the real world consequences of their ideology. So just sort of like, I believe was a man and a woman, something. And it's like, none of, at least I can't speak for every random activist out there, but none of my ideology, and I know Brad's, is attempting to take away from straight couples and their ability to build a wonderful family. And one of the things you said interested me because you made it.
Well, they always make the art. Is it just frozen for me, or is it frozen? Am I frozen as well? Oh shit. Okay, I don't think it saw me. Yeah, did I freeze just a minute ago on stream, or was it just the game?
It sound like in the marriage equality world, you're looked down upon if you have your view on marriage. And it's like, first of all, what percent? I looked it up and it was like anywhere from 89 to 99% of marriages in the United States are straight couples. So it's like, that is still, to your point, like the primary instance of marriage. And then,
well, that has always been kind of the conservative argument, is that, like, having gay, no, oh shit. That having gay marriage at all takes away from all other types of marriage, and that just seems so reductive and ridiculous that, like, that obviously it changes, like, the definition and shit, but it's kind of ridiculous to act as though, like, if something changes, that it's necessarily something new. Or sorry, something worse. Yes. Finally. Finally, let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Oh wait, let me heal up.
And churches aren't required to even honor and conduct gay marriages. So then your feeling of like, but we can't have our view. Yeah, you can. And then we just have ours, and then everyone is happy. Yay.
All right,
No,
Tyler, brief response to you, then we'll wrap up here.
The main point is not that it's not this big divide between, yes, there are more straight marriages than there are gay marriages. But when you're talking about the stance that marriage is between a man and a woman, this conservative Christian, Jewish, Muslim stance, that is being demonized in the culture. And that's what I'm talking about. That's where you have groups like the Southern Poverty.
So somebody just died, like right outside the fucking room. Are you down? Oh, I was gonna pick him up. Okay, never mind. So like an Indian guy he just got downed, and then he started yelling, "This is a bug. This is a bug. It's a fucking bug. Fuck this." And then he just left. So I was gonna go pick him up. I didn't want to pick him up until after I, looted my room and got all my shit and everything, but sounds like he just went ahead and ended it.
Poverty Law Center that essentially exist. They raise all their money by comparing people who hold this position to the Klan. And that's real.
Whatever.
And
all right, guys. Well,
you can shrug it. I mean, it's very interesting how you have all this fun talk that my arguments are weak. But then you're like, oh yeah.
That argument didn't. That's because it was such a random side point. If you feel like people are being mean to you, I'm sorry. Guess what? You want to hear the things people say?
It's stupid because he's saying that like people are like hating on straight marriage, that people who get like the Southern Poverty Law Center is against straight marriage and shit like that. Like that's his argument, but the liberals are still by far the majority having straight marriage as well. Like they're getting married and in favor of marriage still. So where's the guy who just died out here? I just heard a guy die and he started yelling, "It's a bug." Fuck, where's the... Where is he? There was an Indian guy who just died out here, and he started yelling, "It's a bug, it's a bug." Like I heard his flare go off, like sounded like he was right here at the door. And then he kept yelling, "It's a bug," and I was gonna come out and pick him up, but then he ended it. Maybe he was above? I sounded like he was literally right where you're standing right now. What the fuck? Let's see if he's downstairs.
About gay marriages, they're also really mean about them coming in the other direction. I want everyone to stop being mean, including liberals to conservatives. But I also want, based on data, to create the best society for everyone, for people who have straight marriages, who think it should only be that way. I want them to have the best life, and I want their family to be great. And then I also want, which we see in the research, for families relating to same-sex couples to have the best outcomes for the children. That's I want what they pretend like they want in that video. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I really appreciate both of you having a good spirited debate. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Do subscribe for more debates coming up soon, and we'll have to do this again sometime. Thanks to both of you gentlemen.
Thanks Brad. Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, I guess he's not down here.
So these unsent draft
Weird.
emails in this particular situation have caught a lot of attention. What do you know about them?
That's right. Well, Aaron, these two
What you
draft
know
emails
about
are both dated July
rolling down
18,
in the
2013, and they were saved in Jeffrey Epstein's email account. They appear to be draft emails from Epstein to itself. It's not actually clear who authored them, and there's no indication the messages were ever sent, no evidence they were shared with Bill Gates or anyone else. Now, in those draft emails, Epstein or whoever authored
I had another pretty good loot here, dude. Not gonna lie. I had another pretty good loot. I got another Il Toro and another anvil. And didn't get any like I didn't get any blueprints or anything special, but I did get a Tempest, I got an Il Toro, I got an Anvil. Those are the two guns that I use the most. So I've got like 4 of each now, which is brilliant because the last couple of weeks has been fucking rough, dude. Do we still plan on killing this person, or are we gonna... I'm just kidding. Just kidding, just kidding. Alright, I will be the brave one to press the button. I've got the cojones for all of us. Yeah, on ecstasy earlier, to go back to that, I did a lot of it in short periods of time, and that's kind of like the thing that is that worries me. Is there was like, you really shouldn't do it for like more than twice in a month. And maybe even not 2 months. It's like, you really need like regeneration time. And I was doing it sometimes twice in a week, sometimes every, and when I was doing it twice in a week, I was also doing it every, like at least once a week for a couple of months. And so I would say, yeah, in at least like a 2-month period, I probably did it at least like 10 to 15 times. And yeah, that was probably not a good idea. On top of that, there were other things that I did, like huffing shit, where I did like pass out. And if you pass out from huffing, like you lost an insane amount of brain cells. And I felt stupid for like a week afterwards. Like literally, I felt dumb. I felt like I couldn't think, and I couldn't make sense of things. And it was, yeah, it was hard. There's a number of things that I look back at now and think, I probably really fucked up my head doing that shit, dude. I probably was not helpful. Oh, well, a little bit ago, I was mad that I sold my Tempest 2, but I just got a Tempest 3, so we Gucci. Let's go. Alright, well, let's sell the Tempest 1 then. Based.
them makes graphic and explicit and unverified allegations about Gates. Within one email, Epstein claimed he helped, quote, get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls and set up illicit trysts with married women. The email also references Gates asking Epstein to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. One draft email alleges that Gates tearfully asked Epstein to delete messages referencing an STD, writing, "Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you surreptitiously give to Melinda." It also says Gates asked him to delete explicit personal details about his penis. Now, a representative for Gates strongly denied those claims, telling CNN they were, quote, absolutely absurd and absolutely false. And Gates himself was asked about this by a CNN affiliate in Australia. Take a listen to what he said here.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that. It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Just to repeat this, as I've said it 1,000 times, going to the island doesn't really mean anything. Like, the island was not actually the hot spot for like sex trafficking and all of the horrible shit that the conservatives have tried to make it out to be. It was not the epicenter of pedophilia that they've tried to make it seem. It was a place that people who were trafficked were taken. It is a place that is that like bad things did happen at. It was not like the fucking place. It wasn't. It was not the spot for pedophilia. The majority of the shit that happened in New York and Florida. Those are the two places that it happened. So this is like a thing that a lot of people bring up. It's like, I didn't go to the island. It's kind of necessary to say, because the fact that conservatives have made the island, because it was called Pedophile Island as a meme among all of them, they like to act as though anybody who went to the island is therefore guilty of something. But the island, again, was not like the spot for all of their evil doings. It was not what it is that the conservatives have tried to make it seem. So yeah, I always like to repeat this, because there's a lot of people who really think that the island is the place where all of the bad shit happened, and if you went to the island, that's how we know you're bad and you're guilty. It's definitely not the case. Definitely not the case.
And that's
as far as we know.
His response, it seems like within the past day or so. Mm-hmm. Andrew, you dug into both the emails sent between the two, Epstein and Gates, and the meetings listed in the Justice Department files. Can you tell us what that showed?
Well, what also stands out, Aaron, is how much Epstein was advising Gates on his philanthropic strategy more than previously known. And it appears in at least one of those emails that Gates took Epstein's advice seriously. For instance, an email exchange from August 2014 shows Gates and Epstein discussing Gates' approach to philanthropy. Epstein wrote to Gates, "I am confident that with the right approach, you'll be able to raise at least $100 billion. Everyone of hyper wealth is dealing with the same issues. How to give some away? I can see that selling yourself is not your strong point." To which Gates replied, "I agree. I should not use slides or even do a presentation. I do think a bit about how surprised I am at how tough doing good philanthropy is, and what really has worked might be interesting to them. I will find a time for us to talk this week." Those were not the only meetings, according to Epstein's calendars and emails, which we went through. Epstein's email listed a dinner with Gates in December 2010, a possible lunch in February 2011, followed by a dinner in April and October 2011. The records also show a planned meeting in Norway in August 2012, another a week later, two meetings in February 2013, a possible dinner in September 2013 in which Epstein extended an invite to a Norwegian diplomat. We also saw a Google calendar.
So Trump being on the flight logs log 7 times is significant doesn't have to go to the island. Yes, exactly. This is like the idea that a lot of them use is that so Trump didn't go to the island, so the island isn't anything. The island means nothing. Like whether or not he went to the island, we don't know. We don't know that he didn't go to the island. We don't have hard evidence that he went to the island, but we don't know that he didn't go, but it doesn't matter if he didn't. We just earlier went over one of the affidavits, or a couple of the affidavits, claiming that Trump brutally raped 13-year-old girls and shit. Like, I'm sorry, if he did that at the island or not, that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, there's a door here. All right. I am here to fuck you up. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Calendar reminder for a Skype meeting with Gates in January 2014, a meeting and a phone call in September 2014. And there's also this February 2011 message where Epstein emailed an individual whose name is redacted saying, quote, "You and I are invited to Seattle to spend serious time with Bill Gates." And again, Aaron, all of this occurring years after his 2008 conviction.
Yeah, years after that, of course, when he was registered sex offender
already.
Okay. Now, Melinda French Gates and Bill Gates' ex-wife, they're divorced now. She broke her silence this week, and she was candid about Epstein in the sense of what that did, that entire thing did to their marriage. And she talked about how she felt seeing her ex-husband as the subject of those draft emails, and in all these other mentions of how those draft emails that you went through that are too disgusting to recount. Here she is.
Whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it. Those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me. I'm able to take my own sadness and look at those young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to those girls, right? And so for me, it's just sadness for, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to leave I felt I needed to eventually leave the foundation. For me, I've been able to move on in life, and I hope there's some justice for those now women.
I mean, that was incredibly powerful. Your reporting suggests that Epstein appeared to be aware of the fact that Melinda Gates was uncomfortable with his relationship with Bill Gates.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Aaron. Remember, too, the Wall Street Journal previously reported Bill Gates' association with Epstein was a factor in their divorce, and we found a February 2017 text exchange between Epstein and a redacted intermediary who wrote about Gates. He wants to talk to you, but his wife won't let him. That same intermediary wrote to Gates then, wrote to Epstein that Gates, quote, loves you and says hi, but made clear that Melinda objected to continued contact. Epstein then suggested Melinda connect with Kathy Rumler, that's a former Obama White House counsel, and a friend of Epstein's to reassure Melinda. He said, Bill met my friend Kathy Rumler, Obama counsel for 5 years. She would love to sit with Melinda and give her the other side of Jeffrey. Epstein wrote, adding, she is, quote, an arch feminist who is my great defender. Now, Rumler previously told CNN that she never met with Melinda Gates. The redacted individual then replied about this exchange, not sure individuals can influence once impressions are made, but I will try. I do not know for sure, but I do not think he would be unwilling to bring it up with her.
New details from the released Epstein files revealing the deceased pedophile's wide-reaching global network of the rich and powerful. Remember, it was August 2006 when Palm Beach police went public with their investigation. August 2006, when police said Epstein had committed unlawful sex acts with and lewd and lascivious molestation of 5 underage girls. 2006, Epstein.
Where's the shredders? I'm here to save you from the shred and the fucking ticks. I'm here. Where are they? Yes, you're welcome. Shredders. Don't hide now, bitches. You fucking fascist loser shredders.
Epstein would, a couple years later, be convicted on 2 counts of solicitation of prostitution, one of those counts involving a minor. So that's 2008. Yet, these individuals associated with Epstein years after those facts were well known. So today, let's start with a prominent name with which you might not be familiar, Brad Karp.
Donald Trump.
The now former chairman of Paul Weiss, one of the nation's top corporate law firms, representing some of the biggest companies in the world. Karp abruptly resigned yesterday following the release of his email exchanges with Jeffrey Epstein, such as this 2000.
Actually, just to be clear, I don't know that Trump actually was still friends with Epstein after his first what do you call it, conviction. I don't know that, yeah, they actually still associated. From my understanding, they stopped associating around that time. Not for that reason, seemingly, but maybe possibly something similar. The allegation is that Epstein came on to somebody's daughter at the club, and because he did that, they kicked him out and took his membership. Yeah, I don't know if that's... that does seem to be substantiated. Sorry, I almost said I don't know if that's true. It does seem to be substantiated. I don't know if the, reasoning is true. But yeah, there are still a lot of questions I have about a lot of this stuff, because some of it is a little odd. But yeah, it all seems to be substantiated for the most part that Trump did kick him out. He did take his membership. He did stop associating with him around that time. At least they weren't best friends anymore. Whether or not they stopped associating altogether, we don't know. But currently, there doesn't seem to be good evidence to say that they were still friends or that they still hung out at all. So we do know that much. That is at least what information we currently have. But the problem is that Donald Trump not being friends with him anymore at that point doesn't really matter. Everybody always says, that's always the line that they pull out is Donald Trump stopped talking to him in 2008 when he kicked his friend when he kicked him out of the club because he was being inappropriate with a member's daughter. Okay, first off, the majority of Epstein's horrible deeds, the majority of the sick shit that he did, all of that took place in, was it between 1990 and 2007 until the conviction? Oh, I didn't know that actually went up there. Dude, I always went into this room over here and jumped across. I never realized that fucking went up there. That would have saved me a lot of heartache because I had to run up all those stairs and I fell so many fucking times and have to turn around and run back up all those fucking stairs and try to jump through the window again. Holy shit. Hey, I'm looking for Geigers. Wait, what do you mean where you're going? Where you're at right now? Oh, in that thing. Yeah, if you jump into that big circle, there should be a gun case in there. Oh, okay. Well, if you guys find any Geiger things, I don't know what they are. If you do. Ah, fuck. Okay, I was gonna say, if you do, please hit me up. I will give you everything on me. If I could have that fucking Geiger, dude. I will give you my guns and my armor, everything. What? Oh, no, I got all of those. I appreciate it. Have you found any Geigers at all? Like, not just today, like, but, like, ever? Yeah, same. Oh, you did. I didn't. I got rid of all the ones that I found, and now I'm fucking furious. I found them like 3 times, and I got rid of all of them. Yep. Yeah, my girlfriend... Yep, that's where I've been going. Yeah. Wait, really? Oh, watch out. You're talking about the medical storage or something like that? Yeah, I went in there twice yesterday. I used my key twice and I didn't get that. I mean, I got some good shit out of it, but I didn't get anything like that. Fuck. Oh, the area around there. Okay. That's where I just came from. Were you the one who just came from there with me? Like, I went and got the battery and put it into the door so that it could open, and then I opened the door and... Oh, okay. My girlfriend said she just did this the other day, and she said she did it for like 8 hours straight, just coming here naked, running around. If people had already opened up drawers in medical or assembly, she just immediately quit and went right back. And she just kept going naked over and over and over. She said she did like 40, 50 runs and finally got them. What you know about rolling down in the deep where I bring gold up and I call them an bees when I bring gold up. Let us move mochi out. I feel like an astronaut in the ocean out.
2015 email in which Karp profusely thanked Epstein for hosting him, writing, quote, "I can't thank you enough for..."
Tom trying to impress strangers on the internet by talking about his girlfriend. Listen, dude. Listen. I am a charitable person. I've always wanted to help others. I do. If people ask me for money or whatever, and I have it, I will give it to them. I always want to help others. People who have never had a girlfriend before or anything can live vicariously through people like me who have all of the girlfriends. I'm not stingy. I don't want to cock block. But I'm glad we all know who the cock blocker is here now. I'm glad we all know who the cock block in the room is.
For including me in an email I'll never forget. It was truly once in a lifetime in every way, though I hope to be invited again, unquote. Epstein responded, writing, quote, "You are always welcome. There are many, many nights of unique talents. You will be invited often," unquote. Unique talents. These sort of cringy, chummy emails between Epstein and Karp continued as recently as February 2019. That's the year that Epstein showed up dead in his cell, later ruled a suicide. And only months before he would face a second set of criminal charges for sex trafficking minors. In a previous statement to the Wall Street Journal, the Paul Weiss firm said, quote, "Mr. Karp never witnessed or participated in any misconduct. Mr. Karp, 2 group dinners in New York City and had a small number of social interactions by email, all of which he...
Nobody said that he did. That wasn't the accusation. He got accused of emailing him. Sounds guilty all of a sudden when we say, hey, you emailed Epstein, and you're like, whoa, I did not have sexual relations with those underage girls. I did not go to his island. It's like, oh my goodness, dude. Chill. Nobody even accused you of that. Why did you just start denying something that we were asking you about emails? Like, what the fuck? Strange, dude. Strange behavior.
Regrets? I bet he does. Karp's own statement says, quote, recent reporting has created a distraction and has placed a focus on me that is not in the best interests of the firm. Despite stepping down as chairman, the law firm says Karp, quote, will continue to focus his full-time attention to client service at the firm. We're also getting our first look at the hundreds of friendly text messages between Epstein and former Trump advisor, MAGA Svengali Steve Bannon. They include crude sexual jokes about women and Trump and discussions on countless other topics. Put together, the communications suggest a much closer relationship between the two that was widely understood. There's also a nearly 2-hour-long, largely sympathetic interview filmed around 2019.
Oh, yeah.
That Bannon conducted with Epstein, which was reportedly originally intended to be part of a...
Well, and he said apparently that was like meant to be a hit piece on him, and he was going to expose Jeffrey Epstein and shit like that. And that's why it's so great that the fucking interview was published now, because that is obviously not what that was. That was a very chummy, friendly conversation between friends. That is obviously what that is. So I am so fucking glad that that conversation came out and that we get to hear it, and we get to point this out now. No, nah, bruh. Yeah, because everybody knew he was doing a documentary on Epstein, but I don't know if he ever released it or what. I don't know what the documentary was even about. I don't know if it was just about Epstein or what. Wait, what does that door go to? Wait a second. Wait just a cotton picking second. Is cotton picking bad? Is that bad to say cotton picking? Is that like... Is that a thing about black people? I feel like that it obviously is. And I feel stupid for even asking. But is it bad? Am I not supposed to say that? Am I gonna get canceled again? Oh. Ooh. Yeah, what, chat, can you guys tell me what I'm getting canceled for this time, or if you're canceling me this time? I would appreciate it, please, and thank you. No! Wait! Don't shoot the fireballs. I want them. I'm here for the fireball. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I was saying I want to kill the fireballs. I'm here to do trials. So if you guys see fireballs, fuck. Well, then I'll kill you so you can't get them. And I get them. I'm just kidding. Or am I? He goes, wait, hold up. I said, I'm kidding. And he goes, oh, okay. Or am I? What the fuck? How did you get in here? No! I got skills, bitch. Ah, okay, I don't have skills. I don't have skills. No! I don't have skills. Leave me alone. Just kidding, I got fucking skills. Everybody know I got skills. I got all the skills on the skill tree. Might as well have said the N-word. Well, that's what I think. Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like, it's... If it's just saying the N-word, then that's fine. I do that all the time. But I'm wondering if this is actually bad or... You know? I've never wanted disharmony more. Are you telling me to kill somebody? How much will you guys donate if I go kill that guy right now? Ooh. Ooh. Bro, what do you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb and they call that mental freeze. I don't even know if that's what he says. Does he say rolling down in the deep? Or is it something else? But I'm seriously, is saying cotton picking, is that bad? I'm about to derail this whole fucking stream, bro. Not that this stream ever really has rails in the first place, but I want to know. Oh, hello. All right. It's kind of Georgia-y. When you say Georgia-y, you mean like people from Georgia would say that, and people from Georgia are a bunch of like racist hicks or obvious racism. See, now I can't even tell if you guys are being serious or if you're fucking with me. Oh shit. The game's about to fucking end. I don't think any of those shots hit. He's so fucking stupid, dude. Look at this dumbass. He's just sitting there while I shoot him. Look how fucking stupid he is. He's stupid! Thank God he's stupid. I don't even have time for this. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Okay, how do I get down there? Whoa! Why would you jump that way? If you guys are waiting in there to rat me, just watch this. You see this? And this? And this? Alright? I've got skills. I'm not your average player. Don't even think about it. Here I come. You better be ready. Woo! Boom! Chaka! Alright, there's nobody there. Alright, hold on. Is it racist to say cotton picking? Yes, cotton picking is widely considered a racist phrase and is increasingly viewed as offensive, particularly in the United States, because of its direct association with slavery and the forced, brutal labor of black people. Here's a breakdown of why this phrase is considered racist and how it is used. I would like to know the history behind the term, I guess, to an extent, maybe. Why is it considered racist? Historical context, the phrase originates from the era of chattel slavery in the American South, where millions of black people were forced to pick cotton. The phrase cotton picker was historically used as a derogatory term and a racist insult. The term evokes a time of extreme violence, exploitation, and dehumanization, making it deeply insensitive. Even when used by someone without conscious racist intent, the phrase can still carry racist connotations because of its origins. See, I don't think I've ever really heard many people say cotton picking, except for Looney Tunes. They use the term cotton picking pretty often. There was what was it, Yosemite Sam, I think, with the mustache. Now he's Western. This says that it's a Southern thing, but he's from Texas, which is not the South. Those are fake Southerners. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it feels like this is something that I've talked about before. Okay. It means white N-word. Oh, wigger. Yeah, wigger has become a bad term as well. People do not say wigger anymore. But seriously, I got simple fucking gun parts. I just got so many of those in there just to fucking sell them. Fuck. There's a problem for me when, like, lots of terms, lots of things, I feel like, and I've talked about this recently, where if it doesn't have the negative connotation today, we probably shouldn't give a fuck. And I hate when, like, this is like a thing with blackface, okay? So a lot of people in the 90s did blackface. It wasn't like considered, it was considered edgy, but like it was not considered like a horribly racist thing to do. Today, it is considered much worse than it was then. But that's weird. Why is it weird? Because back then when we did it, it was offensive because you were mimicking a black person, not because of these ties to the, what were they called? The minstrel shows. It was not because of minstrel shows that they were offensive. But then people later came and said, well, blackface has very racist history to it, where white people would dress up in blackface in minstrel shows, and then they would do all of these clowny, weird things, mimicking black people to be these very inhuman, sort of goofy clowns for everybody. And they would do these racist, caricatures of black people. And so blackface has this horrible racist history. And I think, why, if that was not like the intent behind any of it, and that was not like tied to this conceptually before, why did you just go and grab it and bring it to us like that? Why did you just go find the history and pull it out to say these things could be associated, and so therefore we shouldn't do this? When in the fucking 90s, in the 80s, in the 2000s, none of us knew about fucking minstrel shows, and even if we did, we probably wouldn't have thought of blackface. When you're not doing the big whips and everything, like, we probably would not have connected any of these things if we saw them. But you just went and found something to make it offensive. You went and found something to make sure that it turns out to be offensive, so that you can find a historical context that would make it bad. Am I crazy? Like, that seems fucking insane to me. That seems crazy to me, to like go find something that is not like currently associated with a thing, but then say, well, because this was done throughout history and it is offensive, which I totally get it. Minstrel shows, totally fucking offensive. I totally get that. That makes perfect sense to me. Why are we connecting minstrel shows to blackface today, though, if we were already doing blackface sometimes and it wasn't connected to minstrel shows at the time, right? When what's the guy's name? I keep forgetting his name. I want to call him like Kennedy or something like that. Kimmel. Kimmel did blackface a couple of times, and again, it was edgy, but it was because people didn't like the mimicry of it, not because of minstrel shows. And so because black people didn't like being mimicked in this way, it was an edgy thing to do. But now we're oh, but the minstrel shows, how could you do this when the history of minstrel shows? Where the fuck did minstrel shows come from? Why are we talking about minstrel shows? None of us knew what the fuck a minstrel show was before you brought it up. Why did you bring it up? Why did you just start throwing minstrel shows in there as an aspect to this? I don't get it. Why did we just do this? Is it me? Am I fucking crazy? I disagree. It's the same thing to mimic. And even if not, it is good that now, hold on, I'm not defending blackface. Hold on, I'm not defending blackface. That's why I'm saying it was offensive for the mimicry. But nobody talks about it being offensive because of mimicry today. They talk about minstrel shows. That's it. They talk about fucking minstrel shows. Every fucking time it's minstrel shows. So it is good now. There is self-awareness to history and minstrel shows. Why though? Why? Like, why is that good? Like, we can know about minstrel shows without tying blackface to minstrel shows. That like, we're capable of doing that. And we would have done that outside of like what seems almost like, and I know I'm sounding like a fucking crazy right-winger, I'm not gonna, but it sounds almost like an agenda to push this idea that this is why they ought to be offensive moving forward. It's like, what? Why did we have to make it so offensive? Like, again, there's other mimicry, one thing, make that argument, fine. I have no issue with the mimicry part. But when you make it about the minstrel shows, the mimicry is now, as I said, this is like an edgy thing to do where it's like, you know, people are going to be offended by this, but like, you know, it's depending on how you do it, like that matters. But when you do it, when you tie it to minstrel shows, something that is deeply fucking racist and obviously a fucked up thing to do. That do black people do whiteface? Yeah, of course that's a thing, and it's not even considered like a big deal. But again, it is edgy to do whiteface. It is an edgy thing to do because of the mimicry, because of the caricaturizing. But it is not minstrel shows, right? It's not like, well, we have a history of people dehumanizing us with this way. Like, that's totally fucking different. And so this is why I'm saying, like, the minstrel show aspect of it, and tell me, like, somebody could tell me if I'm fucking crazy or if I'm missing something here, but it really seems fucking ridiculous to me. Am I being like a crazy fucking anti-woke nut job or what? Why? Because blackface is offensive. You think African Americans are not offended because your intention is not racist? It is bad just the same. Wait, what? First off, okay, so something can have like a negative consequence from it. But again, it matters how it's done. So as people are bringing up Robert Downey Jr.'s blackface in Tropic Thunder, that was done in a way to where it took into consideration like black people's struggle. It was making fun of somebody who thought it was okay to do blackface. The joke isn't, hey guys, look at how black people are. The joke was, like, some people are so fucking stupid and lost that they would just do blackface like this and think it's okay because they're just so detached from reality, right? That's the fucking joke. That is funny. That makes it like a tasteful way of making fun of racist people, not making fun of black people. And so this is a thing that matters in the context of doing blackface. So where you say like, well, the intent doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. It 100% matters. What is the joke when it's done? I say racist things and homophobic things and sexist things. I say these things, but normally I'm saying it in a way that is saying it because it's like ridiculous that there are racist people who actually believe this sort of shit. That's the joke, right? That's what's funny about it. And so that's why, like, when I say these things, it's not like, hey guys, look how dumb black people are. Look how dumb women are, right? Like, it's funny because some people say this shit unironically, and so it's kind of fucking hilarious to hear somebody just say it who obviously doesn't believe that, right? Minstrel shows were not mimicry. It was a perpetuation of stereotypes. What do you think mimicry is, KTC? Okay, what's it? It doesn't matter. KTC, if that's the case, then Jimmy Kimmel doing Shaq has nothing to do with minstrel shows then, because he was mimicking Shaq, right? He was not doing minstrel shows. He was doing an impression of Shaquille O'Neal. So that was was not related then. We would agree then that his Shaquille O'Neal impression, where he does blackface, that has no relation to minstrel shows then, right? Jim Crow was a Southern stereotype that affected laws in this country. Wait, what just happened? Oh wait, or was it Karl Malone? I forget who he was doing. Oh, it's Karl Malone, yeah.
Sometime at night, Karl Malone look up in sky and say, "What the hell going on up there? Do UFO live on other planet, phoning home like ET?" Karl Malone read on TV about white people getting deducted by alien, sticking all kind of hell up their butt.
It's actually a really good impression too, dude. It's actually like a really good fucking impression. Jim Crow was a minstrel show. I'm sorry, KTC. Did you hear my question? Tom, you're getting clipped a lot off this stream. I'm getting canceled a lot today, yeah. Yeah. Shit. I mean, once I said cotton picking, I realized it's over now. It's over now. I'm done with. And so I'm just throwing it all out there now. It's over. I said cotton picking, and so that's that. Okay? We're burning it all down now.
And that's a damn thing. Now, Karl Malone never seen no flying saucer himself, but if he do, that's going to be a spooky time. That's why Karl Malone say government got to step up and give 102% to keeping them little green man off this here earth. Because the day them dudes stick something up Karl Malone butt, that ain't going to be no good time for nobody, especially Karl Malone butt.
So my overall point is, I made the point about blackface, okay? My overall point is that when we're talking about cotton picking, I feel like most of us, when we associate this, when it was for us, like growing up in cartoons, like Yosemite Sam, shit like this, that is our association with it, is that it's just this like goofy thing to say as like a dumb Southerner, right? We're making fun of dumb Southerners when we say like, "Oh, you cotton picking yellow belly," like we're making fun of dumb Southerners or dumb Westerners when we say this shit. But then when instead it's not about like that, instead it's like, "Oh no, you're actually making fun of black people for their ancestors having to pick cotton under slavery." It's like, well, why do we have to change it to be racist? Like, why do we have to like things are appropriated, things change, things have older cartoons had racism. Sure, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that like the appropriation of things over time, like the evolution of language over time, that process, I think, is important to where once you get there and there is the separation, I think we're good now. Like, we're good. While it may have been bad for a long time, like it's not bad now because we happen to go through a process that was bad, but now we're here. And so we're good now. But instead we're like, nope, even though it's good now, we need to remember that it was bad at a point. And so we're going to retroactively take the word back out of context and move it into a separate context. Is it was it Foghorn Leghorn? Okay, maybe that's who it was. I thought it was Yosemite Sam, but maybe it was Foghorn Leghorn. Tom taking back the power. We're taking back cotton picking, okay? We're taking it back. This was our term. This was our white person term. We made this term. We're taking it back. Just kidding. But yeah, no, like I really like think about these things sometimes, because this is how language works, right? This is how it works, is that like all words evolve over time, and not everything has the, like, this is something that like a lot of times when we're talking about like what is a woman, right? Conservatives will always be like, well, historically, if we go through what it was at this point and that point, it's like, why, who cares? Like, that's not where we're at now. The word has evolved. It's changed. It has new connotations. It has new implications with it. That's what matters, is the context right here, right now. That's how language works. You don't get to retroactively say, well, at one point it meant something different, so we're telling you it has to mean that because words have this inherent value to them. They don't. They don't have inherent value. They mean what we say they mean, and they mean what it is that they're communicated with within the context that they're communicated. So the intent from the person who's saying the thing, and then also from the receiver, what it is that they will understand that to be. There's times where I say things and I mean to communicate something, but somebody else hears something else. And so in that moment, I understand, even though I meant to say something, the fact that they received it in this way means that I communicated poorly. So I need to communicate it better in the future so that they understand what it is that I'm saying. It is both how it is that I communicate it and what my intent is, and what it is the other person perceives me to be saying. But in these cases where we're saying this person didn't have that intent, this person didn't hear the racist thing, neither one of them heard racism or was being racist, but it would have been if they had said it 50, 60 years ago in this place. So now we're saying that is the case now. What does cotton picking mean today? I think, as I said, I think it is just like it's just like a general term, almost like a cuss word that you would put in place, like this motherfucking master fucking piece of shit motherfucking, like, it's kind of like that. Here, yellow belly cotton picking, like, oh, that is the connotation, is that like it's almost a replacement for a cuss word. And then even cuss words, when we use cuss words, we don't take into consideration the historical context of those words or even the definitions of them. When we say someone is a motherfucker, we're not saying they have sex with moms. Like, when people called each other motherfuckers back in the day, it was like the worst thing you could ever do was have sex with a mom. But today, there's a whole fucking genre built on MILFs. Everybody loves fucking moms. So, like, being a motherfucker is not even a bad thing. Yet we still say motherfucker to somebody as an insult, even though it doesn't actually have the fucking connotation that it was meant to have. This is how language always works. But when it comes to racist things, we don't do that. We retroactively change them to be racist when they weren't anymore. And I'm asking, like, I'm genuinely saying, like, this is just how I feel sometimes. But you can tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah. Yes, that's our point. So we can say now, blackface means minstrel show again as a result for self-awareness. So that's that, right? But that's not self-awareness, is what I'm saying. Like, because if we do say, like, no, guys, you can't call somebody a motherfucker because used to being a motherfucker was a really bad thing and everybody hated it. Obviously, it doesn't have the same connotation. I'm not saying that like being a motherfucker is the same, like, has the same like negative social consequences that it did for black people. I'm not saying this. Just understand before I get this fucking stupid reply. I'm telling you ahead of time, okay? Don't fucking do it. To then say, well, that was a really negative thing to be a motherfucker back then, and so now you shouldn't call somebody a motherfucker, even though it doesn't have the negative connotation today, and it doesn't mean that at all. You can't say it now because of what it meant back then. You need to be socially aware and understand the history and the context behind what it is you're saying now, even though it doesn't mean that now. But now that we're telling you that's what it means, now that we're telling you that it had, like, that being a motherfucker was a really bad thing, and that you could never have sex with moms because then you were a fucking horrible person, then now that we've told you this, now that we have given this awareness to this word, we are now retroactively making it mean the thing that we want it to mean, so that it is bad, right? This sounds like way too much justification. I'm not giving a justification. I'm explaining how language works. I might not care about a word, but I can't tell someone else not to if they have a legit reason. That's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about whether or not the reason is legit. That is the conversation that we're having right now. Is the reason actually legit? Does this actually make sense to retroactively make a word racist? That is the conversation. Does it make sense to say, well, okay, fine, the word doesn't currently have racist connotations, but once I tell you about the history of the word and what it used to mean long time ago, now it will have those connotations, and now you will be offended by it. It's not retroactively. We learned more. That is retroactive, yes. When you are saying that the word does not mean this, when you say we learned more, you are doing the conservative thing. You are doing the conservative thing. When you say we learned more, you're saying we learned what the word actually means. It doesn't have a fucking objective meaning. It doesn't have an objective definition. It means what it is we say it means. It means what it is that we're communicating. You looked up the word, and it clearly states that cotton picker is a racist term. Multiple people, including non-Americans, know it's racist. Okay? Do you think I'm arguing over whether or not it's a racist term? Do you think that's what the fucking conversation? You're arguing reality? What do you think I'm saying right now? Holy shit! Am I really this bad at fucking getting my ideas across? Is it really this hard for people to understand what I'm saying right now? As far as I'm concerned, people shouldn't be calling each other the MFs or N-words, with or without hard R. The changing of meaning of words is a weird American phenomenon that should not be happening. It's not an American phenomenon for words to change. That's English. English changes. English constantly evolves and changes. That is, like, if we go back to Old English, it's almost ununderstandable. Like, it's almost incomprehensible the way that Old English worked, like, in how it was used, and the fact that English took a bunch of terms from other languages over time and started including these in the language, and then also it was the most spoken language in the world, made it to where it easily evolved into a ton of different things in different ways. And then once one place was evolving the English language in a way that the other place hadn't, and then they hear about this, now this also gets adopted, but it might get adopted in a different way, in a different culture, so now it changes as well. Like, that is how English has always worked. That's what it is. It is a nonstop evolving language. When my parents were young, all of a sudden they started saying that something was hip. It was hip, right? Well, before that, hip was just a fucking bone on your fucking body. It's just your fucking hip. But now, hip means that's a fucking cool thing. I like that. Something is hip, I like it. But even the word cool before that just meant that something was kind of like chilly. It's cool. But now all of a sudden, we're saying cool as in I like that. And now we start taking words and changing them and using them in different ways. Just as if I don't believe you when you say something, I say, that's cap. Well, the cap before was something that went on top of something else. But now cap means that you're wrong. Like, we not only take words and use them for something new, but then we also just make up new ones, like dude, and start using them in ways that we hadn't before. No, Don, we're talking about slang here, not regular evolving of language. We're talking about the same terms, slang terms. I'm sorry, you understand that slang terms are not like a different type of language, right? Slang is something that over time becomes like commonality in languages that, like, so the word cool or chill, these are terms that used to be considered slang. They are not today. So they are, there's not like a difference when we're talking about like English language or slang. Slang is how new words come into the English language. Motherfucker was part of slave breeding. Sons would be forced to impregnate mothers, estranged mothers. Really? I would love to know what Don Salvatore thought that I was saying, though. I asked him a minute ago what he thought my argument was, and he hasn't responded, but I was really waiting to hear what he thought I was saying here, because he said I was arguing reality, and or like, say, you already looked it up. It says it's racist. We all said it's racist. Why are you debating this? Like, I didn't debate whether or not it was fucking racist. I never did this. That never fucking happened. I never disagreed on whether or not it is racist. That never fucking happened. The term motherfucker originates as American slang when its earliest known usage, dating back to at least 1917, 1918, it originated from the literal taboo implication of incest, evolving to describe a despicable person. It gained prominence through the 20th century literature and comedians like Lenny Bruce. Earliest evidence, a 1917 letter from a U.S. soldier to a draft board used the phrase, "You low-down motherfucker," according to Wikipedia. Norman Mailer's 1948 novel, The Naked and the Dead, used a disguised version, motherfucker, before using it fully in 1967. So yeah, so my point with motherfucker, it doesn't seem as though this has racial context in it. But my point was with motherfucker was to say that it doesn't even have like the meaning at all that the definition has. Just the same as the term fuck. When we use fuck the majority of the time, we're not even saying what the word fuck means. Like, even if we say it's just having sex, if I get shot by somebody and I say, ah, fuck, I'm not saying anything about sex. Like, I'm not using it in that way at all. And so it's the reason I brought it up. The reason I brought up the term motherfucker, I thought you were saying that you could use cotton picker as a non-racist term. Otherwise, I don't know what the last 20 minutes were about. Okay, so I'm talking about like terms can have a history that aligns with them, and that over time they evolve to where they no longer have the racist like definitions or connotations or implications with them. Okay, those are like the racial aspect of it disappears completely, and it has nothing to do with racism anymore. It's used in a totally different way now. And then eventually, if we say, okay, so this word now means what it means because it's evolved, just as all human, like all of English language does, changes nonstop, that once these words change, if nobody alive could remember this, nobody alive would know this, but somebody goes into a history book and finds out that, well, the etymology of this shows that it did evolve over time, but where it started was with a racist context. And so the grounding of this word is racist, so we have to stop using it now because it is racist. That's not how language works. Like, you don't get to act as though etymology is the definition. And this is an argument that I have with conservatives all the fucking time, especially with the term woman or gender or things like that, where they say, like, no, that's what a woman is. You can look at the etymology. That's what it is. And it's like, you don't get to say a word is what it used to be. You don't get to decide that. That's not how language works. That's not what it means. That's not, like, the words are what it is that we want them to mean and what it is that people hear when we communicate them. That's it. That's all they are. They are nothing more. So when you say, okay, it used to mean this, but it doesn't mean that now, I'm going to come tell you, hey, this used to mean that, therefore you shouldn't use it anymore. Shouldn't use it anymore because that's bad. It's like, well, it wasn't until you did that. It wasn't that until you did that. And now you're saying, hey, this is wrong. You can't use this anymore. And this is an argument that's had with other words all the time that aren't about race, right? We have this argument about words all the fucking time. Like I said, what is a woman? We also have the term, I think it's stupid or idiot or dork. Like, there's tons of terms that we use today that used to be very fucked up words. Like, they used to be really bad fucking things to say. And then they evolved over time to lose all of that, like, connotation and meaning. And now we just use them in a very generic sense that doesn't have the old aspects of it. And so I'm saying that bringing other things in that weren't there, we can learn the history. We can learn the history without bringing that connotation with the word. So I have no problem with us learning the etymology of a word. I think that that's fucking great. I think it's great to know the etymology of a word and to understand it. But most people don't know the etymology of any words except for the fucking racist ones. That's it. Those are the only ones that anybody ever knows etymology about, right? If you ask somebody how the word woman came to be, they won't know. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea how we got the word woman. But if you ask them where the N-word came from, they're gonna start talking about the ships and the slave traders and they know the fucking etymology of racist words or of, like, the word retard or of, like, those things, but they don't know the etymology of regular words. Nobody knows where the words come from. They don't understand that shit. And so, yes, we only act like it feels like we're just unnecessarily saying, hey, because this has this etymology, there's this objective meaning to this word now that you can't get rid of. And if you say it, you're bringing the spirit of hundreds of years ago, you're bringing the spirit of that definition with it. And so now you just got to stop. Now you can't say that. That's you're summoning demons with the word. Like, we don't do this with anything else in language, and it seems odd to me. Look, it would be more logical and coherent to abolish racist or disgusting slang words. It is not normal to apply them to mean whatever. It is an American thing. I'm sorry. Okay, when you say American, and I correct you and I say, no, it's English. Do you think that this doesn't happen in all other English-speaking countries? It's all language, Tom. It is all language. English has changed. From my understanding, I understand it's not just English, but English has changed faster and more drastically than any other language. Like it is a very quickly evolving language for the reasons that I just gave a little bit earlier. And so it is a yeah, it is just a different, it's a different beast pretty much altogether. Banning anything is lame. Knowing things is lame. Again, I want to be clear. I'm not arguing like that we should use the N-word or anything like that. I'm not arguing that we ought to do these things. Tom is right. No more racism. We should bring back the old-timey words. I'll start Tom is a peckerwood. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Not saying, hey guys, I should be allowed to use the N-word, okay? This is fucked up. Like, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm saying. Only in Americanized English countries who were influenced by that American practice. So all English-speaking countries. Like, back when the United States first started, and like we were first colonizing the Indians, supposedly, especially in like northern England and Britain, from my understanding, the people who were here in the United States spoke way more, like they had a stronger British accent and had more of like the British terminology that currently exists over there today in northern England, that we sound more like they did back then, and that like a lot of these things have kind of switched. Okay, sure, all speaking countries, English speaking countries, yeah. The like it is just kind of it existed this way before the United States existed, just so you know, like it was a thing before us. But if you guys are interested, the term woman etymology is actually very interesting, because the term woman was the word man back in the day didn't mean like, it didn't have anything to do with sex. Man just meant like just like a human. It was a person. Man was like what we used in place of like personhood. It was man. I don't even think we had the word human yet, and so human was, I don't even know if that was a thing yet. But man meant like the wife, man, woman. Close, but no. So it's actually much more complicated than that. That is what conservatives will say, is that what woman actually means wife, man, and that it is the wife to the man. That's totally incorrect. 100% incorrect. Totally off. So with, W-I-F, used to be the word woman. So in Old English, with was a woman. The word woman didn't exist yet, and it was with, W-I-F. Where was a man, W-E-R. So where we have the term werewolf, that means man-wolf, right? So a werewolf is just a wolf who was a man, right? But they didn't, man meant human back then, so they said were. And a person with a penis was a were, and a person with a vagina was a with. Over time, with also became wife if you were getting married, and then when man, because they were human, with man was the term, and then with man over time turned into woman. But the with, W-I-F, was the term. So it is it changed drastically, very drastically over time. So yes, we were not man, we were where. But eventually we became man, and they became with man and woman. But the term wife does come from with. Tom, wife is female. Man is human. Wife man is where man. Female, human, and male human. Yeah. I don't know why you just said that and added me saying that. I'm pretty sure I literally just said that. I don't know if you're behind or something, but who are you talking about, OF? I was watching this white chick's in her 30s a few weeks back on YouTube and was dropping hard R's like it was not shit. I think she got banned. Okay, you made it sound like you were dropping the hard R's there for a second, just to be clear. You made it sound like you were dropping those fucking hard R's. You said you were watching her in her early 30s a few weeks back on YouTube and was dropping the hard R's. You started with I, so the who is dropping the hard R's would be you in that context. That was okay. I think she got banned on YouTube. She was a Jewish MAGA weirdo. She streamed on YouTube. The old Norse word for woman is now queen in English. Mm-hmm. Yep. And that is why, like, when we talk about English, the fact that English has always taken words from other languages and then adopted them and then appropriated them and evolved them, that is English. That's what English is. English is just like constantly taking other words from, you know, Latin and then turning them into something else. And it is just what English has been. It's just an amalgamation of a bunch of different languages and then changed over time. So when we talk about the fact that, like, oh, that's an American thing. No, there's literally what English is and always has been. It's just a constant evolution of words that drastically change. And that has been, and then because it became so widespread that people spoke it, it ended up evolving even faster in so many other ways that makes it an interesting language. Tom, I'm just separating to say at the time, man could be used in isolation to refer to any human, and where could be used in conjunction with other animals to say they're male. I'm just adding to you. Okay, I did say that though. You're not adding. I said this. I said, where is male? And man just meant human. And we didn't even have human at the end. It was just man. And so a where was a man, but a with was a man. And so when we talk about mankind, that is how it was used back then. I did say this. Some of the funniest words were loan words that returned to the original language with a new meaning. Yeah, it's like this is just like how language works. And so when I'm explaining this, I'm saying that, like, words evolve, change the way that we say them, the way that they're spelt, the meaning behind them, the implications of them, like all these things change. And that, yes, when we have words that evolve into something new, and then we say, nope, sorry, even though that's the new meaning and that's how everybody hears it and that's what everybody means, sorry, can't do it because it used to mean this. And so with this one, we're not going to do that with any other words, but we're going to do it with this one. And we're going to tell you that now it's going back to its old meaning. We're taking it back. We're taking it old school, all right? We're kicking this thing back to the 1800s. That word is now meaning what it used to again. And that's final. Jose, like, we don't do this with anything else. It is a bit odd to say that while offensive context and offensive implications of words, that matters in what we say and how we say it. But then if we say, well, this doesn't have those implications, but it does have this historical context that none of you know about. I could just tell you the historical context and say that's what it used to mean, but instead I'm going to tell you that's what it means now. That is not how this works normally. This is odd, but okay. And so I'm saying with things like doing blackface, like if blackface isn't an offensive thing because of minstrel shows, it's offensive because of mimicry, then it's the same offensiveness for white people and black people and everybody for whatever face. But then when we say, nope, minstrel shows is actually the thing that makes it offensive. Okay, so now this is like, we're bringing a historical context into this that was not attached to it before, but now it has to be, apparently. We could have just learned about that, learned about how bad minstrel shows were and that they used to do blackface in this really disgusting, offensive way. But instead now we say, no, if you do blackface today, you're doing that. That's what you're doing. So even the black people didn't know that. And now you're telling the black people that this is what is happening. So now they're supposed to be offended. And it's just, yeah, it's like, this isn't, again, just a thing for race or just a thing for black people. It's a thing that happens with like the word retarded. Like the word retarded over time took on a new meaning, it took on new context, took on new ways of being used. And then we said, nope, that used to be a really bad and offensive word, and it was used to dehumanize certain groups of people. And so even though nobody's using it that way necessarily today, we're telling you that's what it means anyways. So stop telling the black people about words, chat. They'll be mad. When mistyping really doesn't help my cred when discussing languages. It's alright. Tom, look up Lily Gaddis. I think I know who that is. Yeah, I know Lily. I've semi-spoken to her in the past, but I've been in like a bunch of group chats with her. She's one of those people who uses the N-word to show off how cool and edgy she is. That's Lily. It's like a JSTLK sort of thing where like you try to like insert the N-word into things so that people think you're real cool and edgy and you don't even care. Look how much they don't care. Wow, they're so fucking cool and edgy. They don't give a fuck. Wow, that's awesome. Like that's Lily. She throws the N-word into shit so oddly and so unnecessarily to where it's like it's awkward when she does it, and you can tell she doesn't use it like super casually, but she throws it in a performative way to show you just how much she doesn't give a fuck about your standards. Like, it's so fucking cringe, dude. She is such a weirdo. But yes, she was she was constantly using the N-word, hard R, like all of that shit. Just very, very annoying. Lily Gaddis got banned for blackface a couple of weeks ago. Got banned where? On what platform? Haven't most of the blackface controversies been because it was meant as ridicule? A little kid doing blackface because they like some black athlete or actor isn't the same. But it was, hold on, there's actual controversies of kids who dressed up and like put on black stuff without their parents' knowledge, just went and got like shoe polish or some shit. I don't know what it was, but they went and like dressed up as an athlete and the internet fucking freaked out about it and made a really big deal about it. And when we had these conversations here, when we talked about them, there were numerous people, I think all of the black people who were there said, like, no, like that is racist. Like, why do you have to do the black part? And I'm like, they don't have to. I'm not saying they have to, but I'm saying if they do, it's not really like, obviously the intention was not there. It was not meant to be this thing. And you're taking something that's obviously just like kind of an innocent, funny situation and turning it into this like evil, gross thing. And they're like, but they didn't have to do the blackface though. If they wanted to be LeBron James, they could have just put on the fucking jersey. But now they're coloring themselves black. That's fucked up. Like, but why? Why is it fucked up? If you did whiteface, would that be fucked up? They're like, yes, that's disgusting. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I get what you're saying. I just think you're wrong. Like, this seems so like innocent and cute, and like it's not this like evil thing. And we had a panel on my show about this where we we got into it. It was wait, I still don't know what platform she got banned from. I think I've asked like 2 or 3 times now, and I don't know. Intent should matter, but yeah, the internet's gonna internet, right? And so that's that's part of what I'm saying. It's like, obviously intent always matters. I don't know if you guys were around. I had a bunch of arguments with like the soy progressive part of TikTok. Okay, TikTok. All right, and if you guys heard about, I don't know how many of you guys have been in my community for how long, but Z Cohen Sanchez, she's the person who started on Fuck America, and there was this whole controversy with Dean and Parker and all these people where she went onto a panel, Z went onto a panel, and she, like, a bunch of like black women were on the panel, and they were yelling at her, and she replied and said, you guys don't know what you're talking about, like you're you know, I've been organizing for a long time and I know what I'm doing, blah blah blah. And they kicked her off the panel and then said, wow, she was being so fucking racist. Now, one of the black girls did call her like no lip having, no ass having, no like flat ass bitch, like all of the shit, right? Like all of the things that like you would say, okay, like a black woman does have more of this than a white woman generally. Like they took all of those things and fucking threw them at her, and then kicked the Z off, the white woman, and said, and then they said that she was being racist. Then after they said she was being racist, that racist turned into they were microaggressions, where she was assuming none of these people had any had any experience in running campaigns and doing X, Y, and Z just because they're black. And it's like, where did you get that they said this because they're black? And so I ended up having a whole fucking thing with all of these people where we're constantly fighting about what is racist and what isn't racist, and what is racism, what isn't racism, like how these words work, like all of the shit. And it's amazing. Like, but yes, these are people who are like trying their best to find ways to be offended by things. So one thing that was brought up is that they found old videos of me saying that I used to say the N-word all the time. And they find these videos and they're like, why are you denying that you're racist when you said right here that you said the N-word all the time? How can you deny that you're racist if you said it all the time? And I was like, because I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. I went to an all-black school. I went to an all-black church. I grew up a minority, and where I grew up, using the N-word was commonplace. Now, I knew I wasn't supposed to say it around my parents. I knew I wasn't supposed to say it around teachers. I knew I wasn't supposed to say it around authority figures or I would get in trouble. But I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say it because I was white. I didn't know that until I moved to Georgia around a bunch of fucking white folks, and then they got offended by it. They were offended. They were mad at me for saying the N-word. And I had to change like the way that I talked and the way that I carried myself, the way that I spoke. Like everything had to change pretty drastically because I had to fit the perception of a white person instead. And these people were like, yeah, that's racist, Tom. You were being racist that whole time. And I'm like, oh shit. You guys are fucking insane. You don't know what racism is. But these are people who spend all of their time on TikTok teaching their audiences about racism and what racism is and what microaggressions are and what systemic racism is and what what like etymology of words and like all they drastically misunderstand the basics of this shit. The fucking basics of what racism is. What it means, how it works, why something is systemic, why something is a microaggression versus a macroaggression. Like, they misunderstand the fucking basics on this shit. And it's people who think that they're teaching others about this. It was nuts. That was when Magical cooked Tom. Magical. Is that a person that I spoke to? I think it was YouTube. She got demonetized. Not bad. I'm blown away that she was ever monetized on YouTube. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. I am blown away she was ever monetized. That is insane. I forgot what her name was. Okay, so you were here for some of those conversations. I think there was a girl named maybe Magic. You're talking about the girl that went at it with Mantis. I was about to say, there was a girl who came on. We had like a good conversation where she seemed, every time she would make a point, and I would say, yeah, but like, what about this? She would agree, even though it totally contradicted what she already said, but then she would agree and then move on with a new thing that she would say. And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with this part, but this part, X, Y, and Z. No, yes, of course. But, and then, like, and it was just the whole fucking conversation where she would continue conceding her entire fucking point, but then add in new stuff that wasn't relevant, that did not help her point, and then just keep moving forward as she's just like losing the entire fucking plot. Yeah, Celestial, Magical, something like that. It was something like that. Yeah, I don't remember her name either. But yeah, those are some fun times. those are some fun times. So yeah, so when those people are telling me like, Tom, you're being racist by saying the N-word, and I'm like, guys, this is my fucking culture. Like, this is my culture. This is my neighborhood. This is my lingo. This is my shit. Like, you can't turn around and tell me that I was wrong back then for using the N-word when I was a kid, when that's my fucking culture. Like, fuck you. Like, I'm sorry, but fuck you. Like, you don't get to tell me that I was wrong when that was my culture. Now, they would still say that, like, I was wrong, and that they would argue this. And so I would ask them, okay, if this is wrong, no matter what, as long as it's coming from a white person, no matter what. This is a girl named Kobe that I was arguing with. So that if a Spanish person who is white in Spain says negro, are they wrong for this? They call a black person negro. Are they wrong for that? They're like, no, that's a different language. It's totally different. It's like, that's how fucking language works in different groups. That's how it works in different cultures. That's how it works in different settings. That's how it works in different contexts. That's how language always fucking works. It's the same as different languages. It's literally the same. There's no difference. It is the exact same from one setting to the next. If we put a bunch of people in a room and we just kept them there, like, they just kept on saying stuff. The minute you want to explain yourself, they don't even let you speak. Oh, that's, yes. They kept muting me. They kept screaming over me. Like, the minute that I got that far into the argument, they literally, she just started screaming over me to make sure that I did not get a point across, because she realized she looked fucking stupid, dude. She had, like, you could tell from that moment, she knew she looked like a fucking idiot. And then that's when she turned around and started posting shit saying that I was a pedophile. Like, this just seems to be a theme with people where, like, I get them and they look fucking dumb. They are just wrecked. They wrecked themselves. And then instead of, like, engaging with it, they leave and then go start saying I'm a rapist, I'm a pedophile, I'm a Nazi, I'm a, like, every fucking time, dude. Every time. All right. I was gonna get off, but I did say that I was gonna watch this, so we're gonna watch it. There's
Hello, it's me.
A hit piece on Hutch, and I do want to see it. Does anybody know who this guy is? Oh, 1.6 thousand subscribers. Okay, so not a big name at all. He's got 32,000 views. Okay. Well done, sir. Yeah, he doesn't. His 3 other videos on the entire channel, and the first 2 have exactly 1,000 views, and the third one has 2.2 thousand views, and then this one has 32,000 views.
Hello.
So I like Hutch, and I generally agree with him. I think initially I didn't like him when I first started watching him a bit, and I thought that he was a little bit farther left. I think I thought that he was a bit of like a bit too soy progressive, and I think I was totally wrong about that. I was definitely very wrong about that. I don't know if he changed or if I was just wrong, but well, fuck. I was trying to find one of my BRB screens real quick, because I wanted to run to the restroom before I started this, but I can't find the BRB screen. Shit. Okay, well, I'll just play this then. Currently, this is the only, I think it's the only members only video that I have on my channel anymore. So old video from a while ago. It's something that I recorded while I was off screen, getting ready to go live, where I was trolling people and they were responding in real time in Discord messages, and I thought it was the funniest shit I've ever seen. So yeah, all right, I'll be right back.
I I just decided to put this in my freaking title. Why not, dude? Just put it in my YouTube title. Have no reason for it. I messaged Sassafras just now. I sent her the title. So I said, I'm laughing at myself. I don't know why I'm such a child, dude. This is too funny. I had already had it as the title initially. And then for a second I was like, okay, I think I've had it there for like, you know, 2 or 3 minutes. Now I'm just going to erase it and save it. But then I left it for like 2 minutes after erasing it. And then put it back with divorced in all caps. They're not even married, dude. They're not even married. I don't know why this is so funny. I don't know why this is so funny, but this is freaking cracking me up right now, dude. And I'm crying, dude. Sorry for your loss. What is he even referencing? Boots finally escaped that abusive relationship. I'm proud of you. Boots is wild now. Wait, what was his reasoning? She showed that she asked and never got an answer. He never responded. Just changed it. Damn, I wanted to know. Very Tom-like behavior. She said, and they say DK's thumbnails are shameless. At least it's actually represent the content. She said, the real drama is that I'm married. He changed it back. She said they don't understand the joke. Jack posted my comment in our server. So Pretty Tony thinks you're based. All right. Time to go live.
So I didn't say anything this time, but I changed the title on here to say President Sunday and Demon Mama get divorced. So like all of this shit happened before I even went live. I'm sitting there getting ready to go live, just changing my fucking title. Like the amount of people that I averaged today for chat is about how many people would be waiting, sometimes even more. I sometimes have like 50, 60, 70 people just waiting for my live to start. And I think here, yeah, there's 30 people waiting. And so I just like having a title there where people would see what the fucking title was funny.
Time to go live.
You need to understand.
I have to hear one more time.
People sharing whatever in their
Good news, everyone. Demon Mama and I are seeing counseling. And are going to try our hardest to make it work. Well done.
So yeah, for a while people kept asking. They're like, dude, what was that? Like, why was that in your title? What was the whole point of that? So I have published this, which I recorded as all this was happening, just behind the scenes, offline. I just recorded me cracking up about the entire thing. All right. Hutchy Hutchinson. The Hutchster. The N-word dehumanizes black people and is used by two types of people: those who hate black people and those who work for them. Those who work for black people or those who work for people who hate black people? I'm so confused. Okay. All right, here we go. So there's apparently a hit piece on the Hutchster.
Hello, it's me, John Politics. Here to talk about politics in the politics zone. Normally, I don't talk about politics on the main channel, but you know what? We're spiced it up today. Every now and then I get asked to like debate on something, and I literally never say yes because it is entirely pointless. Whether it be the absolutely awful Jubilee videos or more personal one-on-one debates from political streamers who definitely aren't just trying to inflate their egos, debate and discussion on the internet has felt increasingly more pointless over time. However, I think a lot of the real problem for this is that many people who kind of grow up and evolve on the internet kind of come to see as this sort of rabid, warlike engagement as a means of engaging with politics in a legitimate way. I'm talking about this now because a little while ago I discovered that the game YouTuber Hutch, as in like the guy who did prop hunt videos with sea nanners and folk like a decade ago, real blast from the past, has now kind of shifted almost entirely to being a political content streamer.
Hutch used to do politics here and there. If you guys don't know much about him, he used to like be a really big video game streamer. That's who he is. That's what he does. So where people now see him playing, you know, Ark Raiders and shit, that's who he was. He was a massive video game streamer. Just the same as Destiny. Destiny was the biggest streamer on Twitch for a long time. And during that period, he was playing video games, and while he was the biggest streamer on the platform, started to add in politics all of a sudden. So same with Hutch. If you go back to like his channel and you look at some of the shit on there, like he was a massive video game streamer. So he has 838,000 subscribers. And if you go to his videos and go to most popular, oh shit, he got rid of all of his other stuff. Yeah, he got rid of all of his other stuff. So he used to have tons of video game videos up of just like streams of him playing video games with millions of views. Millions and millions of views. Like he had tons of videos with millions of fucking views. And yeah, it looks like he deleted all of it. Posted a video that says goodbye, the end of an era. And but before this is a year ago. About 3 years ago, he started talking about politics here and there. He started talking about it. He started you know, getting into politics. Same with Destiny. They were both in the pro scene. Yeah, kind of. They were like, Destiny was never really like in the pro scene, really. Like he was, as far as StarCraft goes, like that was like the one game that he was semi-pro in, that he was like, he would go to competitions here and there, but he was never like one of the big names in those competitions or one of like the best players in the competitions. But he was able to get into events, but he was mostly like both of them were mostly known for being just like streamers. I don't know as much about Hutch, but I learned about Hutch when he started talking about politics here and there. And I ended up, when I first got on Twitch, having like a fairly large overlap with his community. Like a lot of his mods, a lot of his viewers ended up in my community. Okay, Google, lights on.
Sure, turning on 4 lights.
Okay, Google, lights at 100%.
All right, setting 4 lights brightness to 100%.
Okay, Google, left lamp at 30%. Okay, Google,
setting the left.
Turn lights blue.
Okay, changing 2 lights to blue.
So, anyways, he like his audience, from what I remember, I could be wrong about this, but from what I remember, his audience got upset that he kept talking about politics, and they said that this was kind of tearing the community apart. That people were starting to argue about like political shit when they used to all get along, and even the mods are starting to fight with each other, and that like this is kind of ruining everything. And they started crying. Like there were long like call-in streams with his mods and just these long drawn out therapy sessions, and then from what I could tell, he just stopped talking about politics. Like from what I could see from the outside, I never watched him consistently, but he just stopped until about a year and a half ago. He started doing it again, and he started showing up again, and started like coming around again, and started talking to Destiny, and started going to like events, and started doing shit. And then within that 6-month period, just fucking full in, just politics. That's it. And drastically changed. With that said, Also, for people who say that the like debate isn't a good thing, these are people who are just kind of brainless bots. They don't know what debate is used for, and they don't understand like the purpose of it, but they also are probably super privileged, super like sheltered people. I went from being close to a white nationalist, like very conservative Christian. I was a Christian nationalist for sure, possibly even a white nationalist as well, and went from that to being a staunch liberal, moderate Democrat. That is rare. That is rare. And normally, you don't do that because people with very irrational views from one far edge are more likely to switch to very irrational views on the other far edge. That is how people's brains work. They are likely to have something within that style. Whereas, no, I went from like somewhat on the far edges to being a moderate, centrist-y Democrat. And that was because of debate. Like, debate was the thing that really helped me think my way through a lot of the stuff that I was wondering about, that I was questioning, that I wanted to understand. Like, debate, listening to others debate, and debating things myself really helped further my understanding of politics and issues. And there's a reason why I don't treat debate as this like gladiatorship of me just going to fight people and own them and get the dunks in and shit like that. And there's a reason why I don't like those types of debates. It's because those types of debates did not really help me learn anything. But anyways, that's not like the main idea. Like, debate does help people change their minds. It does. But that's not the main thing. The majority of people that are listening, they're not going to change their minds. The reason is to, like, the hope is to give them the tools to use for them to not get caught by the other arguments, to hope that they don't get sucked in by the other arguments. Just having information is not good enough when people will rhetorically convince you of bullshit that can make it sound compelling. And so being able to debate those things and break them down and actually like understanding logic a lot better than I did at the time has made it to where I don't need to listen to debaters anymore. I don't need to listen to what other people think about shit anymore. I can go find the news myself, take it in, and really come to a sound logical conclusion without that. But that's because of how much time I spent debating things and listening to people debate things, to where I could have a real grounding for myself. Like, I think it's something that everybody should do if they're into politics.
Credit where credit is due. Like, I want to give him props for willing to make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better world for the people who inhabit it. Like, genuinely, that is a noble goal. However, as somebody who kind of also grew up on the internet, it's very obvious that I can see that Hutch is a product of this environment, and how he engages in making political content is extremely evident of the fact that his brain has been entirely rotted by this false version of political engagement. If you take a look at his channel, I think you can very much see the kind of content that he is making. This isn't like serious political.
Okay, let's see. I am pissed. The majority report goes nuclear over misunderstood clip. Sitch and Adam defend ICE shooting in heated debate. Hasan might be shocking his dog again. Debunked PKA on the Minnesota ICE shooting. Must watch GigaChad Uber driver humiliates Border Patrol to their face. Comedian Stacey K's based take on Hasan. He watched Asmongold for an entire week. I'm sorry. I truly, from the way that people talk about Hutch, I expected like half of this to be about Hasan.
Analysis stuff. This is political content in the most intense word of content.
I literally, we have 3 out of 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Out of 16, 2 have Hasan in the title or the thumbnail.
And he is engaging with things like making fun of Hasan, including pushing the
3.
Insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like, that's kind of my...
Okay, look, I was skeptical in the beginning. I tried really hard to be fair on the whole thing. I do not think it is a conspiracy theory anymore. It's not a conspiracy theory. And I think one of the I think it's just not a conspiracy theory. It's kind of it's kind of ridiculous to say it's a conspiracy theory. I don't think there was a period where it didn't seem as certain as a lot of people were making it out to be. And took you long enough? I never said that he didn't do it. I know that you'll pretend I did, but I didn't do it. There was a period where people seemed as though they were making a much stauncher statement as he did this than they had the evidence for. But over time, it did get to the point where the evidence was there. And you literally, what's the point? I literally never did. I never said it didn't happen. I said people were making the statement as though it happened in a much stronger fashion than they actually had the evidence for. That's what I said. That's what I said the whole fucking time. But anyways, yeah, eventually the evidence did get there, and and the more Hasan talked about it, and the more his friends talked about it, and the more that he stumbled over himself, the more it became pretty obvious that that just is most likely what happened. Like, it is most likely what happened.
The litmus test for if somebody actually has legitimate criticisms of Hasan is if they believe in the just absolute batshit shock collar gate thing that happened. Hasan.
Okay, I mean, I'm interested to see what his arguments are against this. I guess that's what this is going to be about. So
Hasan. There's so much.
So there's 4. When was this one done? Okay, I don't know the date on that one, but $2 months. So 4 in 2 months. I'm sorry, dude. I expected it to be way more than that. I really did. I expected there to be way more Hasan content in that period. Like, and then even scrolling further down, there's still nothing else about Hasan. Like, okay, here's the 5th one from 3 months ago. So I'm sorry, the way that people talk about it is as though he's just nonstop making Hasan content and nonstop talking about him and nonstop. Okay, sorry, here's another one. I missed this one. Okay, so there's, but yeah, they make it sound like it's literally only Hasan. Now here it looks like this is the shock collar gate. So this is, yeah, Hasan. Okay, so there were 4 on Hasan around there. Here's, yeah, Hasan. But yeah, like, we're talking about somebody who was doxxed by Hasan, somebody who was who has had like a bunch of Hasan has lied about him numerous times. Hasan's like cohorts, his friends have lied about him. We're talking about, yeah, people who obviously it would make sense he would have some sort of beef with these people. And Hasan is a much larger content creator, which affects him. And so him being able to constantly push back against that shit makes sense. And then also he would get views off of it. So like there was a period where like, damn, I want to say like 7 out of 10 of Destiny's videos were about Hasan. And that Hutch hasn't even gotten anywhere close to that, and we're acting like he's obsessed. This is weird.
Much anti-Hasan stuff in here. Now I get it. Everybody has to play the thumbnail game on YouTube. Everybody has to do the clickbait thing. But I think once you actually look into a bit more of his content, which I've tried to give a fair shake, you can kind of see that he has become the epitome of this rigid internet mind.
Like, chat, tell me, is his stream content just like way more about Hasan and he just doesn't put it in the videos or something? Because that seems weird. If you're gonna do like a long thing about Hasan on stream, it seems like you would definitely turn that into a video so that you can get the views off of it and put it into the algorithm. But is that like, is he talking about Hasan? No. Holy shit, dude. Like, I feel like it's not just like this guy but like on Twitter, leftists all the time saying that he's obsessed with Hasan, that he's always talking about Hasan, he won't leave it alone. I feel like there's leftists in my chat sometimes saying this, like, it feels like everybody is talking about him as though he's constantly obsessed with Hasan, and I expected way more. Unless Collargate, that was like an entire week. Yes, no, he did spend a lot of fucking time on Collargate. Like, he did. I will give them that, but that was that was like 4 months ago. So can we yes, Hutch talks about Hasan for the majority of his streams, can't speak for video titles. You're joking, right? Like, all these other people here who I know watch Hutch like religiously are saying no, that's not the case. But as I said, leftists always act as though, and progressives always act like this is the case. But I've watched Hutch maybe 3 or 4 times over the last month or two, and none of it was about Hasan. Like, he was never talking about Hasan.
Whose views are not really based.
Hutch talks about Hasan every stream and as a stand-in for all people in the left. That's not true. I've literally seen him numerous times talk about the fact that he thinks that Hasan is the exception on the left, and that Hasan is like an extreme version of some of the problems on the left, and that he does not think that Hasan is the left. I know for a fact he does not think that like, he doesn't even think that Hasan is leftists. He doesn't think Hasan is socialists. He doesn't even think Hasan is communists. He thinks Hasan is like an exception for all of those things. Hutch is on self-proclaimed mission to rid the internet of the dropkick left, or whatever he calls us. Hutch is not fair, man. Okay, yeah, every time I've watched him, I don't think I've seen him talk about Hasan when I watch him, but as I said, I don't watch him a whole lot, so I'm having to rely on other people, but it just doesn't seem to be the case that he's like obsessed with Hasan. I understand that he is going on his Lefty arc, and I do this as well, so it's I've been doing this for a long time as well, so Hutch is gatekeeping the left. He's gatekeeping. He said he was gatekeeping his coalition of like Democrat liberals, but not the left. Well, I understand you're saying you watch his streams, but I'm saying there's like 4 other people in chat right now that I know watch his streams, because every time I've gone into their chat, into his chat, they're all there immediately saying hey, and they all say that that's not the case. Yeah.
On an evolving political scope.
No, he's just saying if you don't want to vote Dem, then fuck off. Yeah, I don't know why this is so confusing for people. He doesn't like want to promote or associate with people on the left who are detrimental to Democrats winning, and he is also wanting to counter signal those types of people. That's fine. That's good. There's no issue with that, and that is not gatekeeping the left. I don't know. Why do you have to like straw man it so much? Like it seems pretty plain and obvious. He's leaned into it since the anti-left "what is a socialist" meme. He gets a lot of engagement from people that really have a hate boner for the left. Hutch is rarely bringing up Hasan without someone else bringing up Hasan. Okay.
Scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me wrong here. It is entirely reasonable to see things as hard opposition, but it isn't just about seeing people as hard opposition. It's about Hutch fundamentally not having the contextual understanding of the things that he's talking about to be able to give legitimate critique. It doesn't really take long to notice that a lot of the content that he makes for people who are unfortunately online and recognize a lot of the people in these thumbnails is almost entirely targeted at this idea of the far left.
They just need their villain. Like, they need to be the heroes of the story, the downtrodden, the cheated. It plays into this kind of other narrative of, like, you know, the noble kind of victim.
Yeah, again, I know for a fact that like Hutch has said numerous times, he believes that like most of these like leftists voted for Kamala, that they were loud in voting for Kamala, that they have no issue voting for Kamala, that they may have wanted somebody better, but that they weren't going to counter signal Kamala and act like this was dumb to vote for her or bad to vote for her, or like that they were embarrassed to vote for her. And I've heard him say this numerous times. So like, I don't know why we would pretend that he's acting like what Hasan did and what a lot of these other people did and do is representative of the entire left. He does not, like, I know he doesn't think that. I know he does not. I know he said that that's not the case tons of times, because that is my position as well. Hasan is a stand-in for all lefties. I literally just explained that he has said every fucking time that that's not the case. Why do you guys have to straw man him? What the fuck?
The noble kind of like victimhood of the online left. It's like a big part of the cultural and political identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hasan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
The Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
What is this take? What is this take?
The Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
What is this take? What is this take? What is this take?
And to be clear, like, I don't have extremely strong opinions on.
Based on the claim that this guy just made a second ago, I would have expected more than just one clip. That this is often where his critique goes. This is often what he does instead of giving any sort of analysis or anything. He just screams instead. That to turn around and show one clip, a very short clip, where it sounds like he probably explained why that was stupid right after. this is gonna be fuck. This is gonna be just like a horrifically bad faith video, isn't it? I'm trying to pull this up real quick, but I'm being verified as a human again, and that might take a while.
What the what is this take? What is this take? What is this take? 2018, we had a good election cycle. 2020, we had a really good election cycle. 2022, we had a really good election cycle. I believe we're going to have another.
They literally cut it off right as he starts explaining why Hasan is wrong.
A good election cycle with 2024. Like, what? He's got to go all the way back to 2016. Like, and it's a socialist. It's a goddamn communist lecturing the Democratic Party on how to win elections. It's like, bro, do you not think that, like, if you're going to be a communist, like, fine, it's fine to listen. If you want to, like, armchair quarterback.
This is literally what I say all the time when I have fucking socialists coming in here being like, the Democrats are so good at losing elections. Like, not as good as fucking leftists, bro. Not as good as y'all. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are a little bit better, but I guess as long as you can always claim that Bernie Sanders was cheated or whoever you voted for was cheated out of an election, then, you know, you don't have to act like they ever lost. It's always something else that happened.
Democrats and tell them how they should be winning more elections if only they did A, B, and C. Like, don't you think you should have something to show for it? Like, shouldn't you have demonstrated an ability to consistently win national elections before you start lecturing other people? Like, why would I take any advice from a communist? I would rather take advice from a MAGA person for how to win elections.
They would not have had.
I would rather.
The left vote Dem. Hold on. KTC. Okay. I'm going to say this for the third time. All right. I have heard Hutch say tons of times that he believes most leftists voted for Kamala. Most leftists had no problem voting for Kamala. They may not be their perfect choice, but that they were willing to vote for Democrats and that they do vote for Democrats. I don't understand, like, what part of that do you not understand? Why do you keep repeating this when I know for a fact he has said this? Almost every time I've heard him talk about this, he says he thinks that the majority of these people voted for Kamala and that they don't do what Hasan does. The online left didn't do. Yes, the online left. Correct. The online left did not. The online left did counter-signal Kamala. The online left does counter-signal Democrats. He does not. He has been very clear with this. He has been crystal clear with this. If you want me to, I will show you a bunch of clips of him saying this. If you want me to, I will find a ton of clips of him saying this, and I will show it to you. But he is very clear that he does not think Hasan is representative of leftists. He has made this crystal fucking clear a billion times. And this is coming from somebody who does not watch him a lot, yet I have heard him say this tons of times. Hutch's most charitable take on the left is that they voted for Harris. But yeah, I don't like that you guys keep saying the left. You mean leftists. Like, don't say the left. Like I'm the left. Hutch is the left. Like, Democrats are the left. Liberals are the left. Like, we are the left. The leftists are on the left, but they're not the left. We're the left. Brother, that is not what he is saying. Okay, so you're saying that if I show you him saying this over and over, that you will take this back, yes? I can show you him saying. If I can show him saying this, you will admit that your entire perception of him is completely wrong, yes?
Rather take advice from MAGA, because at least
Hasan one way or like,
what is this take? What is this take?
So yeah, he literally cut. So his one example, his one clip, his one example here is obviously out of context, because right after he does actually give an explanation for why he's upset with what Hasan said and why Hasan is wrong. This is horribly bad faith. This is just a lie. Like this is just a fucking lie now.
What is this take?
And to be clear, like, I don't have extremely strong opinions on Hasan one way or another. He said some dumb shit, but I will say, to echo the sentiment that FD Signifier said recently on one of his live stream videos.
Y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hasan based off content. Because I've engaged with Hasan on real shit on numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hasan first.
Content-wise, whatever, Hasan shows the fuck up, and that is what matters. I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About.
He doesn't show up. What do you mean? That's the whole criticism. That's literally the whole fucking criticism. That's the whole thing. Is Hasan didn't show up. Like, what?
I would call Hasan first.
Content-wise, whatever, Hasan shows the fuck up, and that is what matters.
Content-wise, he shows the fuck up. You're just wrong. That's the whole point. Is like, I guess politically, if you're just saying he does streams, if that's all you mean, is that he just does a stream, therefore he shows up. Okay, fine. Like, I guess if that's all you mean, you're just saying absolutely nothing. That doesn't apply to literally most streamers. But politically, as far as his content goes, he didn't show up. He did not show up. Like, he was counter-signaling Democrats and Kamala for the entire last campaign season. Like, that's all he did. He just counter-signaled Kamala and the Democrats.
I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About Politics, which talks about stuff like this in particular, about how a lot of social media, as well as the broader political sphere, has kind of become this big warlike zone in which people do not view people as people. They view them as opposition. To quote the book, the emphasis is not on convincing others, but on beating them by proving the other side wrong definitively, vanquishing them with a counter-argument showing with great force it's not just your views are better, but why theirs are also wrong. I think the popularity of debate that we've seen grow and grow in online culture, from, you know, people like Destiny to various political panels online to the late not so great Charlie Kirk, I think the illusion of the marketplace of ideas and the popularity of debate kind of turning political discussion or discussion in general into almost a kind of warlike action is very evident in how Hutch speaks and engages with content. He doesn't see Hasan as simply another point of view. He sees Hasan as a literal enemy.
I'm so fucking pissed right now.
Bro, I cannot with these people. I can't. Like, how are you supposed to view people who are making it so that your political goals are harder to achieve? What do you call those people? What do you call those people? When I look at Republicans, I say, yes, Republicans are political enemies. They are not literal enemies of, like, you know, I need to fight them and destroy them and kill them. Like, but the ideology, the idea, the policy prescriptions, yes, they are enemies. What Hasan views liberals as enemies. It's always weird to me. It's always very fucking annoying when leftists will talk about the way that liberals talk about leftists as though it is this one-way road where liberals are just these big meanies who are just always pushing the leftists out and pushing progressives out and just won't let them get along. They just won't let them hang, and we all just want to work together and be happy together, and you just won't let it. When we have the people that we're talking about, like Hasan, are constantly attacking liberals and Democrats and talking crap about them and talking about how horrible they are, talking about how much he doesn't like them, talking about them being literal enemies, and then but then when we say the same about him, so who do you think declared fucking war here, bro? Who do you think threw the first shots? That Hasan was welcomed by a bunch of liberal content creators who were friends with him, who got along with him, who hung out with him, and it was him who went on this like full fucking attack on Democrats. It was him who drew these lines. But then everybody just what? Oh, it's so mean. You guys are so mean to little Hasan. It's like, I can't believe you treat him like an enemy. He's just a good old buddy with the Democrats. He's one of you guys. No, he's not. He hates us. He's clear about it. Why is it one way? Why is it always one way? Why are we the bad guys for treating him the way that he treats us? It doesn't make sense.
Fuck this guy, bro. This guy is political opposition. Never in a million years should we ever associate with him, his ilk, his supporters.
To Hutch, he's not engaging with Hasan or the online left. He's engaging with this sort of boogeyman, this construct that he has made, to which he just finds the most ridiculous things to blame on them without fully being able to realize the flaws of the side that he's on, which is the center and the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us in the ass for God knows how many years. I found this pretty insane clip where he blames people like Hasan and the far left for the reason why the Supreme Court supermajority happened.
He tried to do sweeping student loan debt. And do you know who rejected him? The Supreme Court. Do you know how they were able to reject him? Because there's a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. Do you know how they got to a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court? Because I'm losing my temper. People like Hasan, in part because people like Hasan use the massive platform that they have to tell their audience that there's really no difference between Democrats and Republicans. It doesn't matter if a Democrat or a Republican wins in 2016, even though Ruth Bader Ginsburg was like 152 years old. And we all knew there was a serious risk that she wouldn't make it to 2020. And that wasn't enough. So maybe if you guys would have taken the Supreme Court more seriously in 2016, he would have been able to forgive more student loan debt, but you didn't. So this is the position that we're in.
Hutch is completely stuck because of this warlike
holy shit. I actually want to kill myself. I don't know if I want to listen to this at all. Is he even going to disagree with what it is that Hutch said, or is he just going to play the clip and then act like Hutch is crazy afterwards and just this is crazy making. This is gaslighting and crazy making. He is He is just playing a clip and then afterwards being like, wow, am I right, guys? And then moving on. What the fuck? Like, no, you're not right, guys. Can you give us an argument? Can you give us something to work with? Can you say why you think this is wrong? Why you disagree with this? Can you explain in some fashion, like, if this is so ridiculous from Hutch, can you tell us why it's ridiculous? When you play Hutch laying out an argument and we hear his logic and we hear what it is he has to say, we're like, okay, makes sense, all right. And then we would expect right after to be like, so that's what he thinks. Here's why he's wrong. If we don't get that, we're going to be left with just the logic. All we got was logic from one person. So if we're not going to get logic from another person, this is what we're going to come away with is, well, Hasan did convince his audience not to vote for Joe Biden and or sorry, not Joe Biden, Hillary, and said that she was a horrible person, and talked about how bad she was. And so yeah, if that's the what people do, and then Trump wins, and then he is able to get a ton of people onto the Supreme Court to make it to where things like abortion is overturned, well, elections have consequences, I guess, if that's that's the logic that we got. In 2016, I don't know if he's saying Hasan literally did that in 2016 or what, because if he is, that's ridiculous. But I think what he was saying is that it's like people like Hasan making things like that happen to where that can just keep happening every time we don't take these elections seriously and treat both parties the same. He's pointing out how big of a difference there are between two parties, and the Republicans being able to get that many people into the Supreme Court made wide-ranging rippling effects that are just a blatant example of how different the two parties are.
Mentality he has adopted in believing that for some reason focusing on the left is the broad ultimate solution.
For some reason, he literally just explained it, but we're gonna keep saying for some reason, dude. Who knows? Oh my goodness, why? How could we possibly get inside of his brain and figure out what the issue is here? It's so strange. I don't know what is the reasoning.
And not that the Democrats have had complete autonomy this entire time and have just completely misread what the American people actually want. And
see, this is, oh my goodness, dude. This is it. This is literally the thing. What the American people want. What the American people want. You mean what you want, right? What you want. And this is, you guys realize when he says stuff like this, okay? He is making it to where it's like, oh yeah, us leftists, like, no, we didn't vote for Kamala. We wouldn't do that. Like, the Hasan is representative of us leftists, because we wouldn't, we know that's not what we want, so we would not vote for somebody like her. Like, that is, he is making this fucking case that, like, that is what's happening.
Thrown everything into the gutter is just not something that seems to ever cross his mind. The fact that we fucking lost in 2024.
Dude, come on, Tom. That was retarded framing that somehow Hasan knew what was going to happen. Does he know now? Does he know now? Do you think he knows now? Because he still says the same thing. Does he know now? In 2016? Sure, in 2016. Does he know now? Did he know in the 2024 election? What happened in 2016? Did he know in the 2020 election what happened in 2016? Does he know now? Does he know now that they had consequences? Does he know now what the consequences were of that? Does he know now what a big difference there was between Democrats and Republicans and how detrimental that is to some people? Okay, great. So you agree with the essayist that that Hutch's critique was retarded things. What? What just happened?
And that Biden did very little over his entire term. Any of the gains that he did make were either temporary or lapsed. And the fact that Trump has been able to do, what, half of Project 2025 over the course of a year of him being in office with less of a majority than Biden has during his term, just for some reason doesn't ever cross his mind. But I digress.
This is so stupid. Oh my goodness, this is so stupid. So Donald Trump getting most of the stuff done is so fleeting and temporary because the majority of the stuff that he's doing is through executive orders. When a Democrat can come in right behind them and just get rid of them with a fucking snap of a finger, they're able to just erase them, which is what happened when Donald Trump left the first time. Biden just erased them, and then Donald Trump came back and then just erased and just put it all back. Like, this is so ridiculous. The reason that Biden didn't do these things is because we want to do it through a democratic process. Democracy. It's the thing that, I know that the people like this guy pretend to care about, but democracy was the thing that they were trying to hold on to and to save and to make sure that we were going to be okay moving forward, and that they weren't going to be changing norms like Donald Trump is and making it to where democracy was falling apart. So when we say, oh, well, Trump is a threat to democracy, this right here, the thing right here that you are describing that you want Joe Biden to do, is what we are describing as the threat. That is the threat to democracy. It's that. It is doing things through undemocratic means.
I think that debate culture has almost kind of evolved into this form of content where Hutch, even though he's not directly debating people like Hasan or Emma Vigeland that he also doesn't like, when he makes content, when he talks to his viewers in streams, he tries to almost debate them in the videos and then break down their claims by kind of collapsing all nuance as possible, even if he is entirely unequipped to handle the discussion at hand. Like, there's a really interesting clip.
Says the person who just clipped him out of context to make it seem like as though he was screaming at something, when instead he gave a descriptive explanation right after. So if all you saw was the scream, I could totally understand why you would feel that way. If you chose to just hit record right when the scream started and then hit stop record right after, and then you just went and put that in your video and then didn't hit play to see the rest of it, you weren't lying about this. You just forgot to hit play again and thought that that was the rest of it. Well, I could totally understand why you would feel that way. But in reality, that is not what happened there. That is not how that went. And there was a lot more to it. So if that's all you're seeing, I think I get it. I think I get where the problem is.
That I watched of his video where he thinks that Emma Vigeland got dunked on by MSNBC on this panel where she talks about how the Democrats need to do something else instead of being a bunch of flip-floppy, limp-dicked assholes who don't really do anything besides kowtow to the big tech oligarchy donor foundation that they've built for themselves over the past 10 years or so. And Hutch can only interpret this as her wanting them to be more on the left.
He's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building.
To be fair, I mean, like, she kind of dodged that, but no, that is what she's saying. She's saying that the Democratic Party is not left enough, and that's why they've lost popularity, and I think she's probably obfuscating a little.
Okay. I thought this guy was a liar. I thought he was a liar. But the fact that this time he actually included the context that debunks his own claim shows that he's actually just brain dead. It's yeah, it makes it pretty clear that he's actually just completely brain dead. I don't know why he just played this clip. If that's what he wanted us to think, is that Emma Vigeland said this and he just misinterpreted what she said. He misinterpreted her saying she wants to get money out of politics to mean that she wanted, she just wanted people to be farther left. When in reality, he's saying that that's what she wants overall. Holy shit. I got you, bro. Can you get inside? Can you get inside? Is there... But yeah, he's not saying this is what she said. He's saying this is what she wants. That he's literally saying, like, she didn't say this, that she dodged this, but that she does want that. She does want the party to be farther left, and that is like her hopes or her goals or what it is that she dreams of, or what, you know, however you want to put it. But that, like, he's saying that is what she wants. He didn't say that's what she's saying. I don't know why this guy played the clip for us to know that that's just a complete lie. I don't know why he did that.
A little bit here and avoiding that conclusion.
Obviously, people like me and people like Emma think it would be great for them to be more left. But in the context of this discussion, it isn't even about them being more left. It's about them having any balls to do any of the stuff that they legitimately said that they were going to do in the first place. Like, they gave up on $15.
He says any of the stuff. He says any of the stuff. Oh, they gave up on $15 minimum wage. They gave up on it, did they? They just gave up on it, guys. They just gave up on it. They just didn't feel like it. They just didn't feel like it, guys. That's all it was. You know what? I don't feel like it anymore. Let's just give up on this. That's what happened. This guy is the one who is able to explain things in an accurate way. Not Hutch. Nope. It's this guy. They just gave up on it, dude.
Minimum wage, they did nothing to address affordability. Once again, they're in the process of throwing trans people under the bus. Like, I just genuinely don't know how you can look at the fact that Trump won and so many people neglected.
I'm sorry, but people who didn't vote for Kamala threw literally everybody under the bus. Like, black people, trans people, all Americans. Like, I don't think that leftists would have made a big difference in the election. I don't think that they're going to, like, change the outcome. As we know, from every polling that I've seen, all of the polling that I've seen, if every registered voter had voted, Donald Trump would have won by a larger... What up, what up? Donald Trump would have won by a wider margin. So it's not blaming them for the outcome. Again, I've also heard Hutch say he does not blame them for the outcome of the election. He does not think they would have changed the outcome of the election necessarily. They could have, it's possible, but that's not the claim from me nor anybody that I've seen talk about this. I haven't seen anybody talk about it as though leftists would have changed the outcome. It's like voting is a moral thing. Like, I think it is I think there is an obvious moral implication to your vote or the lack of your vote. And yeah, they, like, people who chose to make it to where Trump and Republicans were more capable of doing the shit that they wanted to do and hurting more minority groups, those people have to be responsible for their choice. That, like, when he says, like, oh, well, the Democrats didn't do this, the Democrats didn't do that. The question is not, were they the best option of all time? It's not, did they get everything done you've ever wanted? The question is not, like, are you super happy with Democrats? It's not, do you think they are, you know, the knight in shining armor that's going to save America? The question is, were they the lesser of two evils? Were they better? Was Kamala better than Trump? And Hasan says no. Hasan says no, Kamala was not better than Donald Trump. And so I think, okay, if you think she wasn't better than Donald Trump, if you think they were the same, then I think you have no business talking about politics. I think you have absolutely no business talking about politics, and you just have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I could understand how, to, like, a Republican, Trump and Kamala would be the same. Like, to a Republican, Trump isn't very conservative. He doesn't have very conservative values. He doesn't talk like a conservative. He doesn't, you know, he's missing a lot as far as conservatism goes. But then you got Kamala, who's, you know, pro-choice and is, you know, believes in feminism and is, like, obviously conservatives wouldn't be happy with either one of those choices. But then they turn around and still vote for Trump because he's just the lesser of two evils. Like, he's still closer to what it is that they would want than Kamala is, because, yeah, she's pro-choice. She's the opposite of all the things that they want. So Trump's at least closer. But I could understand if a conservative said that. I would be able to understand. I can't understand somebody like Hasan treating Kamala as the same as Trump. I can't understand him saying that the Republicans and the Democrats are the same. I cannot understand that. Not whatsoever. It is blatantly obvious that Kamala is closer to what it is he would want and is the lesser of two evils. And if she's not, then he is so much worse than you could fucking imagine. Like, it's hard to categorize how fucking bad he is, how fucking far off he is, how much more extreme he is if she is not the lesser of two evils, according to his values and what it is he wants. Like, so why did he vote for her? What are we even talking about right now? So he said he voted for her 6 months after the election, right? After he had gotten a lot of shit, he had a lot of pressure on him, he had a lot of people. That's when he said that he voted for her, right? We're talking about somebody who is an influencer, a political influencer, and he did not influence his audience to vote for her. So that's why this entire time I've said that he counter signals Democrats, that he is not an ally to Democrats. He is not an ally to people who are trying to help trans people, who are trying to help black people, who are trying to... He's not an ally to getting that stuff done. And he said through the whole thing that there was no difference between Republicans and Democrats. And if that's where he's influencing his audience, and he still says to this day, he still says it today, that there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats, that he says there's no evidence that Kamala would have been any better than Donald Trump. He is still saying this today. So I don't know why he voted for Kamala. If that's what he thinks, it doesn't make sense. But after he got a lot of shit, then he said he voted for Kamala. Seems weird. But he still, even after saying he voted for Kamala, still says there's no evidence that she would have been any better than Donald Trump. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who is the biggest left-leaning content creator and political influencer who is not influencing his audience to vote for Democrats. What is the evidence? He said not to vote Trump, obviously. I don't know what... I don't know if that is all that obvious, but...
to not vote and see that as an issue of the far left not sucking off the Democrats enough, but instead that the Democrats, like, just have lost the faith of the public because they're endless.
Again, I say this all the time. Every time the subject comes up, I say this. That I was not a big fan of Kamala, okay? I did not like Kamala very much. I was not happy with her as a choice, as a politician, but I never got it twisted. Like, there was never a wonder in my mind as to who the lesser of the two evils was. There's never a point where I would question who the lesser of two evils was. It was abundantly clear the entire time. There was never a point where I'm like, huh, I wonder. But from Hasan, there's never a point where he thinks that one side is obviously the lesser evil. So, like, this isn't about, like he says, sucking off Democrats. No, like, I am very critical of lots of Democrats, very critical of Kamala, very critical of the way she ran her campaign. There's no problem with criticizing these people, and I know Hutch was as well. But yeah, these are not these are not good faith criticisms if that's what you're going to say, because that is obviously not the case. That is blatantly untrue.
Endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism that nobody actually wants.
Are you saying he was considering voting for Trump? No, I'm saying that he did not influence his audience to vote for Kamala, and that he would have either that I honestly I part of me wonders if he voted for Jill Stein and then just said later that he voted for Kamala, because even after, like, again, he said this like 6 months after the election that he voted for Kamala. Why did you wait that long to say it? Why? That's weird, bro. Why did you wait that long to say it? Now, we all knew that he voted, but he said he wasn't going to tell people who he voted for. And then eventually said that he voted for Kamala. So, but in the meantime, yeah, I thought, okay, if he actually voted, if he actually put, placed that ballot, then I would assume he voted for Jill Stein, because it doesn't make sense to vote for Kamala and refuse to tell everybody, and then like that would make no sense whatsoever. But now apparently that's what he did, so I don't know. But no, I'm not saying he considered voting for Trump, but if you take him seriously, if you think that he's telling the truth, I don't know that I do, but if you think he's telling the truth when he says he doesn't think that there's a difference between Republicans and Democrats, that there's no evidence that that Kamala Harris would be any better than Donald Trump or any different than Donald Trump, then you would have to believe that he was considering voting for Trump just as much as he was considering voting for Kamala. Like that would have to be the case, right?
To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well, there's another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hasan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump right now.
He's going to tell you that...
What was the evidence that she would be better? I mean, the entire Biden administration, the legislation that she got passed during the Biden administration versus the legislation that's gotten passed under the Trump administration. The things that she advocated for, her entire career as a politician, and the things that she's gotten done and advocated for, literally everything is evidence that even the question is disingenuous. Even the question is disingenuous as what is the evidence that she would be better? Like, you would have to think that there's a possibility that she would be having ICE out on the streets doing what they're doing right now, or that there is a possibility that she was going to say that she was going to turn turn Gaza into the next Las Vegas and build a giant statue of herself there, and that the Palestinians would have no right of return, or that they would be that she would be pressuring Gazans in the way that Trump has with Netanyahu, to take a deal that makes absolutely no sense for Gazans whatsoever. You would have to think that any of those things are possible. That Kamala Harris would have had the leader of Ukraine to the White House and then sat there and berated him for being a tyrant that started a war with Ukraine, or that she would be all over the Epstein files and would be trying to stop them from being released because she's she's embarrassed about it. Like, this is you would have to believe that things of that nature or worse are even possible in order to ask the question, what evidence is there that she would be better? And Hasan doesn't just ask the question, but he makes the declarative statement that he doesn't think there is evidence that Kamala would have been better. Or any different.
And by the way, there's this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver, but don't you think
you're floundering here? The claim is about Israel-Palestine. No, it's not. It's not about Israel-Palestine. Hasan has said this across the board. He was not only talking about Israel-Palestine when he said that there was no difference here. He was not. We've gone over this like 20 times now. That is blatantly incorrect. In the clips where he says this, in some of them, he's not even talking about Israel-Palestine when he says this. So it is blatantly incorrect. I don't know who told you that or why they told you that, but that is false. He is making a statement as to their ability to do the job.
think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions
right here, he's talking about trans people,
about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now?
What an insane thing to say. That is crazy, because they validated people's concerns when it came to trans girls in sports. That's all they did. I understand why parents have those concerns.
I was just about to ask, what did she do that was transphobic? When did she do something transphobic? I never heard about this. Like, this is the people like Hasan. They also like they translate everything in the most bad faith, disingenuous way. Like the fact that like Kamala Harris had Liz Cheney on a stage with her one time, and they all interpreted what happened there, and they didn't interpret it this way. They lied about what happened there. They just lied. They blatantly lied. There's no way anybody is stupid enough to think what they said actually happened. But what they said is that she brought Liz Cheney up there to show that she was endorsed by Liz Cheney, showing that she's pretty much going to be a moderate version of Republicans, and that she wanted the Republicans to know that she was going to be one of them, right? That is just not at all what happened. She brought Liz Cheney up there so that Liz Cheney could say, hey guys, to all my Republicans, I'm a Republican. I don't agree with Kamala Harris on anything, and yet I will vote for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump is that much of a threat to our democracy, to where I am willing to vote for somebody who I have fundamental disagreements with over Donald Trump. That's how bad Donald Trump is. That is what Liz Cheney said. And they lied and tried to make it sound like Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris were like one and the same, and that they agreed politically, and that like it was all just a bunch of fucking lies, dude. It was fucking lies. Well done, sir.
concerns.
Hey,
I maybe have some of the same concerns.
Hey, are you guys doing the thing? The codes thing?
Yeah, this one is missing.
I just found one. I just found it.
Yeah, perfect. Let's go.
Well, okay. I'm not really doing this. Where are you?
Up on the roof.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really doing this. I'm just looking for like husks. So I was gonna give it to you, but I've never done it before, so I guess I might as well go and do it if you want to show me what to do. Well.
Yeah, it's the last one missing. So let me just clear this too.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, come down here.
Bro, I don't know where the fuck you are.
I'm over here.
Okay.
Let's go down there. Oh, bro. Now for real?
Oh, I don't want this. There's a Berletta in there. Bro, this has been crazy. I just found so much fucking shit just within like the last 2 minutes, dude. I haven't found anything good like the whole fucking day, and then now. Wait, where did they go? Wait, where you guys at? Hello? Fuck. I don't know where the fuck they went. I don't know. Shit, dude. I don't know. I don't know where they went. Where'd you guys go? Alright. Anyways, the Liz Cheney thing, like, it was just a lie. They just fucking lied about what happened there. There's nothing wrong with a Republican coming out and saying, hey guys, I'm voting for this person, and I'm endorsing them because Donald Trump is that bad. Like that, there's nothing wrong with that. And that doesn't mean that Kamala has anything in common with her. It doesn't mean that Kamala is a Republican. It doesn't mean any of those things. It's, and it's just a lie to frame it that way. It's just like, it's not just a misinterpretation or or like, you know, anything like, it's just a lie. That's all it is.
It's a really difficult issue, but it should be up to, you know, the individual athletic bodies to determine whatever regulations, and the government shouldn't be involved.
He also says this, which I find to be absolutely hilarious.
If you want better outcomes for trans people, I believe you have a moral obligation to dunk on Hasan every time he says stupid shit like this. You are morally obligated to call this out. Unironically, some of the best trans advocacy you can do is debunking Hasan Piker claims about like the Democratic Party. You in that action.
I don't disagree with this at all. I think this is just a factually true statement. If Kamala obviously would have been a million times better for trans people than Donald Trump. Like I don't know why anybody would even attempt to disagree with this. That they would just be. This is just true. Kamala Harris was not going to do any of the shit. And Donald Trump did. Like, it's just, it's fucking insane to even pretend as though these are legitimate criticisms from Hasan.
Would be doing more for trans people than Hasan has ever done in his entire life.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hasan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry in ways that, to somebody like me who is queer and is involved heavily in trans rights and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hasan knows what he's fucking talking about. And Hutch is literally just like LARPing being a trans activist right now. Any queer person with any reasonable amount of historical knowledge knows that even though, yes, the right absolutely hates us and wants us to basically burn in pits, the Democrats tolerate us and absolutely have a history of throwing us under the bus to kowtow whenever we need. For example, right now, with everything fucking Gavin Newsom is doing, everything that the Democrats have done before with constantly kowtowing to the whole trans swimmers thing, like, holy fuck. Like, the fact that Hutch doesn't understand that this pandering is an issue that will legitimately affect building a coalition is insane. Like, he also has clips where he defends Ezra Klein and his completely insane abundance shit and talking about building a broader umbrella. Like,
so this is hilarious. This is, you know what's really funny about this? When we look at like exit polling and why a lot of people didn't like Kamala Harris and why a lot of them voted for Trump instead, and what some of the biggest issues were, we know that a lot of it was perception. And it was the perception that she was too far left. It was the perception that she was just too far left and that she seemed extreme to a lot of people. And that she was just too progressive. And that, like, we all know that, like, the progressives didn't affect the outcome, or they're not to blame for the outcome of the election. But the people who probably were to blame for the outcome of the election were people who thought that, yes, she was a fucking woke, crazy person who was gonna try to put, you know, make all their kids trans and shit like that. And so, yeah, like, this is crazy then to be like, hey guys, the real problem is that Kamala didn't look far left enough. That's why she lost. Is she just, if she had obviously come across as farther left, Americans would have wanted to vote for her. Like, okay, dude, like, you can't have it both ways. Either you guys, like, didn't affect the outcome of the election, which I agree. You didn't affect the outcome of the election, or you did affect the outcome of the election. And if she was much farther left and had much farther left policies, people would have voted for her. The electorate would have loved her. But she wasn't. That's on her for not campaigning more effectively. She allowed Trump and the right to introduce her. Yeah, you're just not understanding, friend. I'm sorry. Hold on. You're not understanding. Nothing you just said is related to anything that was just said. I agree. She didn't do a good job at campaigning. That's not relevant to what was just said. That's not relevant at all. That's an insane framing of what even far left people would have proposed for Harris. Right now, they're saying that by her acknowledging that some of the people had fears about trans people, that this was her throwing trans people under the bus. And you're saying that one of the few like very, you know, moderate things that she said, right? One of the few moderate things that she said that would actually make her look a little bit more moderate. They view this as not far left enough and not allied enough that she should have looked farther left. What that he just said, the Democrats have constantly thrown ignored leftists and have just like thrown us to the wayside. And you're saying, well, they don't want her to sound farther left and appeal to farther left people, and like, what? She needed to do Bernie policies, not stupid moron right-wing policies. What right-wing policies did she do? We don't like liberal policies, bro. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Freddie is disagreeing with that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying she sounded like a liberal. I'm saying they wanted her to sound farther left, but her sounding like a liberal to lots of independents made her sound too far left. And so to them, she was this fucking crazy progressive leftist who was too far left, which I think a lot of that came from her first campaign. A lot of that was brought, like her first campaign, she was much farther left. She did campaign much farther left the first time. And so I think a lot of that was brought over, that smell was what followed her over. But that's what I'm saying, is that yes, if she had sounded like she did the first campaign, she would have done even more horribly. And so yes, that is what I'm saying. You attacked me, but haven't cited the polls. Wait. You said, but she wasn't. That's on her for not campaigning more effectively. She allowed Trump and the right to introduce her. She was, first off, she was the VP for a long time, for 4 years, okay? People knew who she was. She was the vice president of the United States for 4 years. People knew who she was. It wasn't that they didn't know who she was or didn't know that, like, Trump introduced her to America. That is not what happened. Again, I agree. Her campaign was horrific. She did a very bad job at campaigning. I agree with this. That's not responsive to what I said about whether or not what this guy is suggesting is actually beneficial at all. I think that is more what people further left would like, more Bernie policies. I don't think it's provable that this would have lost the election.
Having pro-life Democrats?
What Ezra Klein is talking about is a much more macro level analysis, prescriptive analysis. He's thinking about the much, much bigger picture. He's thinking about the problems that we face in this country from like a 30,000 foot level. She says 2025, Ezra Klein wants to abandon women in red states. That doesn't seem to be true. Quite the opposite. I think he is saying the opposite.
And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win, right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match the seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your...
Okay, so it says, only a moron would suggest this. Abortion rights have been our only consistent wins. But he's not saying change the entire party. He's not saying change the entire party. He's saying that in districts or in states where they are pro-life, very pro-life, that if you ran somebody who was pro-life but had more Democrat policies to come with it, that this is something that you should not be afraid of. This is something that you shouldn't that shouldn't scare you. That should be something that is acceptable. That they would be able to. They would be a minority in our party, so they wouldn't have a whole lot of power with that vote for that thing, but they would have a lot of power. They would be another vote for all of our other things. Holy shit, we think that person has no moral values. I don't think I don't think anybody asked. It's not relevant. We're talking about politics right now. We're talking about getting votes. We're talking about making it to where Democrats can win things. And this is, in my experience, just the constant missing from one another is that when we're talking about political strategy and how to get things done, that you're more likely to be able to win some of these areas if you allow some things like this to be within the coalition, when that is like a when that doesn't have to be the sticking point. It can, that is something that is not going to be a big loss for Democrats. You can go too far left, but you can never go too far right. Global tariffs, mass deportation, anti-DEI. You know that like Nick Fuentes is like widely like excommunicated in like GOP circles, that even Tucker Carlson has now been excommunicated from GOP circles, that the like, you know, that you can go too far right, and the like Richard Spencer was never allowed in GOP circles. There is too far right, and there is a too far left, and both sides have to deal with the extreme parts of their parties. And did you hear we're winning in the polls? Trump and his admin will bow down and surrender to our margins of error. We are saved. Rejoice now. I don't know. Is this also like first day talking about politics or something? I can catch you up to like how this works, but we have the Senate, we have Congress, or the House, okay? And in the House, you have to have votes in order to get things to go to the Senate, and then in the Senate, you have to have the votes to get it passed. And when you don't have the votes, sometimes there are ways to make it to where you are well above and beyond the others. Like in Republican circles, they have made it to where you can have like a diverse group of thoughts, as long as like when it matters you get on board, right? Which is why Thomas Massie is now being pushed out, and as was Marjorie Taylor Greene, and these things, is because when it mattered they weren't getting on board, and so they're being pushed out now. When I like currently, when it matters is like when it comes time to vote for Kamala, as far as content creators go, when it comes time to vote for the Democrats and it helps them win, that's when it matters. And when we're leading up to this election and you're talking to your audience and talking to them about going and voting and talking to them about voting for this person and talking to them about like how this would be better for America and how this would be the lesser evil and how this is going to stop Trump and how this is going to be better for minority groups and how like all those things, that's when it matters. For somebody in the House who has a pro-life position, yet we're not worried about like Congress being overly saturated with pro-life people to where they're going to change laws long term for in Congress. We know that's not going to happen. So allowing that position in doesn't really change a whole lot as far as the overall like demographic of the party goes. Like it wouldn't be a big difference. So to sit there and cross your arms and scream and cry as though that's such a ridiculous thing to say, it just says you just don't understand how politics works. Like it's just the most simplistic part of politics. This is the thing that you learn when you're watching cartoons and as a little kid. Like this is the most simplistic part of all of it. But anyways, it says only a moron would suggest this. Abortion rights have been our only consistent wins. That's not relevant to what is he saying. They just totally missed the point. This is so many levels wrong. I don't even know where to start. I suppose I'll begin by saying that Republicans and independents support abortion access. It's just not their top issue. This is how 4 states that voted for Donald Trump in November also passed constitutional amendments enshrining abortion access, including Klein's example of Missouri, Kansas, and Ohio also passed pro-choice amendments in 2022 and 2023, respectively, then re-elected Trump last year. So it is beggars belief that Republicans would vote in the blue column if only an anti-abortion Democrat were running. They just don't understand how this works. Like that's not how it works. You don't just like say, okay guys, nationally this has been like our best bet, and so we're just going to say everybody has to do this in every single district everywhere across all of the United States. Like that's okay, buddy. That's look, socialists have been so good at winning elections the whole time. I guess we really need to perk up and take note. That's the whole hard line of you do this X, Y, and Z and all of these things or else we're not voting for you. Like, okay, so you just don't get anybody in, and then the fascists take over. It's great plan.
The seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your alarm.
I'm sorry, you want to say that you're building a coalition to support people, to support women, and you want to bring in and run people that hate women, basically, that don't want women to have control over their bodies? How can you say that that's any form of a coalition? How can you not understand that having people like that completely shatters your coalition and has gotten us to where we are right now? It's gotten us to the point that Trump is in office, that things are worse.
Yeah,
for
that's
people,
what did it.
that we
Yeah,
are
yeah.
being tormented on the street by fascists with guns. It's completely ridiculous. It's not about Hasan. It's not about trans people. It's that Hutch hates Hasan. He hates leftism. This fantastical version of it. And
so this is a big problem, right? When we're talking about content creators online, the biggest on the left, right? And they're mostly progressives. So we have CNN, we have MSN, we have the mainstream media. So obviously it makes sense that like alternative media is going to be for the alternative parts of the left. Makes sense, no problem, okay? But when people are watching the biggest content creators on the left and the right, and they watch Steven Crowder, they watch Tim Pool, they watch Dave Rubin, they watch, all of these people, Glenn Beck and all that. They watch them, And every time they watch them, they're talking about how great Republicans are and how horrible Democrats are. And then they turn over to the left-leaning side and they watch Sam Cedar, they watch Kyle Kowinski, they watch Crystal Ball, they watch Hasan. And those people are talking about how horrible the Republicans are and how horrible the Democrats are. While to this person who's watching this, they're looking at this and seeing, oh wow, everybody hates the Democrats. Even the left side agrees that the Democrats are horrible. Even they don't like the Democrats. So at least on this side, at least they like Republicans. You know, these guys don't like Republicans or Democrats. Even they agree that Democrats are horrible and they suck. But these guys, at least they think that there's a lot good happening with the Republicans. So like there's at least if I look at this aggregate of all of these big content creators online, there's at least half of them who think that Republicans are awesome, but 100% of them all think that Democrats suck. So I think it's pretty obvious we don't vote for Democrats. If we're voting for anybody, we're voting for Republicans, right? It gives off this aura that like, yes, everybody hates Democrats, that everybody hates Democrats, and that Democrats are just not worth voting for, and that Republicans could possibly even be better. This is what they contribute to. This is what they contribute to, and this is the field that they have created. And now when we're looking at Donald Trump in the presidency again and how this has gone, and people obviously are like, you know, Democrats are obviously are doing really well right now and are winning a lot, and it is seemingly mostly moderate Democrats who are doing really well. Not to say that it's all moderate Democrats. The race in New York, obviously, Mamdani was not a moderate Democrat, so there have been progressives who are winning as well, and the liberals support them. The liberals are out there chanting their names. The liberals are out here telling people to vote for Mamdani, but the environment is to where, yeah, like things are just not good for Democrats when we look at this as a whole. And the only thing that is getting it to where Democrats are winning is that just Trump is that much of a fucking train wreck. Trump is that fucking horrible of a leader. He is that bad at his job. He is that bad at caring about Americans. He is that bad at listening to their concerns. He is that bad at running a country. And the economy, the social environment, the stuff with ICE and immigration, all of this stuff has made it to where it's so unbearable for people, to where now, okay, well, I guess we'll vote for Democrats. But it should have been like, Democrats are a fucking godsend. Democrats are a fucking savior. Democrats are the fucking chosen people. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. That's what it ought to be, because that's the reality. That is what is actually happening. That is the factual reality of the scenario right now.
And he cannot seem to think for 2 seconds that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't understand queer history or the complexities of being trans. Oh my God, if you're unfamiliar with this, like, a great book to get into this for anybody, including Hutch, if you somehow found this, like Queer Then and Now, a great compilation of really important speeches from important activists, like incredibly good, accessible, yet challenging stuff to make you understand this, like on the most basic level.
You're the one doing the fucking video, dude. You explain something in some way, please, for the love of fucking God, at some point. Holy shit. The most explanation that I got is some excerpt from something that you put on the screen a minute ago while the what's his face was talking, and I don't even know who the fuck wrote that. I thought for a minute that he wrote it, but then it actually cuts off at the end of a sentence, like to where you don't get to read the rest of it. So I don't know who the fuck wrote that. I thought for once he was actually giving some analysis here, and no, it just cut off like an article that was written apparently. So And I don't even think he sourced. Yahoo News article. Okay, so Yahoo News is who we went to for this. But everything right now with like trans history and all this shit, I don't know how the fuck that has anything to do with whether or not that would help Democrats win and whether or not it would help them get more votes in the House and the Senate. Like, I don't know how that is related to what was stated at all. I truly have no idea how the fuck that was supposed to play into what is being discussed right now.
He hates leftism, this fantastical version of it, and he cannot seem to think for 2 seconds that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't understand queer history or the complexities of being trans. Oh my God, if you're unfamiliar with this, like, a great book to get into this for anybody, including Hutch, if you somehow found this, like Queer Then and Now,
Again, I'm sorry, but that's how elections work. It is a lesser of two evils system, okay? That's how it works. When you guys say, well, at least we're not Trump, that's how elections work. And it like every time people say that as though that's like a ridiculous thing, it just shows that people just don't understand how elections work. That is how it works. Yes, it is a lesser of two evils voting. That's how the system fucking works. If you're better than the other person, then you win. That is how it's supposed to work. People are, like, trying to pretend that our voting system is meant to be some sort of fucking utopia is just a dream world. I don't know what Sesame Street you were watching, but that what Schoolhouse of Rock you guys saw, but that is not the one that I watched.
Great compilation of really important speeches from important activists, like incredibly good, accessible, yet challenging stuff to make you understand this. Like, on the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala. But you know what?
Oh, yeah, that's how elections work, bro. That's how it works. That's it. Things would be better under Kamala? Well, then.
The Democrats still wouldn't be fucking doing anything to give us actual meaningful advancement. That is an incredibly...
So all of the things that Donald Trump just undid as far as trans people go. Actually, I'm not even gonna... This is a fucking liar. This person is a fucking piece of shit. I don't even... This person is a fucking piece of shit for saying this, actually. I don't give a fuck if you're trans or non-binary or what. I don't give a fuck. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. The Democrat Party has done tons for trans people. This has been one of the fastest civil rights issues that has ever taken place. Like, the speed at which trans people came into prominence and became an issue and then became normalized for half the fucking country has been at warp speed for civil rights. It has been at warp speed. Nothing happens this fast for any other group. You guys want to go talk to, like, how long gay people went through this, like, giant process of, like, even just being allowed to be around, then being able to get some semblance of rights and things like that. Whereas trans people went from, like, Caitlyn Jenner exists to, well, now the fucking, in every, movies, TV shows, they're allowed in sports, they're allowed in the locker rooms, they're allowed in the bathrooms, they're allowed to, like, these things happened at an insane speed. Like, this is an insane pace. And while I'm not going to pretend that was ever easy for trans people, I'm not going to pretend they weren't doing their own fight while all those other things were happening. I'm not going to pretend that this is, that we are at the pinnacle. For you to sit there afterwards and say that Democrats have ignored you when the last 10 years just happened is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And you do not deserve a fucking voice if you are going to say shit this fucking stupid. This is what we're arguing against. This fucking bullshit right here, where you lie like this. You fucking lie. You are a lying piece of shit. You are fucking scum of the earth when you turn around and you lie like this and act like none of this ever happened. True, elected Democrats were casting trans characters in TV. Well, not elected Democrats. Democrats were, and elected Democrats were, using more trans preferable language. They were putting LGBTQ people in their cabinets and giving them, voices and recognition. They were. This is like one of the biggest, laughing stocks of the Biden administration is having the bald, non-binary person with the lipstick and the dress with the suit top on and everything. This they did fight for trans people to be able to play in sports in high school and in college. They made it to where you couldn't discriminate as far as bathrooms went and public locker rooms. They went there was tons of stuff done, and even government money put into funds. That trans surgeries became available through the ACA and for military, and holy shit, the amount of shit that actually got done. The amount of shit. Over the last 10 years, the most significant legislation passed by Democrats in the U.S. House of Representatives aimed at benefiting transgender people has been the Equality Act, which was passed in the House in 2019 and 2021, but did not pass the Senate. While comprehensive federal legislation has faced hurdles, Democrats have focused on introducing, promoting, and in some cases passing resolutions and provisions aimed at protecting transgender rights. The Equality Act 2019-2021 passed the House with Democratic majorities. This bill would amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to explicitly include sexual orientation and gender identity as protected characteristics, ensuring federal non-discrimination and protections in housing, employment, public spaces, and education. They also made it to where trans people were able to get their identity with the gender that they identified with as the sex on their passport. And in tons of Democrat states for their IDs, removal of anti-LGBTQ riders. Democratic leaders in Congress successfully worked to remove over 50 anti-LGBTQ plus provisions, riders from fiscal year 2026 funding bills, preventing bans on gender-affirming care and restrictions on transgender students' participation in school activities. Transgender Bill of Rights 2023 to 2024, introduced as House Resolution 269 and Senate Resolution 144 in the 118th Congress. This resolution recognized the federal government's duty to protect transgender non-binary people, ensuring access to medical care, education, and economic security. Transgender Healthcare Access Act of 2025, introduced in the House HR 2487 to expand access to gender-affirming care through improved medical education training and increased capacity at the community health centers. Codifying Bostock. The Equality Act is designed to codify and expand upon the 2020 Supreme Court ruling, which ruled that employment and discrimination based on transgender status is a form of sex discrimination. Defense spending. While opposing anti-trans measures, some Democrats ultimately voted for the 2025 NDAA, despite it containing a ban on gender-affirming care, as the bill contained other necessary funding. So yes, this is something that has happened. Like, again, we can get into like what state legislation has done, what the Supreme Court decisions have been. Like, we can get into like, there's so much that happened in such a short amount of time that makes it so wild to sit there and be like, they haven't done anything, dude. He 100% makes no distinction between the left and leftist. Dare you to find anything showing otherwise. So none of that was passed. Only one of them wasn't passed. The very first one. The Equality Act of 2019 and 2021.
Really hard thing for a lot of people to come to terms with, even some queer people. But everybody I know understands this. It sucks. It feels really bad to say, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Hasan is right. And it is a hard thing to be able to understand. But the fact that Hutch doesn't even take 2 seconds to think about it proves that his brain is just like so rigid in this warlike state.
You're just, yes, it's so rigid. He's just, it's so weird that Hutch doesn't try to understand, because it would be so easy. I can't explain it. I can't tell you what it is. I couldn't give you the logic. I'm not capable of you know, saying it myself. But Hutch not being able to understand it is so weird. It's so strange, isn't it? It's
that
wild.
He can't even take 2 seconds to even do deeper research on how trans people feel about this. I can tell Hasan has read our shit, because that is the correct thing to say. God, like, oh, like Hutch doesn't even seem to know the difference between the importance of a stimulus check versus a tax credit.
Problems are solvable if you stop implementing this shit as tax credits, though weirdly that's never on the table. It's not weird. It's because Americans are geared towards tax cuts. Americans, and the Democrats are terrified of presenting anything as like spending money on Americans, and only can angle any sort of political movement in the direction of less taxes. That's it.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? Like, if you give someone a $5,000 tax credit as opposed to like a $5,000 stimulus check, doesn't it accomplish the same thing? And if the optics of it are more like palatable for
anything as like spending money on Americans, and only can angle any sort of political movement in the direction of less taxes. That's it.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? Like, if you give someone a $5,000 tax credit as opposed to like a $5,000 stimulus check.
This guy said he doesn't know the difference between the two, that he thinks they're the same thing, but he literally just drew a distinction between the two. This guy's just, why does he keep debunking himself? Why does he keep doing this? This is like the 3rd fucking time he's done this.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? And if the optics of it are more like palatable for the median voter, then what's the issue? No, because the check is way better. But for example, like the child tax credits, those came in the form of checks, right? I feel like the child tax credit, like people were getting like literal checks that were like a...
Yes, well, and even on top of that, like
like they were like an advance on the tax credit, right?
These online echo chambers, essentially turning all form of political engagement that you have online, whether you're actually talking to a person or reacting to something, as you turn it into a debate, even if you're debating something completely imaginary, has ruined political discourse in a way that is so hard to describe. And like, I don't know.
Yeah, being able to explain your thoughts and why you disagree with somebody is ruining it. Is ruining everything. We want to be able to just do videos like this and not have to explain our opinions, not have to explain our disagreements, not have to say anything that actually makes sense of why we think something's good or bad. It's ruining everything, dude. We should all just be able to sit here as brainless bots and just say something's good or say something's bad and not have to say why. It's so annoying that these debate bros always want us to explain stuff now, like we know what we're talking about or something.
Like, I don't know what to do about it. Genuinely. Like, I truly don't. Like, that's why so much of the content.
This is the first true thing that this guy said. I believe that. This is the first thing that he said that I 100% believe. He doesn't know. He does not know what to do. He is lost.
That I make on my main channel focuses on like trying to offer a level of education, trying to offer a level of context and historical knowledge, because like debates don't change people's minds in the vast majority of the time. Like that's one thing that the book talked about that I really liked is it goes on to say that like debates are broadly useless. They're just for theater and reinforcing the views of the people who are doing the debates or cheering for either side. Like it is theater. Like that's what it is. That's what Hutch is doing. He is doing theater. If anybody wants to do legitimate political action, like this is not it. Like you can talk about politics in a meaningful way, but unless you're actually going out, you're doing stuff in your community, you are engaging in action, you are supporting people, like you are not doing politics. Voting is incredibly important, absolutely. But if you're not doing stuff for people and engaging in things and educating yourself, you are not doing politics. Like it's so complicated, and the world has made engaging in politics so unbelievably dense and hard.
So when a minute ago somebody said that Hutch doesn't draw a distinction between left and leftist, are you saying that he thinks that like leftists are just the entire left, or are you saying that he doesn't use the terms correctly, or are you saying that he thinks that Democrats are leftists, or are you saying like what do you mean when you say that? Like when he says the left, he's always talking about leftists, or Dems are the left, even though they aren't really. And also the left is actual leftists, because that's what it means. So yeah, so you're doing the thing that I was talking about earlier, where you're acting like words have this objective meaning, and that like they aren't based on like context, and they don't evolve and change and shit like that. Like when you're doing the Republican thing where you act like, you know, well, woman doesn't mean that. Like by your logic, you cannot act as though like a trans woman is a woman, because we're like, no, we have to use like it's woman is just like sex, it's biology, that's what it's always meant, that's how it works. Like I'm not saying words don't change, they do change. What does liberal mean? What do you mean, what does liberal mean? Like the ideology of liberalism based on like Enlightenment values, or what? I'm saying that the term the left is used interchangeably with actual leftists and the Dems, since there is no left party. Okay. Well, I thought somebody a minute ago was saying that maybe it wasn't you, but this is some real semantics type shit. Well, that's what it's literally semantics, yeah. But the Tim, please come to bed, said he 100% makes no distinction between the left and leftist. I dare you to find anything showing otherwise. So I was asking him, what what he meant by that. Yeah, never mind. Okay, Google, lights on. This is gonna fucking drive me crazy.
Turning 4 lights on.
And this culture that we've made has amplified that to be so incredibly confusing and polarizing that, like, no.
Yeah, I do, like, I agree that, like, yes, I think it's better to have, like, distinguishing terms for, like, leftist versus the left, because Democrats are considered the left, but leftist is, like, obviously farther. But the right wing doesn't distinguish at all. They literally call Democrats leftists all the time, and don't even know that there is a distinction.
Fucking wonder Hutch exists as he does. And for the record, I don't think it's possible to sing Kumbaya with everybody around the campfire. I don't think we should. I think the act of drawing lines makes people very uncomfortable, like Hutch, but it is necessary. It is necessary to keep some people out. Straight up.
You hear that, Freddie? Okay? You hear that, Freddie? Hutch is made uncomfortable by gatekeeping and purity testing. All right? He does not like that. Okay? That stuff makes him uncomfortable, and he is not with it. All right? You get that, Freddie? You got that part? All right? Hutch is not okay with that stuff. He is not with it.
100%. Like, can you work on changing those people's minds? Abso-fucking-lutely. But there has to be a certain level of limitation in who you allow to be in your spaces. Because if things broaden to the degree where everybody is involved, then nobody is involved. There is no clear goals, and you devolve into what the Democratic Party has become, where they are literally just a stepping stool for fascism to arise.
Oh
I
my
don't think
goodness.
Hutch is a bad person. I just think he is very much a victim of this incredibly toxic mentality that has poisoned so many minds on the internet. I think him growing up on the internet absolutely did not help things, and I think that seeing him...
Did Hutch grow up on the internet? He seems fairly normal. I guess, like, yeah, knowing that he was in to, like, gaming and streaming for a long time, maybe he did, but
basically spend his entire time digging his heels into a reality that just straight up does not exist due to the...
He doesn't like purity testing, if I remember correctly. Hutch has literally been talking about how he likes purity testing, like, very much lately. It's been like his thing for the last, like, 3 months, is that, like, he's building a coalition of well, maybe no, the last year, is that, yes, he's building a coalition of liberal content creators, and that, like, he doesn't want to be associated with people who aren't willing to vote for Democrats, and that, like, he's only trying to work with and associate with people who are going to further Democrats and Democrats' political goals, and that, like, anybody else is on the outs, and, like, this has been his entire thing for about a year now. That's mine. Hey! I'm here for Geigers. If you guys find one, I will give you both of my ball sacks. Yes. Well, if you do, I hear them. I hear them growling somewhere.
State that we live in now is just like it's just like really unfortunate to watch because he has all these good intentions, but he has genuinely no idea what he's talking about. And it really fucking sucks to see somebody who could be working on themselves and doing good and using this big platform that they had and taking this risk to become somebody more focused on the real issues of our time, using that.
Bro, I was just about to fucking quit and leave. I was just about to fucking quit and leave. I realized that I got in 12 minutes late. And I was just about to fucking quit and leave. And that's the fucking Geiger, dude. That's the fucking Geiger. I just found one. Holy shit. Everything that I went to was already opened. And so I was like, okay, there's literally no way that I'm going to find one. Everything's been opened. Everything's been taken. I will not find one here. And hell fucking yes. The first thing that I opened myself, there it was. There it fucking was. 2 days and like 20 trips, and I found one.
Platform to endlessly talk about and try to reify the exact same things that got us into this place to begin with, while engaging in rhetorical tactics and content structures that are detrimental to the future of political engagement and getting people to realize that we need something else. I do not know if there is a way out of this. I genuinely don't think there is. I think the only thing you can do is work to continually read and understand the world.
No, he did. I got a defib.
Like
if you'll get that thing off my ass, I'll get him.
And talked about earlier, and really engage in your communities, because engaging in things and meeting people and interacting is how you learn and have your minds changed. It's how you evolve your opinion. It's how I grew up. It's how Hutch should be engaging in things instead of continually building up his echo chamber and violently attack.
I got him. Oh, you got it? All right, cool, cool, cool. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Bro, one of you, when I was shooting at the I think it's the guy who got downed. When I was shooting at the shredder, he moved right in between me and the shredder, and I came so close to hitting him right in the head. I didn't, I didn't hit him in the head, but came very close. What's up?
On the forks.
Oh my goodness, I fucking love you. Here, 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 here.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bro, I came so close. I was about to leave, and I got 2 now. I got 2.
Attacking Hasan and leftists for literally no good reason at all. There are good reasons, absolutely, to criticize people like them, but like these aren't one of them. I know at the very least,
you know the good
dear
ones.
viewer, can think.
I'm sure you know the good ones, and you're just not gonna tell us. We already killed it. Unless you were one of the guys who was here earlier.
About how you engage with stuff and how you want to engage with stuff, and hopefully realize that doing what Hutch is doing only serves to make you feel like the specialist, goodest boy in your opinions. And you deserve better than that. You deserve to have meaningful criticism. You deserve to think about what you do, how you think, how you live your life, what kinds of interactions you have with people, and understand that doing something like this isn't healthy and meaningful. It's not bringing change. It's not making you happier. It's not moving the dial in any meaningful way. So please, I beg of you, don't engage in politics like Hutch. It is not good. It is not productive. It is only there for content farming and making you feel like you're a special, cool little guy who has for sure all the right opinions that definitely don't get completely get their shit kicked around by just opening the news for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's been me, John Politics. You're in the politics zone. Thank you for coming. Fuck ICE. Minneapolis is the best city in the country right now. I hope that everything turns out better than it is, because it's really sad and angry, and we need something else. We need something else than what the Democrats are offering, or this will get worse.
What? Oh my goodness. I hate this guy, dude. I fucking hate this guy. Holy shit, I hate this guy so much. Ugh. I fucking hate this guy. So he's pretty much like, look guys, I want my socialist utopia. And if you guys don't give it to me, I'm gonna hold you guys hostage with Trump. And people like Trump. You need to give it to me. And if you don't, I'm gonna keep making sure that I help fascists win, so that I can have a self-fulfilling prophecy that says that you guys made fascism come to our country, and that's only the case because I kept deciding not to vote. Bro, what the fuck? Alright, I'm just gonna play video games for a little bit longer and bitch and moan before I... Oh shit, what the fuck? Wait, where did... Okay, I know what happened. Where the fuck did my camera go?
This will absolutely get worse.
You're welcome. My job is done here. I'm probably checking the same things over and over right now. Oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Later, homie. No! No! Yeah, I've got bandage. You need a bandage?
No, bench.
Bench?
Shoe broken.
Oh,
Venga.
you need a shield? Or... sorry. Good luck, homie. Wait, did that... this respawned already? Yeah, the shredder's back already.
Be careful, my God.
Damn, you guys hit me a couple of times. I gotta heal up. Alright. Time to extract. Hey.
Tócala, loco. Tócala, hermoso, bonito. Dale, eso. Joder. Hermoso. Cuerda de perros. Vámonos de aquí. Hermoso. Es la hora de la matanza.
I don't know if you guys could hear what that guy was saying, but I don't understand what the fuck he kept saying. Do you have a bandage? It sounded like. But then I was gonna give him a bandage, and he's like, shield. My shield broke. So Trump's a fascist. What do Dems plan on doing about it? what do you think? There's literally, like, if the Democrats have a majority in the House, or sorry, if Republicans have a majority in the House and the Senate, there's literally nothing they can do about it. There's literally nothing they can do about it. So, what they have to do is win elections. And that has been their plan this entire time, is to win elections. And so that is what they've been doing, is trying to come out and appeal to the American voters, doing lots of interviews, doing lots of speaking events, doing lots of doing everything to make sure that the Americans know what it is that's going on under the Trump administration, how it is that his policies are affecting people, showing the stats, showing the outcomes, and then making it clear that that they are not going to do those things and that they will undo those things. That's I don't know, like, if you are they out every day fighting it? Yes, of course. What do you, like, Democrats and yes, of course. Like, again, we go over this all the time. So, like, this is something that Kyle Kalinske just kept fucking lying about. I don't know why he has to be like this, but there was a point where he kept talking about the fact that, like, Democrats weren't doing anything. And I remember I kept saying, I wonder what the fuck he wants them to do. Like, I wonder what the fuck he thinks they should be doing right now outside of what they're already doing. And then he went down a list of, like, they should be doing this. And literally everything that he named, those are all the things that they were doing. Not only all the things that they were doing, but those were things that AOC said that they were all doing. She had just done a video like 3 days before where she talked about the fact that Hakeem Jeffries was, like, every day on a daily basis sending emails to all Democrats, giving them, like, detailed lists on what they should be doing from one day to the next to get all the stuff done and to be fighting, and, like, giving them, like, game plans and all the shit that, like, he's doing all this. But Kyle kept saying Hakeem Jeffries is not, like, being a leader. He's not communicating to anybody. He's not he's not doing any of these things, and all of the things that he mentioned are all the things that AOC said were on the list of things that they were supposed to be doing. And he just fucking lies. He just lies about it. He just lies out of his fucking mouth all the time about Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know why he's like this, but he just lies. Like, blatantly fucking lies. Or he is so misinformed on what's happening in politics that he just has no business talking about it. But this is the nature of our politics now. I'm fine with, like, universal health care that, like, covers everybody. I'm not only, like, fine with it, like, these are things that, like, I would be happy to have. But the one thing that, as I've said, I'm not okay with is single payer. Like, I think that is too extreme, and not only that, but by far the majority of Americans don't agree with it either. And so it's just something that I'm currently not okay with, but I think down the line it could be fine. It's just we need to start the process with a public option. The universal as not single payer is a Dem scam. Okay. It's just so you understand, it's not a Democrat scam. It's a Democratic choice. Not Democratic as in the party Democratic, but Democratic as in the process of doing things in a democratic fashion. Like, this is again what Americans want. This is what Americans want. It's about half of the Democrat, like half of the Democrat voting base wants single payer, and then like a very, very small percentage of Republicans. So this is not like a Democrat Party hoax or anything like that. It's just what Americans want. With Democrats choosing to use universal health care when voters want single-payer health care is Democrats being scumbags. As I've gone over, Democrats, like voters don't want single-payer. Like a smaller percentage of Americans want single-payer. Americans want single-payer, showed the report earlier. The last time you did this, we went over the numbers, okay? You said 80% of Americans want single-payer. I said, that's not true. And we went over the numbers, and one progressive politician said they did their own poll and that 80% of Americans want single payer. The other polls said, nationwide polls, the biggest ones said that 55% of Democrats want single payer and that 30% of Americans want single payer. I think it was maybe like 22% actually. Might have even been smaller, but yes, it was not. It is not the majority. It's not the majority. So, there's been tons of polling on this, and the polling that last time you told me to go to did not say single payer. It said the majority of Americans want healthcare. It did not say. It said 80% of Americans wanted public option, not single payer. Single payer is not just a public option. Single payer means there is no private option. So these are not the same things. Which of the following approaches for providing healthcare in the United States would you prefer? Rotated, a government-run healthcare system, or a system based mostly on private health insurance? I just said I would want both. I would want a public option that we pay for through taxes, and then you can choose that it'll be available to everybody who wants it. Or if you want other things, other options, other packages, other like, you can choose that as well. That is what I want. I want that, and I think that is good for us to have something that is like competitive with the government, that we can use for politicians to say, hey, this isn't good enough. These public options are much better. You guys need to make like government healthcare better than this, or you need to start including that. You need to start adding this. Like, that is the only way that you would actually have any sort of leverage. Whereas if you just say, hey, you guys just do all the fucking healthcare, well, now there isn't, like, they can just give you like bare minimum, and then that's all you get, and there isn't much of an option. There's nothing else to choose. There's nothing else to use. I'm giving you the numbers: 71% of Democrats, 47% of independents, 21% of Republicans. Okay. Approximately 35% to 40% of Americans support single-payer healthcare systems, while a slightly higher percentage, around 46 to 60%, depending on framing, agree that government should ensure health coverage for all, often favoring a mix of public and private options. Support for government-run systems is highest among Democrats and increased over time. Roughly 35% of adults favor single-payer national health insurance system run by federal government. Pew Research Center. I think this is the most recent and largest data on this. 35% of all adults favor a single national health insurance system run by the federal government. 31% say insurance should continue to be provided through a mix of private companies and government programs. Most of those who say the federal government is not responsible for ensuring coverage say it should continue to cover seniors and the very poor through Medicare and Medicaid. 26% of all adults say these programs should continue. 7% of the federal government should not be involved in providing health insurance at all. These views are essentially unchanged over the last year. Still, the share of adults who say the government has a responsibility to make sure all Americans have health coverage remains modestly higher than it was a few years ago, 62% in 2021. That primarily reflects a shift in Republicans' views. So right now we're talking about 62% believe that the government even should make it to where people have an option. Dems could offer single payer and get the left's vote. I'm sorry, but when you guys continuously tell me that you didn't make a difference in the last election and that Kamala wouldn't have won even if you did vote for her, it's not like a convincing thing to be like, hey guys, drastically change your platform against what most Americans want to please us, these people who aren't sure to vote one way or the other. Okay, well, I don't think if you're not the difference maker, I don't think y'all are the ones that we're going to try to appease. The independent group is the biggest part, and you lose then? Would you like to put money on it? I think it's pretty obvious that we are not losing, and that we are offering what it is most Americans want. You think there are centrists / independents still? That's cute. They don't exist. That's the majority of the voting base. The largest, the plurality of the voting base currently are independents, and by far the majority of them, I think it's close to like 75 to 80% of them identify as centrist moderates. Or you're talking to the wrong people. I'm not talking to people, I'm looking at data. Oh, okay, then I'm an independent, bro. You are an independent if you don't identify as a Democrat. You are an independent. But you're not a centrist. You're not a moderate. But you are an independent. So as I said, independents are the largest portion of the voting base. And of those independents, a majority of them identify as centrist moderates that are willing to vote for either party. Would unregistered as Dem also, if it wasn't People register as independent. We're not talking about registering. We're not talking about registering. We're talking about identifying, not registering. I don't know why you keep changing the language that I'm giving. Most voters As early 2026, a record high 45% of U.S. adults identify as political independents, according to Gallup polls. This level of disaffiliation from the two major parties has grown over the past 2 decades, with independence identification frequently surpassing the percentage of those identifying as either Democrat or Republican, which hovers over around 27% each. Leaning versus pure. While 45% identify as independents, many lean towards a major party, which forced to choose, independents often align with the Democrats or the Republican Party. The Gallup reporting 20% lean Democrat, 15% Republican, and 10% not leaning towards either. Approximately 45 to 47% of the political independents identify as moderate or centrist, according to recent data. While this group often acts as a swing vote, they are more centrist than the increasingly polarized major parties, generally favoring moderate positions over strict conservative or liberal ideologies. I guess this is different than what I understood it to be. I thought it was 45 to 47% of Americans identified as independent centrists, but ideological breakdown. Recent Gallup polls indicate that around 45% of independents are moderates, while roughly 30% identify as conservative and 20% as liberal. Okay, so I was right. Okay, I was right. So yes, okay, so that's, oh no, that's conservative and liberal. Okay, no, I am wrong. More independents have described their political view as moderate over the last decade. Some studies suggest that when not sure is included, about 35% of independents explicitly identify as being in the center, with another 22% identifying as center left or center right. So yeah, so this is saying that almost all of them are moderate, but some of them are centrist to where they don't identify as liberal or conservative. But almost all of them, as they said, are center left or center right, meaning they're all moderate. Like almost all of them are moderate. Yeah, I mean, there are a group of people in the middle, but are they worth catering to? What do you mean worth catering to? If we're talking about this being the largest voting bloc in our country, what does that mean? What do you mean worth catering to? It's not one that is based on ideology, and so you will be unable to try to sell them on stuff since they are reacting. So think that out then. Kamala moves right to try to cater to centrists. I don't think Kamala needs to move right to cater to centrists. I'm saying that she only has to do what it is that she's already doing. I think liberals only have to do what it is that they are already doing. You're the one who's saying they need to move left to get our farther left votes. And I'm telling you that is the exact opposite of what it is polling says we should do. That is the opposite. That moving right would be better, But I don't think we need to do that. We just need to run on Democrat policies. That's it. Dems tried to move to the right in 2024. No, they didn't. They ran Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, the squad member who was in the Senate. Like the one of the most progressive people to ever run in the Democrat Party. No, they did not. That did not happen. That is a complete fucking lie and fabrication. That is not true whatsoever.
Any unauthorized tampering with power lines is prohibited. Looking at you, Sector F.
Kamala is not progressive at all. Locked people up for cannabis in California. You sound like a conservative when you do this. You know that. You're literally repeating conservative talking points. I say this all the time, though. Like, progressives are pretty much just the same as MAGA, but like, it's amazing how kind of shameless it is sometimes. This is you bringing up things that she did 15 years ago is not an own on who she was in her presidential campaigns. It's not relevant to how she ran her campaigns. What is a right-wing policy that Kamala Harris ran on? What is a right-wing policy that was part of her platform that is not a Democrat platform, that is not a Democrat thing? What is a right-wing policy that she ran on? I asked this earlier, I didn't get an answer, so I would like an answer. What is a right-wing thing that she ran on that is not a liberal thing, and therefore she was moving right? What is that?
We were more united back during the first wave. Shawnee's team is already tracking down the saboteurs. You, focus on...
The kids like to kick the first all the new arrivals, then Art finding our hatches. People really are in need of something to calm the nerves.
What is a right-wing thing that Kamala Harris ran on? Progressives want single payer. She was running on not offering that. Okay, that's not moving right. I don't know why. Polly, you are being insanely disingenuous right now. If you say she moved right, that the Democrat Party moved right, that's your claim, okay? I don't know why you're backing off of it now and just saying, well, she didn't appeal to the left. That was not the claim. You said she moved right. The Democrats moved right. In 2024, they moved right. Where did they move right? What policies did they offer that were right-wing?
Go to the hospital.
If a Democrat attempts to appeal to moderates, are they not typically moving right? I don't think Kamala attempted to appeal to moderates. I don't think she did that. And that's why I'm asking for evidence of this. What did she do? What policies did she push that were attempts to appeal to moderates? I think that she should have tried to appeal to moderates. I don't think she did it. As a centrist and as most of a moderate and most of the moderates that I know, they were annoyed that the Democrat Party decided to kind of say fuck you and move on. And they all still voted for her, but they've all felt extremely ignored by the Democrat Party and felt like the Republican Party was the only group that were actually trying to appeal to them, that actually wanted their votes. And it was mind-blowing to turn around and hear progressives say the same thing. But that is how I felt, and that is how almost all moderates that I know felt. So she only campaigned for libs and leftists. No tax on tips. Wait, what's wrong with no tax on tips? You think no tax on tips was a right-wing thing? You think that's a right-wing policy? You think no tax on tips is a right-wing policy? It is? What is right-wing about no tax on tips? How is that right-wing? Again, you guys are like, these are MAGA talking points. This is shit that I've only heard from MAGA, is that no tax on tips was a right-wing thing, when generally it is the left that does this. That is not a fucking conservative thing to try to be helping poor people in the service industry, people. That has never been a fucking conservative thing. That has only been a fucking Democrat thing. To turn around and pretend that this is at all right-wing is fucking wild. Where the fuck is it? Where the hell did the Rocketeer go? I just heard it. It was going this way. What the fuck is it? As if workers are actually reporting them to begin with, maybe a Cheesecake Factory? No, dude, the majority of people who have to, who get tips, the majority of these people don't have an option. And the majority of tips come from, they come from debit cards and credit cards. They don't, like, they're filed in the system. As soon as somebody clicks, like, I'm tipping this much to this person, it immediately goes into the system. And it's immediately filed. These are not options. I ran restaurants for a long time. I promise you that is not how this works. Like the majority of people who make tips, they don't have an option on whether or not they pay taxes on them. They don't get to just not report them. Most people aren't paying cash or anything like that. So usually bartenders are reporting the tips. And you do actually like look into this and check and see like I promise you, most of them don't have an option. I promise you, like they don't have an option. They don't get to choose whether or not they report their stuff. It automatically goes into the system. So like when somebody, okay, so this is how it generally works, right? So say I go to a server and I write on their thing, I want to tip you $10, okay? I write that on the receipt. The server gets that tip by typing it into the system, right? And so they type it in to the computer. This person wants to tip me $10 or $5 or whatever it is, right? When they type that in, so that's how they get to take it out. If they don't type it in, they can't take it out of the register. If like their register will end up short if they don't type it in. So they have to type it in. And now when they type it in, it is now assigned to their name. You got this much in tips. You're talking about signed CC receipts. Well, no, I'm not talking about the receipt. I'm talking about in the system, in their computers. It's on their paychecks. On your paychecks, it literally tells you got taxed this much for this thing, for this pay period. Like, it's not. What register is short? Okay, so if you want to take all right, sorry, it's different in different places, but in some places you're able to take the cash out in the moment, and you take it out of the register, and then take it. In other places, that's not how most of it's done anymore. Most of the time now, you have to. Most of the time now, it's done to where when you put that into the system and you write it, like you type in, I get like $5 from this person, it goes onto your paycheck or onto a pay card. And so they end up paying you your tips with the rest of your salary or the rest of your hourly rate. The guest hands the server or leaves a cash tip. How does that automatically get reported? I just said, by far the majority of people do not tip with cash. We're talking like 90% of tips are not paid in cash. Why do you ignore half of what I say and then... and then respond like I'm not making sense. It makes sense if you listen to the whole thing that I said. And then while I was saying it, you're sitting there typing, Tom, you're not explaining anything to me. I know all of this. And then we get to the end of it and you didn't know. And now you're asking me like I didn't say any of this. I don't understand. Why not just listen to what I just said? I ran tons of restaurants for tons of different companies, okay? I promise you, like 90% of these people's tips get reported. They don't have an option on whether or not to report them unless they just don't want to get them. They do not get paid if they don't report them. Where are you getting the stat for unreported tips? I didn't give a stat for unreported tips. I gave a stat for how many people pay cash. And then I'm saying that cash is the only kind that you can choose not to report. That card tips are auto-reported. They are automatically done. When you type it into the computer for you to get the card tip, it is automatically reported. You said the majority. Yes, I'm saying the majority don't pay in cash. That the majority of people do not tip in cash. So like when I ran Pizza Huts, okay, this is people who are already at home too, right? This is people who are already at home. When I ran Pizza Huts and Domino's, you would go months without ever getting a cash tip. Without ever getting a cash tip. Like, you would go fucking months without ever receiving a single cash tip. Then we have most deliveries today are done through like DoorDash and Uber Eats, stuff like that. Even like Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Domino's, a lot of them have started using DoorDash and Uber Eats instead of having delivery drivers. And so now and those, or 100% of the tips are in card. They don't, like I did DoorDash for a couple of years. I never got a single cash tip with DoorDash. Never once. Oh my goodness, dude, another one? Holy shit. Bro, I found like 4 fucking bobcats.
5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Hey, Gator.
What up, bro? Here, you want the gun that was in there?
I want Rex.
You want what?
Rex.
Rats? Oh, husks.
No.
Yeah, I opened the one over there,
yes.
but it's I think if you look in it, it'll still give you the points for it. Right here.
I have 10,000. Yeah.
Yeah. All you have to do is look in it, and you get the points for it. Even if it's already opened, you don't have to open it. Wait, did you hear what I said?
What?
If you search it, you still get the points for it. You don't have to open it yourself. You still get the points if you just look in one that's already open.
Yes, of course.
Oh, you already did that one?
Thank you, God.
Well, hold on.
I'm from Russia.
Hold on.
Whoa, thank you. Thanks.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm heading out. You heading out? I hate this one. You have to run and jump.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. My bad.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Let's go. Wait, it's right here.
Let's go.
Ah, shit. Oh, did you get that one? Nice.
What?
You shot that one?
Okay, yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. I thought it was gonna kill me.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately.
Team pool levels of anecdotery happen. Holy shit, do you really think what I just said is an anecdote? Or do you don't know what an anecdote is? That's not an anecdote to explain to you how these systems work. When I say the majority of deliveries are going through DoorDash, and that nobody through DoorDash tips with cash because you can't pay for your food with cash. You can't pay for the food with cash, right? You have to pay card. So when you pay card, and then at the end, when you pay the card, it says, how much do you want to tip? And you just click 15%. This is not an anecdote. I'm telling you how it works. It's not an anecdote. When I say I did this for years and then never got a single cash tip, it's because there's not a way to get a cash tip. All of the tips go through fucking card. That's how it works. Like, this is not, I'm not giving you anecdotes. That's not what an anecdote is. It's not, those are not anecdotes. That's me just explaining to you how it works, and I'm telling you how I know how it works, but that's not what an anecdote is. Me saying, hey, I did this. This is how I know. In 2025, cash tips for service workers have become increasingly rare, making up less than 15% of all tips, with some reports suggesting they may account for less than 5% in certain establishments. This represents a significant drop from 30% in 2020, as digital payments and card-based tipping have become the dominant method for compensating service staff. Dominance of digital, driven by, I don't need to read this to you, I just explained it to you, so. You said you never received cash tips when you delivered pizzas. No, when I delivered for DoorDash. When I delivered pizzas, I said we would go like months without getting a single cash tip. That, sure, that's not, it's kind of anecdotal when I have like tons of employees that work for me in tons of restaurants that like, that is kind of anecdotal, but like, it's not really. I'm telling you what tons of people, yes, that is an anecdote. Not really. I guess it's like, it's my experience, but it's also, I'm explaining that this was tons of other people's, like, I wasn't a delivery driver for very long. I was in charge of the restaurant, so I I wasn't talking about just like my experience. Because I think what I said was nobody got cash. I said everybody would go months without getting cash tips. So I wasn't saying this is my experience as a delivery driver. Can you acknowledge that 15% is reported tips? Can I acknowledge that 15% is reported tips? To a poll? Oh, you mean to the polling? Reported to the pollster, the person who took the poll, that they only reported that 15% of them, or what are you? This is, I'm pretty sure this is what they polled people on how often they paid with cash. No, oh my goodness. Okay. Reported cash tips, what they based their numbers on. Who's they? The person that they polled? I poll 1,000 people. I ask each one of them, how often do you think you pay with cash? They give me a percentage. I turn this into an aggregate. What? Do you think that they went into like everybody's financial statements and checked to see how often they got cash tips? I don't think if you're getting cash tips, those are almost never reported on your statements at all. Like nobody's going to report cash tips at all. Have you ever walked into a coffee shop, placed your order, encounter, checking out the screen, suddenly flashes add a tip with high percentages like 20 to 25% or even 30%? Maybe you've gone to pick up takeout and cashier flips the tablet around with a bright, cheerful tipping prompt staring back at you. You pause, wondering, wait, am I supposed to tip for this? If this feels familiar, you're not alone. This is tip creep in action. Tip creep is the growing expectation for customers to tip in more places and often for higher amounts than ever before. What started as a way to supplement the income of workers in traditionally low-wage jobs, like sit-down restaurant servers, has now spread to industries and services where tipping was rarely expected. From takeout counters to drive-thrus to self-checkout kiosks and even vending machines, tipping prompts are everywhere. And it's not just the places asking for tips that's changing, it's also the amounts they are suggesting, often starting at 20% or higher. While these prompts can increase tips for your staff, they can also lead to tip fatigue, where customers feel overwhelmed by constant requests to tip. Be transparent, blah, blah, blah. Full service dining tipping remains essential. This is a no-brainer in full-service dining. Tipping isn't just a courtesy. Cash is no longer king when it comes to tipping in 2025. Only 15% of tips are given in cash, down from 30% in 2020. The shift goes towards digital payments. Pandemic. Yeah, the pandemic drastically changed all of this. Like, the pandemic, like, drastically changed all of this. Like before the pandemic, you still got cash tips once in a while. It was probably about like maybe 20% of people would pay in cash and give cash tips. After the pandemic, fucking done. Nobody wants to touch cash anymore. Nobody wants to like hand things to each other that other people have touched and shit like that. Like it just drastically changed that. One. Two, it drastically changed the fact that people are more likely to use delivery now than they were before because they don't want to leave their house. They want something. Also, before you always had to hand things to people. Now, after the pandemic, you put everything on their doorstep, leave it there, and just tell them on an app. Also, everybody got used to using apps to order their food, which means that when you order through an app, you're going to type in your credit card information through the app to pay for it instead of like calling over the phone and then handing cash to somebody afterwards. Like it wasn't a poll of people saying they got no cash tips. Are you intentionally misunderstanding? Okay, I am not aware that was not a poll. So I would love to know where they got that data from, or how they got everybody's financial statements, if that's the case. Yeah, this is using this as a source, but this doesn't say where they got their information from. So this says, okay, what percentage of your tips are card tips? 90% these days, sometimes 100%, and sometimes it's a decent cash night, Sunday night, with a lot of industry folks coming through our restaurants, bar. You can yield as high as 50%, but I'd say overall, it's about 10% of my tips are cash. That's the top comment. Almost exactly 50% without fail, like usually within $20 difference. We also offer a slight cash discount, and credit card versus cash totals on the check are bolded, and we have a lot of gambling. Okay, I was about to say that they must have like gambling or some shit like that, if they have cash discounts. Depend on the bar. I worked at 3 now. One is popular neighborhood bar with a big industry crowd. I've had as high as 30% of my tips be cash there. Another is a neighborhood bar. Generally less than 5% of my tips are cash there. And a third is a cabaret lounge, and it's a touristy area. Okay, so even if we make this like a super like charitable version and say some people's tips are 25% cash, okay? I would agree that they're not going to report unless you're believing that they found some people from 2020. I'm believing that they did the same poll in 2020. I'm believing that they did the same polling in 2020, and then they did it again now. But anyways, even if we say that it's 25% of its cash, which yes, I agree that if people get cash, they don't ever report that. Nobody reports cash, but the majority of your tips are card, and if they're card, they are not optional on whether or not you report them. They are going into a system that automatically reports your tips. The national reported number is 5% tax versus CC, which relies on reported tips. Oh, cash versus CC. Okay, I was like, wait, what? Okay, so where did you get that from? That this is from reported tips? Like, unless this came from the IRS, I don't know how the fuck we would know this. In 2026, the IRS does not track cash tips, though self-reporting is used. Advanced methods in updated reporting form identity underreported income. While cash tips rely on employees' honesty, the IRS uses several mechanisms to monitor and verify these amounts. 8% allocation rule for large food and beverages establishments, typically those with 10 plus employees, if total reported tips for a pay period fall below 8% of gross receipts, the employer is legally required to allocate the difference among the employees. This allocated amount appears in box 8 of your form. W-2 is reported to the IRS as taxable income. Following a Supreme Court ruling, United States v. Fior d'Italia, the IRS has the authority to estimate total cash tips for an entire establishment. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Historically, the IRS does not publish annual statistics on the percentage of American tips paid in cash because cash tips are notoriously underreported and difficult to track. However, following the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill in July 2024-25, reporting requirements for the 2026 tax year have changed to specifically capture this data. So yeah, it doesn't sound like this came from the IRS. This is research indicates that 45% of total tips were accurately reported on tax returns. Bro, that seems to be a really high number. I would bet, like, shit, dude. I would bet it is way fucking lower than 45%. I would bet it's way fucking lower. Extensive industry transaction data and consumer surveys provide a clear picture on the cash to card tip ratio. So yeah, so this is from, this says it's from consumer surveys and industry data, industry transaction data. Industry data suggests a massive shift towards digital payment with tips, cash tips representing a small fraction of total gratuity. Cash tips now make up less than 5% of total tips on average. Digital adoption in early 2025, approximately 75% of guests at full-service restaurants FSR chose to tip via card or digital payment. Tips typically account for 57% to 62% of a service worker's total hourly earnings. So I think that what this is doing is saying that if somebody doesn't, if somebody pays in card but they don't put a tip on there, they assume the tip was cash. The use of point of sale tablets and QR codes has increased digital tipping, with some systems leading to 20% increase in average tip amounts compared to traditional methods. Always tipping, the percentage of consumers who always tip has dropped from 77% in 2019 to roughly 65% in 2023 to 2024, partly due to tip fatigue from automated prompts. Despite the digital trend, roughly 48% of US consumers still expect to use cash as one of their top payment methods for certain transactions to avoid automated tip prompts and service fees. No tax on tips. Support roughly 83% of tipped workers. Support policies that would make tipped income tax-free. Well, that's a right-wing thing. 83% of service workers are right-wingers, apparently, if they don't want to be taxed on their tips. That's a right-wing thing. But anyways, so the point is, okay, so just going back to the point, Kamala Harris, if she made it to where the people were not getting taxed on tips, and by far the majority of their tips are coming from cards, that would be very beneficial to people who are making money from tips, especially card tips. Like, you don't get to choose whether or not to report tips from a card. You don't have an option. This is an IRS thing now that started, I think, in 2022, I believe. Maybe, no, sorry, it was before that. No, it was before that. I think it was 2014, where like card tips were then immediately solidified in the system that this is what you got. And so you just you didn't have an option anymore. I know some industries did, if you typed in the tip, so say like you type in, I got $5 from this tip. You typed it in, you were able to take the $5 out in cash. But it was still in the system saying that you got that tip, and then even though you took it in cash, when you take the full amount, right? You take the full amount. It says $5, you take $5 out of that register. But then when you got your paycheck, the tax took it out of your hourly pay. And so whatever the tax was on there, I'm not sure why you're repeating the 12th time that credit card tips are reported automatically. Because you made it seem as though the majority of tips are not reported. You didn't make it seem like that. I think you literally said the majority of tips are not reported. So if we know that the majority of tips are done with credit card and that those don't have an option on whether or not they're reported, then no tax on tips is not a right-wing thing, and it would actually just be beneficial. So I guess everyone should know that. If you knew that, you wouldn't have said any of this in the first place, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. There's no way that you could know that and then logically contradict yourself by saying that none of this is reported. That wouldn't have happened. But no, I don't think most people know that all card tips are automatically reported. Like, I think most people are completely unaware about how tipping works. What up, Jane? Or is it Janet? Janet? Is this a Jewish safe space? This is a safe space for everybody. I'm just kidding. This is not a safe space for anybody. I shouldn't have said that. This is not a safe space for anybody. That is completely inaccurate. I was just kidding. This is not a safe space for anybody. Should I leave? No, I'm just saying it's not a safe space. Like, this is a place where, like, we debate a lot of things, and, like, it's not a safe space, as in, like, things will not be challenged, people will not be, offended, you know, it's